Thank you for your good work, fellow Santa Monicans. I think a lot of you know I take the blue bus all the time. I never had a car in my life. I never even had a driver's license. I know driving's important, but I really always have felt that with even minimal planning, it's a breeze to be able to leave your car in the garage at least maybe 15, 20% of the time, and how beneficial that would be for the environment, for your own peace of mind, for your pocketbook. I know the Blue Bus raised their fares a couple days ago, but my gosh, it was minimal. I went to renew my senior TAP card, and my gosh, would you believe the $16 unlimited deal that I get is now $19 a month. It's the best deal in the city. I hope everybody, all of you leaders and everyone will get on the bus, maybe wear a Blue Bus hat or a t-shirt. I hope they could be sold one of these days in the stores like they used to be able to be done, because it's a great deal. And as we approach the big events, 2026 and the Olympics, we're going to be wanting to get people really conscious about taking alternative transportation. So thank you very, very much. Go Big Blue Bus. Go green, ride blue.
Thank you, Jerry. We got to get you on the BBB socials. So you heard it here. That was not a paid advertisement, but we do appreciate it. Jonathan Foster.
Hi, Council. Jonathan Foster. You might know what I might call you. Same thing I called you a few other times, but it's good to see you. I'll take you back, though. You know, if you get rid of the beer on 3rd Street, love to invite you back. Kind of push you out the window, I guess, or something like that, put you under the bus. I can't believe that as intoxicated as everybody seems to be, at least what I've seen, people with big, tall beers walking up and down 3rd Street. It's really disgusting. And I don't claim to be an angel, but, you know, out in public like that, I think it's really demonic to see the city, or any city, whatever they're doing in Detroit or North Carolina or where like this. And I've been in the French Quarter. You know, it's like an outdoor open festival concert kind of situation, right? You're doing an open concert situation and serving intoxicated stuff. It's amazing how on the Brady Bunch they said Marsha, but I don't think Marsha. I think Marsha Jones Motree, who also took out that beautiful Christian display during Christmas that's gone too, and then to see how everybody's just going more and more for intoxication and beer and stuff like this. And it's amazing that the Bible talks about how governments, when they do this, cannot receive a blessing.
Thank you. Dylan Moore. And then after Mr. Moore, I have Bob Adams, Denise Barton, and Christine Para.
Good evening. My name is Dylan Moore, and I've been a resident of Santa Monica for 16 years on Euclid. Waymo is operating illegally on our street, and I'm here to tell you all about it. At the top of my block are 2 parking lots originally rented by Ford for decades. Once Ford left, the owners repurposed the lots for EV charging. The city approved the plan and classified the lot as an alternative fuel and recharging facility. So far, so good. However, in a last-minute change, Google's subsidiary Waymo took over the lease. They established 2 overcapacity robo-taxi depots, bringing over 60 to 70 cars to our alleyways in constant churn and gridlock. The lots are operated 24 hours a day by a cleaning and service crew. It can be impossible to drive on our street, enjoy the block, or sleep at night. Turns out what they're doing is illegal. Santa Monica classifies taxi cab depots as light fleet operations, regardless of autonomous cars or EV charging. These lots are zoned as MUBL, or multi-use boulevard low. Light fleet operations are flatly illegal to operate within MUBL zoning, full stop. Check out 9.11.020 to see for yourself. To be clear, there are no conditional use permits available to get around this, no state laws that force our zoning to change. This isn't about autonomous driving or a special case of EV chargers. There is no way to make their operation legal for that zone. It is simply an illegal taxi cab business in an incompatible zone. They're breaking the law every day, and they're making money doing it. So Google right now has more rights on our block than we do. City officials seem terrified of telling a $2 trillion company no, and so they haven't. We're not asking for quieter beeps and softer flashing lights. We're demanding the city enforce the same laws for everyone, regardless of their market valuation. Go to waymoproblems.org for more information, because Waymo is socializing the damage while privatizing the profits. Thank you.
Thank you. Bob Adams?
Honorable Mayor and City Council and Mr. City Manager, my name is Bob Adams. I'm speaking on behalf of your management team, a bargaining unit, AFSCME Local 4819. We are deeply disappointed by the outcome of the recent negotiations. MTA members spent months negotiating in good faith under a clear understanding that limited resources would be distributed equitably across all bargaining units. We accepted a 5-year agreement, an unprecedented step for our unit, with the modest COLAs reflecting the somber physical environment that was described to us. Yet after our agreement was finalized, the council abruptly pivoted and allocated significantly greater resources to the public safety units. This inconsistency and decision undermines the principles that guided our negotiations and sends a disheartening message to our work and to other city employees that our positions are less valued. MTA members manage critical operations that keep the city functioning, from budgeting to transit to technology and infrastructure. For years, we have taken on expanded responsibilities, absorbed vacancies, and kept services running through the pandemic, civil unrest, economic downturns, and now a city-compelled hiring freeze. We did not ask for special treatment, only fairness, in recognition of our role, the holding the organization together. The result is a profound blow to our morale. The city's actions has lasting implications. A commitment to equity should apply to all employees, not only when convenient, but especially when difficult. We request the opportunity to address these inequities and other items we brought forward in negotiations through side letters or the formal mechanisms to reaffirm the council's stated commitment to treating all employees with fairness and respect. I've also provided a letter to the city clerk that's more, that has more depth to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Denise Barton?
Good evening. Another adventure in Santa Monica's affordable housing. On August 7th, 2025, around 3 a.m., my shower nozzle broke, leaving the water running. I tried calling the after-hours emergency number several times, but went to voicemail, and none of my messages were answered. I left messages in the office for the manager, since it's the only number the tenants have. And to show how desperate I was, I sent emails to the manager and her supervisor for help, but nothing happened until after 9 a.m. when the manager was in the office. It took most of the day, but the maintenance guy assured me that it was fixed, even though it didn't go all the way it had before. So when I took a shower later, it only went to cold water. On August 8th, 2025, just after 9 a.m., I approached the manager about the problem and asked if the maintenance guy could come back within 2 hours, because the day before and 2 other days had been consumed waiting on the maintenance guy, and I had things I needed to do. But I was forced to wait for him for over 6 hours, at which time I was like, just fix it and get out. And he got an attitude and refused to correct his subpar work. So the manager called someone else who fixed the shower nozzle. I may have said it wrong, water control fixture, rather quickly. And he also made my bathtub drain faster. Another adventure in Santa Monica's affordable housing. Thank you.
Christine Para? And after Ms. Para, I have Harvey Etter, Catalina Langen, Josh, and John Berry.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Negrete and council members. After the July 29th City Council meeting, I felt that many items needed to be addressed, like the disgusting and calculated purge of our downtown Santa Monica board members under the guise of an emergency. However, I felt the need to speak most about several comments and actions pertaining to zoning. I'm here to address the profound irony in this council's recent actions. One of you justified eliminating single-family zoning by referencing our city's history of redlining, while another, a white DEI expert who's only lived here a few years, inappropriately corrected our Latina mayor when she used the word, quote, character, telling her it was racist language. But here's what you both missed. The same government that redlined minorities out of neighborhoods later promised us the American dream was achievable through home ownership. While our community is 70% white and 20% Latino, these zoning changes will disproportionately impact lower-income, single-family neighborhoods where many of our minority homeowners live. We believe that promise. We worked our entire lives for that white picket fence and that single-family home in a single-family neighborhood. We saved every penny, overcame every barrier, and invested our futures in building generational wealth for our families. And now I expect the same DEI expert that will tell us that even mentioning the, quote, white picket fence is discriminatory. But that, the very symbol of our achievement, is somehow racist. But that's exactly the point. What was historically used to exclude us became our goal, our prize, our proof that we could overcome discrimination. You can't simultaneously celebrate our resilience while calling our achievements discriminatory. These homes aren't just property, they represent decades of sacrifice, our children's college funds, our retirement security. Yet here you sit, one invoking redlining history, while the other lectures our Latina mayor about what language is appropriate when discussing neighborhoods that minorities like her fought to be a part of. The irony is staggering.
Thank you. Harvey Eder.
Good evening. My name's Harvey Eder. I'm speaking for myself, for the Public Solar Power Coalition, and for the tenants group at 2nd Street, and for low-income tenants across the city. We gave you an affidavit declaration, findings of fact, as part of a complaint and notice of litigation. We're illegally evicted, et cetera, et cetera. We're putting in the record, we have a very casual, small page and large page that has a lot of things on it. We're incorporating by reference the Housing Commission's meeting, the entire tape from the 7th of this month. And in there, we brought up that they said that these the free market has failed, okay? They want to start projects. They want to build for expensive people with money. And when in analyzing this, and this is coming up later, I'm incorporating by reference the article that includes housing from today's local paper. And now that is entirely different than number 10 and what is stated in there and the details that go in, and we're trying to address that. We want one on equity and 3 minutes on that. But okay, so we put in the record also a notarized copy of our public evaluations from UC Santa Cruz in the 70s. We got a living Christmas tree in the White House. We did all kinds of stuff with solar and community and whatnot. So that shows we've got the capability and did this, and there's a history there. Okay, so what we're proposing is that this tax credit money be taken by the city and be assigned to us as agents, that we can do it. And they totally ignored this, and in there we brought up that they ignored the tax credits, and they did illegal investigations, and there's kind of cover up of this stuff, and we need freedom of information to get all the details, and that this money comes from tax and from property tax. Renters pay property tax through the rent. We had rebates in LA. We should have them here, and that's about $88-90 million, et cetera, et cetera. This stuff's got to be looked at again.
Thank you. Catalina Langen.
Dear Mayor Negrete, City Council, and City staff, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Catalina Langen. I'm the Executive Director of the Santa Monica Human Relations Council, and I'm speaking today on behalf of our organization and the communities that we serve to express our strong support for equity as a core value in this city. Across the country, we've seen increasing attacks on diversity, equity, and inclusion programs, and it's more important than ever that Santa Monica lean into its leadership role in this space. Equity is not a single initiative. It touches every department, every policy, and every operation of our city. It's about ensuring that all who work, live, and play here can thrive. We urge you to fully resource the city's equity efforts, including the work of the Land Back and Reparations Task Force. Their recommendations deserve the support needed for real implementation after the recommendations are finalized. We also urge you to provide the resources the city's equity team needs to carry out the equity plan that's under consideration later tonight. I understand that the city is facing a challenging financial reality. Not every aspiration may be funded right away, but we believe that with creative solutions and strong partnerships, as well as with resourceful approaches, we can achieve this equity agenda and still move forward and make a real difference in this city. Equity is, after all, more than a value. It is a strategy for strengthening community well-being, improving quality of life, and moving forward together. Thank you for your leadership and for making equity a priority in Santa Monica's future.
Thank you. Josh?
Hello, all. Yeah, my name is Josh Pachter. I spoke here once before. Hello, Mayor and City Council. I'm not sure why the fire department's here today, but I want to thank them for their service. I'm sure something's happening. I just don't know what. So I'm here to speak on my increasing worry and frustration with the criminality in my Pico neighborhood. While I previously discussed while there was regular drug dealing operating out of a property next to my apartment, where I've lived for 13 years, unfortunately, I'm here to add that there now seems to be prostitution operating out of 2 locations on the same block. I've seen people soliciting. It's definitely happening. Under the banner of public safety, the City Council approved funding for Measure K that included a customer service representative. I am here specifically to kind of speak to the point that, like the last time I spoke, I urge and plead for additional funding for the police to secure public safety, not for stray pet projects that don't focus on that issue, which is, I think, really important to most. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. John Barry?
Thank you for having me, City Council, Mayor Negretti. I'm here today because they're working on putting some pedicab stands out there on the beach, and there's a couple regulations. I mentioned them a couple weeks back, but it was really fast. So there's some language in there about where we can't pull over to the side of the bike path to pick up people. And I just don't see it as that huge of a problem. You know, people, when we take about a quarter of the total bike path or half of the side, you know, each direction. So if we pull all the way over there, there's still plenty of room for people to go around if they're not riding recklessly. And the other thing would be if we could have small children sitting in the parents' laps in human-powered pedicabs and only on the beach where there's no oncoming car traffic or anything like that. Anyways, I won't take too much of your time, so thank you very much.
Thank you. And that concludes public comment?
We have
Oh,
one
that's right.
telephone. Edgar, we're ready for the phone caller, please.
Hi, good afternoon, Council. I have Miss Karen, going to speak for 2 minutes. If you could please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Ms. Croner, we're ready.
Karen Croner?
Ms. Croner, please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Should we go to the next one and then,
It's just her.
oh, Richard Hilton's not on there?
He's on a calling.
Oh.
Ms. Croner, please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Is the staff still on there?
Yeah, I'm checking in with him now. Oh, you know, I think it's my fault, actually. I'm not sure what's happening. All right, I guess we can just move on and then we'll figure it out.
Special agenda?
Have to move on because we can't figure out what's
Do you want-
happening.
Are you going to call the next item then?
Yeah, item 2B, Santa Monica Fire Department Awards.
I'd like to call forward Battalion Chief Matthew Hill. Sorry. Should have grabbed all this stuff first. Hold on. This isn't the
evening.
right line. Good evening.
Mayor Negrete, City Council, and our City Manager, Mr. Chi. My name is Matt Hill. I am a battalion chief with the Santa Monica Fire Department. I currently oversee the C platoon, and part of my duties is I oversee our awards program, and that's why we're here tonight. So tonight we have the privilege of recognizing some truly special individuals in our community, people who have gone above and beyond in moments that have mattered the most. And the first awards that we're presenting tonight are among the most meaningful because they honor ordinary citizens who stepped forward in an extraordinary way. And so we begin with a remarkable story of courage and composure, one that reminds us that true heroism knows no age. And she's the youngest recipient of the night at just 8 years old. So at this time, it's my honor to present a certificate of appreciation to Alana Cohan in recognition of her exceptional bravery and quick thinking. So if Alana and her family can come up here for a second, please.
I think we can clap for this.
So Alana does not want to come up here, but she's very shy. So I'm going to read what it says here. It says, in recognition of your exceptional bravery, composure, and assistance during a medical emergency on April 29th, 2025. At just 8 years old, you called 911 and provided life-saving information to dispatchers, including the address, nature of the emergency, medical history, and medications. On scene, you further supported responders by helping contact your mother, assisting with notifications and ensuring the safety of pets. Your maturity and calm actions made a significant difference and were deeply appreciated by all involved. Your conduct is truly commendable and deserving of this recognition.
Thank you so much. God bless you and thank you so much for your service, guys. We are very lucky to have you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
That's amazing.
All right, so next, we turn our attention to two adults who answered the call when it mattered most. On May 11th, inside the gym at John Adams Middle School, a 47-year-old man suffered a sudden cardiac arrest during a basketball game. It's the kind of moment that stops everything, literally. But thankfully, this story did not end in tragedy. If it did, I wouldn't be standing here right now. Because the people around him did not freeze. They acted. So I want to welcome up Dr. Joanne Elmore and Mr. Peter Kim. So these two individuals we're recognizing were among the first to respond. CPR was started immediately by Dr. Elmore. AED was brought to the scene by Mr. Kim, and one shock was delivered. So by the time the fire department arrived, the patient had regained consciousness, which something that, medically speaking, is nothing short of incredible. But what makes this moment even more powerful is how it unfolded as a true team effort. You had bystanders jumping into action, an on-site physician lending medical expertise, police officers and dispatchers coordinating, and responders doing what they do best, which is saving lives. It's proof that training, preparation, and quick thinking really do make a difference. And these two individuals right here played a key part in making sure that someone's dad, husband, brother, or friend went home that night. Now, the three of us had the opportunity to speak with the gentleman whose life they saved, and he wanted to be here, but unfortunately, he was overcome with emotion and just couldn't make it. So in the meantime, we will recognize Dr. Joanne Elmore and Mr. Peter Kim for their life-saving actions and their role in a moment that reminds us just how powerful community and courage can be.
And hopefully all of you don't leave so we can take a picture with everyone at the end.
So the final one we have is very, very, very rare, rightfully so. The last time we've done this was in the 1970s. Tonight we present the Medal of Valor, which is the highest honor we can give for an act of heroism above and beyond the call of duty. Every member that you see back here has put themselves in harm's way countless times and has put their lives on the line on one way or another countless times, because that is exactly what we train for. So this award is not given lightly, and it's not earned easily. It represents a moment where the fear is real, the danger is extreme, and yet someone chooses to act anyway because someone's life depends on it. So I'm gonna welcome up Engineer Bill Howard. So Bill was hired with us in 2009. He's also a paramedic. He promoted to the rank of engineer in 2017. And for those of you that don't know, the engineer drives the fire engines. A pretty cool job, but he's not getting this award for his driving skills. On April 12th, 2025, it was a day marked by perilous ocean conditions, with waves towering overhead high and a powerful rip current threatening lives. We had Santa Monica Fire Department Engine 7 returning from a call to Station 7 when they witnessed a critical surf rescue unfolding at Tower 12. And this is nothing new. We see rescues all the time with LA County lifeguards. But this LA County lifeguard was struggling to assist an exhausted swimmer that was caught in a rip current. And this lifeguard lost one of his fins, which makes swimming that much more difficult. The lifeguard's courage was clear, but the danger was immense. Both he and the victim were trapped in forces of nature that can quickly overwhelm even the strongest swimmers. And LA County lifeguards are among the strongest swimmers. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Engine 7 immediately called for backup and readied themselves to respond. At that moment, Engineer Bill Howard stepped forward without hesitation to enter those treacherous waters. Equipped with his rescue buoy and flippers, Bill faced the daunting challenge of swimming through massive waves and a fierce rip current, placing himself in harm's way to assist a fellow rescuer and a person in dire need. With exceptional skill and unwavering resolve, Engineer Howard reached the lifeguard, supplied him with his buoy, and together, exerting immense physical strength and courage, they battled the powerful ocean to bring back the exhausted swimmer safely back to shore. Bill's actions went beyond duty because we don't train for those conditions. His actions embody this true spirit of heroism. He willingly confronted extreme danger, fully knowing the risks, and his intervention undoubtedly saved at least one life that day. When all were safely recovered, the gratitude expressed by the LA County lifeguards was profound. They recognized not only life-saving impact, but also the extraordinary bravery demonstrated by Engineer Howard. Engineer Howard's courage, quick thinking, and determination in the face of life-threatening danger represented the highest ideals of public safety and service. And his actions stand as a powerful reminder of the difference one individual can make when they step up to meet a crisis head-on. Additionally, what he did that day has set the groundwork for the Santa Monica Fire Department to start working on developing its first ever rescue swimmer program. So it's my honor to present this award to Engineer Bill Howard, whose heroic efforts embody the valor and dedication that inspire us all. So we're gonna have Bill wants to say something, and we're gonna have his family come up as well.
Thank you. This is quite overwhelming. Thank you, council. Thank you, command staff. Thank you, admin staff. Thank you to all past and present members of the Santa Monica Fire Department. I got to be honest, when I first heard of maybe being recognized for this award, I was having a hard time coming to terms with it. And it's not because I didn't think it was important or it has like tremendous meaning. It's because I've seen like each individual back there do something that has blown me away and has sacrificed a lot. I was the person that was there that day, but I honestly believe it could have been any one of our members, and that's because we have a very capable, very good department, and we should all be very proud of that. I just want to say thank you. I'm honored, grateful, and humbled. Thank you so much.
On behalf of City Council, we're truly proud to be amongst all of the heroes in this room, both sworn and civilian. And this particular award is a true honor, and it's an honor for us to witness you receiving it in front of your family. And so thank you for making sure that we were part of this process and allowing the community to see the heroes that we have amongst us. So I think now we'd love to take photos with all of you. We'll come down to the well, right?
Is it too crowded if we're on? Where do you want us? One each one and then. CPR. Oh, just wait. Everyone should learn CPR, and there is a defibrillator just outside in the hallway.
If you're doing chest compressions right, like, yes.
We did. Let's have you guys, Okay, good. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay. Don't go too far, you two. Let's get you guys in there.
Yeah, and then don't go far.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you for your bravery. One, two, three.
No,
Everyone scooch that way a little bit. There you go. 1, 2, 3. Okay, let's get everybody. Here, take one with everyone.
So we're just gonna do one with just the department really quick and city council. Thank you. You don't wanna get in with Roger? Come on, everybody. Roger, Roger. This way. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. And then everybody look over here, please. Thank you. If you want one with all of these. Sure. I'm gonna guys jump in real quick. My job is to slightly assess the project. So I'm gonna get down where you go. You wanna get? Yeah, right after I take the. No, honestly, I was gonna say I saw you in the exchange.
That's a good one, dude. Okay, we'll now move on to public input, items under consent calendar and closed session only.
Are we not, okay,
I'm sorry.
we're not doing the other commendation?
No, there's only one tonight. The other one was rescheduled. It was never supposed to be on this agenda. What coming? I don't have any other commendations. Oh, I don't know anything about that.
Can I do that, or should I do it during the mayor's highlight?
Well, it's technically not agendized, so, well, it's technically not agendized, so it's probably better to do it under the mayor's moment.
Mayor's highlight, okay.
Alrighty, so, again, public input, items under consent calendar and closed session only. Public input is not permitted on ordinances for second reading and adoption. And we have 6 speakers in person, 1 on the phone, and we figured out Ms. Croner's issue, we think, so if council would please permit us, allow her to give general public input under this time, at this time.
Yes, does everyone agree with that? All in favor?
Yeah, I'll move that.
Okay. All right, I'll call the first names up. Brittany Guzman, Denise Barton, Mark Borenstein, Eve Lopez.
Good evening, Mayor Negretti, council members. My name is Brittany. I'm speaking on item 4E, and I'm here on behalf of all of the Virginia Avenue residents. My girls are back here behind me in support. We just wanted to say thank you for everything that you guys have done to help us with the funding for our building, and especially Mayor Negretti. I know you did a lot of work behind the scenes with helping getting contractors out and everything, and we just hope that, you know, even though this funding is secured, that you guys continue to provide some oversight over CCSM because as you guys know, like the loan was approved 5 years ago and nothing happened, which is why we're here today. And we just don't want this to happen again. So we just want to say thank you.
Thank you. Denise Barton?
Good evening. For closed session on the Powell lawsuit, does it just come down to Santa Ana for Renters' Rights leader Denny Zane's position that allowing Latinos on the council would allow there to be resistance in continuing to put affordable housing in the Pico district, along with his ultimate goal to keep Santa Monica for renters' rent control rights and control on the council? For this information, please reference case number BC 16804 with the file date of February 13th, 2019. Next, on item 4E, it says the loan for community corporation exceeds the per unit limit in the HTF guidelines, and community corp will have to pay the loan back, right? Or is your real plan to make the residents pay the $10 million back and more? Then doesn't the project-based vouchers limit where the tenants can relocate to? Or is the plan to relocate the tenants to other community corp units at a 20% increase in cost? Then for item 4L, I have to ask if you already approved over 4,000 units and don't have an evacuation plan for the city that isn't 3 decades old. Do you not think that the emergency evacuation plan should be updated before you start permitting more development? I mean, think about it. There was much less of a population in Pacific Palisades, and people were having to flee their cars to get away from the flames, remember? Or is this just a quick plan for gentrification, making it harder for people of low income to live in Santa Monica due to the demand on electricity and water only increasing the cost of living? Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Borenstein?
Mark Borenstein, Stanford Street. I want to address item 4L, which I believe is a smokescreen for the illegal amendment of the SB 9 ordinance you adopted in May to remove the owner occupancy requirement. Although you can't tell that from the word salad resolution that is before you. Remember the history here. The city secretly processed the SB 9 application of Stanford Del Mar when the neighbors on Stanford Street sued the city, since the corporation can't split a lot under SB 9 because of owner occupancy. The State Housing and Community Development Agency agreed, and the project on Stanford Street was stopped. Not to be outdone, 3 members of the council proposed to eliminate owner occupancy from the Santa Monica ordinance. The Stanford neighbors called that out as obviously illegal, since owner occupancy is required by state law, and Santa Monica must follow state law. The state again agreed with the Stanford neighbors and told Santa Monica to amend the ordinance to conform to the state law on owner occupancy. That's the reason you have the resolution. You don't need to send it back to the Planning Commission, so the SB 9 ordinance will, quote, comply more closely with state law, end quote. The original ordinance already did that. Besides, the Planning Commission already advised you not to eliminate owner occupancy. So did hundreds of citizens who objected to the removal of that requirement. You ignored them all. If you want the Planning Commission to consider some lot split approaches without owner occupancy under the subdivision map act, good luck with that. But don't keep the illegal ordinance on the books. Repeal it. Repeal it.
Thank you. Eve Lopez, and after Ms. Lopez, I have Josh and Heather Thomason.
Good evening. I'm here speaking on item 5A. At the last city council meeting, something very deeply troubling occurred. The word racist was hurled at the only brown person sitting up there on this dais, and it was hurled at her for using the phrase character of the community, words she used while speaking about gentrification, displacement, and the lived reality of residents being pushed out of Santa Monica. Instead of listening with the open minds you claim to champion, her words were twisted and weaponized against her in the most insulting way possible. As a brown woman myself, I knew exactly what she meant, and I know how deeply offensive it is when a white man with an Ivy League degree feels entitled to wield a word as painful and consequential as racism so carelessly. We, people like me, are the communities you were elected to represent, and yet, when the one person on this dais who actually looks like me dared to speak with both intellect and lived experience, you didn't just miss the point, you proved it. Councilmember Hall, in 10 seconds, you became the poster child for the need of district elections. We deserve representatives from our neighborhoods who understand the soul of our communities in a way you can't learn from a book or a policy memo. You cannot preach equity while practicing exclusion. That is hypocrisy. You are a hypocrite. You cannot claim social justice while blocking district elections, elections that would finally give underrepresented communities a long-standing, deserved, meaningful seat on this dais. What happened last week should be a turning point. It was a real-life demonstration of how the majority of this council does not represent the values and concerns of this residence. Accusing a brown woman of racism for speaking about her community's survival demonstrates Santa Monica doesn't just have a gentrification problem, it has a fundamental leadership problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Josh?
Hello again. I like how we're on a first name basis, so I appreciate that.
That's what I got here. What's your
not-
last name? I'm happy to.
Oh yeah, I'm not complaining. I appreciate it. So I'm speaking on 4E. I'm not saying yes or no to this. That's not why I'm here or what I'm speaking about. But for me, it's really a question of, has any audit been done? I mean, from the last speakers, it doesn't seem like there was, but I'm just curious if there's any audit done of the previous $15 million loan that was already provided to this property. Is it known, and this is like a legitimate question, and you don't have to answer, but maybe a discussion that you guys have later, but is it known what interest rate they're paying, and what they're paying for the previous loan, what interest rate they would be paying for this new loan, and really is the city getting a good deal? I'm legitimately asking. Quick math says that that's an additional $500,000 per unit. I have some property investments on the side. $500,000 to renovate a unit is crazy high, especially if we're talking, city funded. This is on top of the $370,000 per unit that was previously loaned. Again, I'm not saying you should or should not do this because the terms may be great for the city, and I agree that this type of housing is important. So again, I'm really just asking, are we getting a good deal relative to where else this money could be going, and is there kind of any audit happening for these funds being loaned? That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Heather Thomason?
Hi, good evening. I'm Heather Thomason, Mayor Negrete. Thank you, council members. I'm speaking about 4L, and this was the owner occupancy requirement removal was kind of the original thing that got my attention and got me engaged back in January, and now you guys cannot get rid of me. I just keep showing up. And so now that there's been some more information from HCD, it sounds like I'm just would really like to have some public transparency around what that actually was, because I was under the impression from my own reading of the law that that it was not possible to remove that owner occupancy requirement. And so I just would like to hear what really happened, if that is actually what that 4L issue is about. I think it's really important. Owner occupancy is really important for preventing speculative development, and I'd like to hear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Telephone callers. Edgar, we're ready for the phone callers.
Hi, good afternoon, council. So we're gonna have Ms. Croner go first again. Ms. Croner, please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Ms. Croner, you're still muted. Edgar, let's try going to the next caller and then come back.
Okay. Mr. Hilton, will you please press *6 to unmute yourself? And Mr. Hilton's gonna need a second here. He has a
Mr. Hilton, you can begin speaking.
My input is about item 4E, the city housing loan to Community Corps. I served previously on the Housing Commission for 12 years. The Pico neighborhood generally has lower land costs, which results in more market development and resident displacement. Approximately 52% of Pico renters are housing burdened versus 47% of renters in other areas of Santa Monica. There are two alternatives to the rehab. The first is that Community Corps could redevelop with tax credit financing. There would be further delays, additional costs, and a 3 to 4 story greater building height for the neighborhood. The second alternative is that without the housing loan, Community Corps would be forced to sell the 77-year-old development, and the property would convert up to 80 market units with 6 to 8 affordable units. As a nonprofit, Community Corps, because of tariffs on market construction, is in a position to negotiate and lower the rehab cost by nearly $6 million. Finally, the city loan is housing funds that have been committed twice in 4 years. There's been a city hall rally, at least 4 community meetings, and the residents support the rehab. The housing loan is a significant investment. However, for the tenants and the neighborhood, the rehab outweighs other development. Please approve the rehab loan.
Okay, Edgar, let's try Ms. Croner again.
Okay, Ms. Croner, can you please press *6 to unmute yourself?
Council, Ms. Thomason is here. Ms. Croner sent her public comment. If council would like to suspend the rules so we can hear her comment, that would be up to you. Yeah.
All in favor to suspend the rules to allow Ms. Thomason to do Croner's comments?
Actually, we would need to do a roll call vote.
Okay.
Sorry.
Move suspension.
All right, Councilmember Zwick,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin,
Yes.
Councilmember Snell,
Yes.
Councilmember Escaya,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis.
Yes.
Mayor Negrete.
Yes.
Is there a way we can see Councilmember Snell a little bit bigger on the screen, just so we can feel like?
Unfortunately,
No? Okay, all right.
Sorry.
Okay, sorry, hold on, let me find the final thing here. So I think this was her comment for the public comment originally. I want to speak to what happened last council meeting. I believe it is actually illegal, or is the word unethical, for council to pass any resolutions by stating it is an emergency action, unless there's an actual emergency, which I understand there's not. This feels all too similar to the federal government at this very moment sending in troops, the FBI, because of a fake emergency in DC. So due to that false emergency ruling on August 7th in Sunset Park at 1230 Ashland, fire alarms were going off all night. Not because of a real fire, but because the demolition of the property was done in such a mad rush the alarms weren't removed as required by law. Residents were not given warning of toxic fumes. The demo sign went up the day it happened. I have been told this developer may have contributed to council campaigns. I really hope that's wrong. I mean, that's legal, but in any case, the developer was in a rush to demolish the house because they want to put in 4 or 10 homes that will probably sell for $1.5 to $2 million each, as one of the council members said last week. For some reason, City Council removed owner occupancy requirement, though the state didn't, which is baffling to many of us. Last week, a council member who could probably hear the alarms going off from their nearby house said R1 single-family housing is racist by nature due to the history of redlining. But it seems to me you are using the history of racism to justify building market-rate housing that will be occupied by rich white people. Most people I know in Sunset Park live in small, modest bungalows, 1926, not lavish townhomes. As a person who worked for legal aid in Oakland and fought for racial equality and social justice my whole life, I believe it is wrong and immoral for our council to use that history of racism to justify gentrification. And I know the voters agree with me. You want change? Me too. This is not the way. This is for Karen Croner, speaking for her.
Thank you.
That concludes public comment on that section. We'll now move on to the consent calendar. All items will be considered approved in one motion unless removed by a council member council member for discussion. In accordance with Charter Section 615, the adoption of all ordinances and resolutions shall be by reading of title only unless a council member present dissents. No public discussion is permitted on ordinances for second reading and adoption. And we have a state council member, sorry. Okay. 4E has been requested to be pulled. I don't know by who, though. Councilmember Hall has requested to pull 4G, and Mayor Negrete has requested to pull 4L.
So
I will move the consent calendar with the exception of 4E, 4G, and 4L.
Second.
moved by Mayor Pro Tem Trosa, seconded by Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Councilmember Zernitskaya,
Yes.
Councilmember Snell,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis,
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick,
Yes.
Councilmember, Mayor Negrete.
Yes.
Item 4E, adoption of a resolution of an authorization for the city manager to execute a housing trust fund loan to Community Court of Santa Monica for the rehabilitation of 2033-2101 Virginia Avenue.
I don't have anyone in the queue, so I can make comments. I'm not sure who pulled this, but
Madam Mayor, there is an administrative reason that this item was requested to be pulled. We've learned subsequent to the publishing of the agenda that there are some federal funds associated with the Virginia Avenue project that may be at risk. Given that factor, the one recommendation staff has this evening is that the approval include a contingent allocation of up to $850,000 in additional housing trust fund loans. In the event that federal funds are rescinded, that amount would be allowed for distribution to complete the rehabilitation work. Outside of that, the item is ready to move forward for City Council consideration. We have Natalie, our housing manager, here if there are additional questions related to the matter.
can we just make it for, I always like to use third grader terms. So basically, you're saying that we don't know why. Is it because of what's happening maybe at our federal government? I'm not sure why these funds are at risk, but that potentially these up to $850,000 that was already previously given could be at risk and pulled back. And so therefore, we would have to make up for that on top of what we're doing already and that was already published from our housing trust funds, correct?
Correct.
Hi, Mayor and council members. Yes, that's correct. So given the uncertainty with federal funds and also the desire to protect residents' confidential information, staff is asking for this contingency of $850,000 if needed.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Trosis.
I want to move the item. I think we've all heard in closed session, open session with residents, from Community Core, from our housing department. I feel comfortable with the path forward here, and I will move the item with the additional contingent allocation of $850,000 in housing trust funds to ensure that the project's completed.
Second.
I just want to make a comment before we do that, because this process was a little unsettling for me watching it in terms of how long it went on, how the price kept rising, and then, of course, the process in which we had introduced other people who do rehab, and then magically everybody else also dropped their bids by $7 million. And that in and of itself was concerning and raised red flags and made me think how much we need to adjust how we do this in the future, but more importantly, I just want to assure the community that we're going to be following this rehabilitation, and if staff could confirm that, and the associated CCSM loan very closely. These are publicly invested dollars, and it's our responsibility to ensure they're spent transparently and effectively, and if there's any changes that we're notified, and so is the community, and first and foremost, the folks that live there. I think my other concern is that as we select developers versus people who specialize in rehabilitation, that we think of the health of the folks that live there. I think, they're not even informed as to where they're being moved to, if everyone's being moved. There was talk about people staying on site, and if that's the case, we need to mitigate air circulation when using chemicals that are unsafe and harmful for folks. We have children, elderly, nobody should be smelling those things, pets. And it would be nice if we informed folks where their home's gonna be and where everybody's gonna be uprooted to live. We have to think about kids in schools, and that might impact what school, elementary, middle, and high schoolers are going to. So I just wanna make sure that we're tracking this. I, of course, support preserving and improving our affordable housing stock, but I do think it's equally important to track timeliness, expenditures, and keep the public informed along the way. And that includes reviewing the procurement process to ensure that they're competitive and inclusive, and that we've brought qualified rehabilitation experts into this. So this is not just about one property. This property has unfortunately been the example in a lot of ways, but has also hopefully set the example. I hope we can set the example on how best to do it. And it's about setting a precedent on how we protect and sustain our existing affordable housing, deed restricted, throughout the city. So I hope that I will be working closely with staff to follow up, because I'll personally be curious, but if we could have a dashboard that is public so people can follow along, but more importantly, that before anybody gets any of that information, that the folks that live there get the information and that they're consulted in this process. So I just wanted to make sure that as we move forward with this particular project, that we put the residents that live in that project at the forefront of every decision going forward. And that's it. With that, we can call the question.
Okay, and that was Mayor Pro Tem Terosis and Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Councilmembers Wick?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Councilmembers Rennet-Scalia?
Yes.
Mayor Negrete?
Yes.
Item 4G, approval of the ratification of purchase order to Premier Security Services Incorporated for emergency repair and maintenance of the airport security access control system.
Mayor, is it okay?
Oh, yeah, sorry. It's Councilmember Hall.
I don't need a staff report. I just have a handful of questions for the Public Works.
Stelios, come on up. Thank you so much. Good evening, Council. I'm Stelios Macridis. I'm the Chief Operations Officer and also the Airport Director.
Thank you, sir. Can you, I'm just trying to bring some clarity to this issue because there was a lot of concern in the community, particularly in Sunset Park. Can you provide some more specificity about the security measures that we lost during that period?
First of all, I want to thank you for bringing this up for me to speak tonight and provide this clarity. At no point the airport was ever in a security breach or any of the security was compromised. Premier Security is the replacement vendor we brought in on an emergency because Sierra Group, who provided maintenance for the hardware of the access control systems, went out of business. All started with one gate, which was a pedestrian gate getting out of the FBO Atlantic Aviation. It's inside the building. So the access was not locking through the access control system. But we have a key we can lock. So at the whole time during business hours, the gate was monitored by Atlantic Aviation. And at night, it was locked. The police department, which is under the PSOs, are there 24/7. We're aware of this situation. Our airport operations staff was also there monitoring the access control system itself. And we do monitoring throughout the day. So there was no issue that there was any compromise. So while we called the company to to come out and give us a pricing to replace the hardware while we're waiting for them, and we reached out trying to get them out sooner, we found out that they went out of business. So in the meantime, we went out, found a replacement, which is Premier Security, through an emergency procurement. And we're here tonight, basically the staff report telling you that we do not follow the proper procurement protocols. Therefore, we're asking to allow to do this as an emergency while we go through an RFP process to get the new company.
Great, thank you. And it sounds like there were no kind of termination of contract procedures followed by that vendor?
Of course not, no.
Yeah. And it did sound like we did notify the tenants that were impacted?
Atlantic Aviation was aware of the whole time.
Okay, thank you. And have we inspected all dangerous sites and like hazardous material storage for physical damage or any alterations that may have happened during this time?
So that is part of our normal work during the day. We do several self-inspections throughout the airport at all times. So there was no any issues with any of those sites that was found by our normal inspections. No.
Awesome, thank you so much.
Thank you. Would you like to move the item?
I'll move the item.
Second, moved by Councilmember Hall, seconded by Mayor Negretti.
Councilmember Zwick,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis,
Yes.
Councilmember Snell,
Yes.
Councilmember Zernich-Skaya,
Yes.
and Mayor Negrete.
Yes.
Item 4L, adoption of resolution of intention to amend the text of the city zoning ordinance related to projects utilizing state law permitting small lot subdivision under 10 units and projects consisting of duplexes and lot splits for parcels zoned for single unit residential.
So I know this is going to continue to come back. I pulled it, so I'm just making a comment. To come back, and this isn't the last time we're going to hear it, but I am concerned that even HCD has signaled that maybe we've gone too far with owner occupancy and that we are following the law. And as we heard in public comment earlier, the idea of repealing that portion of it and making sure that we're compliant. I also feel that removing owner occupancy requirements and expanding provisions in these ways ultimately benefit developers and not our community. Their guidance, HCD's guidance, makes it clear that our local amendments are stretched beyond the intent of the state law, and that's my biggest concern, which is to create a variety of housing that meets our RHNA obligations, which I think we need to remind everyone has an emphasis on affordability. So instead of advancing that purpose, these overreaches actually risk producing more, we're producing more market rate units without meaningfully increasing affordable housing. And if our goal is truly to meet RHNA and avoid builder's remedy in a way that serves Santa Monica residents, we have to align our policies with both the letter and the spirit of the law. And so just to ensure that they deliver real affordability, not just opportunities for speculative profit. And I don't know if you have any comments about HCD, or you can publicly state what HCD has said when they contacted the city in regards to owner occupancy.
Yeah, I can comment that, tonight's item is just the resolution of intention to start this process, as you correctly said, that we will be going to Planning Commission and back to council to, further review these items. Our conversations with HCD have been very preliminary and informal, where they were just bringing up concerns that they've noticed on our local implementation. There's been no formal direction from them, but it is something we are taking in this work effort.
What specifically was their concern about what we're doing?
They did bring up the owner occupancy removal and questioned, our ability to do so.
I think essentially the question that HCD was raising was a clarification between what the city's local police powers are and what is happening under SB 9. So they were asking for clarification between those two issues, and that is what this ROI would allow council and the Planning Commission to explore.
Do you guys recommend that it's safer to repeal that portion of it, that owner occupancy portion, while we go through this process?
Repeal, well, we would need to use the ROI process to repeal anyway. So this starts the zoning ordinance amendment process. So through the process, and the ROI is drafted broadly enough that it will allow the Planning Commission and the council to explore options with respect to these provisions that address small lot, well, lot splits and duplexes in parcel zoned for R1.
And owner occupancy?
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Hall?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to address some concerns that are out there in the community about my ability to vote on matters related to SB 9 and SB 1123 zoning ordinances and litigation matters regarding the cases SNACO versus City of Santa Monica and ANACO versus City of Santa Monica. These concerns are due to a total campaign contribution of $410 last year from Mr. Eric Silverberg, which was reported as required on my Form 460, as well as a fundraiser hosted at the home of Mr. Silverberg and Mr. Stephen Anderson, at which food and beverages were provided by other co-hosts, and to the best of our knowledge, the event did not exceed a total cost of $500. Mr. Anderson contributed $0 to my campaign, nor has he given me any gifts. I received no contributions from any business interest of either Mr. Anderson or Mr. Silverberg. Accordingly, both the City Attorney's Office and the State of California Fair Political Practices Commission, or FPPC, have advised that I am both under the Levine Act amount of $500 and in compliance with FPPC regulations, specifically FPPC Regulation 18215C3. Being in compliance with state campaign finance and conflict of interest laws, I am allowed to vote on tonight's agenda item 4L and these matters passed and moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Roskin?
Yeah, I'm not going to opine on the merits of this, but it is just resolution of intention. So no matter what changes we want to make, no matter what direction, as we heard from our city attorney's office, this is the first step. So I'm prepared to move the item.
Councilmember Zwick?
Well, I agree with my colleague that this is the only step to take, regardless of your opinion. I am compelled to say that there's a strange interpretation of owner occupancy that's going on where there is no requirement, owner occupancy requirement in our R1 zones to buy or sell or redevelop a single family home. There is no owner occupancy requirement in any of our zones to do anything. There is one owner occupancy requirement in regards to a state law called SB 9, but the city in its police powers has the ability to pass laws, and it can do so as it pleases. So I look forward to this process as it unfolds.
Did you want to move the item?
Happy to move the item.
Oh, you moved it and you're seconding it? So moved by Councilmember Roskin, seconded by Councilmember Zwick.
Okay. Councilmember Zernitskaya?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
Mayor Negrete?
No.
Mayor, did you want to do some agenda management this time?
Yes, if the council is amenable, I would love to do another commendation while we have photography in the room before we leave. It's somebody's last meeting here.
So are you moving to have
I'm
your mayor's
moving
moment at this time?
to do my mayor's highlight. Yes, that's what I meant to say at this time. If you guys, okay. Seconded by Councilmember Hall. All in favor?
Roll call.
Oh, sorry. We have to do a roll call. There's no money.
Because it's Barry.
Oh, Barry. Dang, Barry.
Okay, I'm sorry. Who was the first?
It was moved by the mayor,
Count-
seconded by me.
Yeah.
Councilmember Zwick? Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Councilmember Zernitskaya?
Yes.
Mayor Negrete?
Yes. Okay, so my mayor's highlight is Doug Sloan. Don't worry, I decided to do away with the 2-minute slideshow of you as a baby, but you're welcome. What I could have put up was probably 1,000 pictures of you riding a bike through the city of Santa Monica, far into Northern California. I think you went, didn't you go all the way to Mexico, or where'd you go? Canada to Mexico. A short little bike ride. How many bikes do you have?
I'm sorry?
How many bikes do you own?
I think 22 now.
22, okay. You're welcome to leave one for each. Both my bikes got stolen, so if you want to leave any behind, that'd be great. So this commendation is just a showing of our appreciation for City Attorney Doug Sloan, who's moving on to go back to Fresno, and tonight is his last meeting. So not the last of you yet, but tonight is his last official council meeting. Whereas Doug Sloan was appointed, Douglas T. Sloan, and you're gonna have to tell us what the T is after this, was appointed to City Attorney of the City of Santa Monica on June 6th, 2022, bringing to the position over 3 decades of legal experience, including 16 years of service to the city of Fresno as both assistant city attorney and city attorney. And whereas during his tenure in Santa Monica, Mr. Sloan served as chief legal advisor to the city council, city manager, and city departments, overseeing an office of more than 45 employees, including 26 attorneys, and directing outside counsel on litigation, personnel, and transactional matters. And whereas Mr. Sloan brought to Santa Monica a proven record of managing complex legal issues, large-scale transactions, and municipal operations, as well as significant expertise in economic development, real estate, eminent domain, and code enforcement. And whereas under his leadership, the city attorney's office maintained high standards of legal excellence and integrity, safeguarding the city's interests and supporting the effective delivery of public services to the Santa Monica community. And whereas beyond his professional accomplishments, Mr. Sloan is known for his personal warmth, collegiality, and adventurous spirit, including his avid cycling pursuits, most notably his solo ride from Canada to Mexico, passing through Santa Monica. And whereas on July 25th, 2025, Mr. Sloan announced his resignation effective August 31st, 2025, to accept a new professional opportunity in Central California, leaving behind a legacy of dedicated public service and professional achievement. Now, therefore, I, Lana Negrete, the Mayor of Santa Monica, on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby extend our deepest appreciation to Douglas T. Sloan for his leadership, expertise, sense of humor, and the positive impact he has made during his tenure as City Attorney, and wish him continued success and happiness in his future endeavors. And I hold here a very special coupon for you to be able to return. It's a City of Santa Monica official lunch coupon. It's valid until you forget how to spell municipal. And by the way, I can't take credit for this. This is made by Kanisha, so she takes all the credit for all of this. It's one free lunch with the mayor, no legal advice required, no memos allowed, terms subject to change pending legal review. Just kidding, you're off the hook. So I want to leave you with this, but I also just want to say you were my first city attorney hire. And I came in, there was an interim, and I have to say that your ability to wordsmith everything so someone who's not a legal head like myself could understand it, and your ability to make me feel strong in what I was doing here in council when I didn't feel like I deserved to be here oftentimes, I really appreciate it. And I'm going to miss the sense of humor that's not obvious to everyone that you have, and your ability to accept my quirky sense of humor as well. So you will be missed, but you said you're not changing your phone number, otherwise you can't use this coupon. So thank you. We also have something here for you, and we'd like to take a photo with you. This is an orchid.
Thank you.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, I have to.
I think he's going to say a few words.
Okay.
Well, Mayor, Council, thank you. I don't know if you, growing up here, you realize how special Santa Monica is. But for 3 years, I've been able to live on the beach and walk 3 blocks to work. That's been an absolute joy. And you don't realize how special that is until you weren't here. What I've really appreciated most, though, is the ability to work with this council, the former council, and with the professionalism, the integrity, and the sense of public service that you all have. That's been a joy to work with you all over this last 3 years, so I thank you.
Thank you for your service to Santa Monica. We will miss you, and we hope you ride your bike past through the other direction. All right, can we take a photo? Here's your official commendation. You can hold that. I'll put this here.
I knew it. Did you not see me bounce back? It's a tag. Just a little bit, 2 steps forward. Well, it's late, you know, we got the shadows now. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3.
Thank you.
You already come in here? Former councilman. Oh, the whole, yeah, the city attorney's office?
Whatever you just did, when I wasn't looking.
Moving on to closed session, item 5A, existing litigation, Pico Neighborhood Association and Maria Loya versus the city. Item 5B, existing litigation, Diane Burnett versus the city. And item 5C, public employee appointment, city attorney, interim city attorney. That's it.
Well, city attorney, for the last time,
Well-
Mr. Douglas Taft, when will we be back?
90 minutes was predicted, so that would be 8:30, but it could be shorter.
So we'll be back
We can always
no,
come back sooner, but
yeah, we'll be back
8:20?
no sooner than 8:20, correct?
correct.
That's how that works, yeah. All right, we'll see you no sooner than 8:20. Okay, welcome back. So sorry that that took so long, and I will not be playing the guitar. But do we have anything to report out, City Attorney?
All matters were heard, and there is nothing to report out.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Given the late hour, we'll make this a fairly quick report, but just wanted to first let the mayor and city council know, thank you so much for the support and warm welcome you've given me the first month I've been with the city. I still can't believe I'm in Santa Monica every day. What a privilege it is, and just looking forward to continuing to doing all the work that we're engaged in moving forward. A couple of quick updates for the council and the community. First, I remember when school started after Labor Day. That is not how life works anymore. School starts in August, and back to school is now upon us. I think the council knows Pali High is welcoming their students back tomorrow, and all of our Samo High students begin school next Thursday. Want to make sure that we let everyone know, check out our latest blog posts from our Department of Transportation for tips on how to get to school safely. But even though school is starting, it's still summer at this point. We still have endless amounts of summer fun here in the city. Wanted to remind everyone we've got a Gather and Grow event this Saturday, August 16th at Reed Park from 4 to 7. We will have the famous String Theory out playing a ukulele strum-along, which I hope everyone comes out to enjoy. We've also got events coming up at the Annenberg Community Beach House on August 22nd. It's an adults-only sunset swim from 6 to 9 p.m. Hopefully folks will come out, swim, make some new friends, and have a great time out at the beach. The Pacific Opera Project, Masanga Marimba, and Bubble Mania and Company will also be performing in Tongva Park on August 23rd as part of our Endless Summer Camp from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Hope folks will be able to check that out. Lastly, we've got a ton of great events at our spectacular library system for all ages, folks that have all different kinds of interests. Our next upcoming event is part of our summer film series. We'll be screening the movie Sing Sing on August 16th. I just wanted to remind everyone, you can find all of our events at one place on our website, santamonica.gov/events. Lastly, tonight's adoptable pet, a lovely 1-year-old black tricolored German Shepherd named Marshmallow. I know somebody wants to take Marshmallow home. Make Marshmallow part of your family. She is sweet, she is playful, she is energetic, and once she gets to know you, she is going to be the love of your life. Please visit our animal shelter if you're interested in meeting her and taking her home. We think she'll be a terrific addition to your family. As always, you can visit the Santa Monica Animal Shelter Foundation website anytime for more information, or if you're interested in making a donation or to shop the Chewy wish list. With that, Madam Mayor, we'll turn the meeting back to you.
Thank you. I think next, I already did my mayor's highlight, and so any travel announcements?
Yeah, does council have anything to report on travel since our last meeting? Hearing none, we'll now move on to public input on remaining agenda items. Public comment is permitted on ordinances for introduction and first reading. No public discussion is permitted on ordinance for second reading and adoption. Public input for 12 items will be heard at the time when the public hearing is called. And it looks like we have 38 speakers in the queue, although I know some of those are duplicative, but it looks like we have about over 25 speakers present.
Okay. Are we enacting the 1-minute rule? Is that the point?
That's the rule.
That's the rule. I just want to make sure that we've got, because you said it's duplicative. I have Harvey Etter twice, and I don't see him. Oh, there he is. Hi, Harvey. Denise Barton twice. I also.
Teresa Clark is in there 3 times.
Jerry Rubin's crossed out.
He's left.
Okay. But there's still over 25?
Well, I mean, based on in the room, we'd have to count I think there's people who have left. I don't think there's actually.
I just didn't want to cut people off if in fact.
Understood, but.
How do we negotiate this, council, if we've got? Okay, So because we have the rule, if there's more than 25 speakers signed up, the time gets reduced to a minute. Even though I feel like a lot of people have left, that is the rule. It's based on signups. So with that, I'm going to call the first few names. Alex Aldana, Sam Shapiro-Klein, Tim Oakes, and Rhea Brower.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Actually, before they speak, there is a student on the list, Maddie Fuchs Lynch. Yep, he's back there. You get to speak first.
Okay. The other folks can still come up and we'll have our students speak first.
All right. So policies like the Offsite Affordable Housing Ordinance are the kinds of policies that get sorely needed housing built. These are the policies that make a housing project pencil in for developers. Without developers, we're left with vacant lots, which we've got a whole lot of in our city. It's true that developers will not build 100% affordable housing, but nobody else will build any housing at all. The math is simple on this one. If you build 0 new units of housing, how many new units of affordable housing do you get? 0. It's imperative that we make it feasible for developers to build housing in Santa Monica. We badly need it for our workers who can't afford to live here, for our seniors who want to age in place in a home that fits, and for young people like me who will be priced out of their own cities. It's time to make it possible to build in Santa Monica. Please support the Off-Site Affordable Housing Ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Alex Aldana.
And just a reminder to all our speakers, if you could please state for the record which item you're speaking on.
Thank you. Can you all hear me?
Yeah.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Alex Aldana. I am the Executive Director of the Pico Youth and Family Center. I am also one of the organizers of the Santa Monica Classic Car Show on the Pier. I would like to thank Mayor Negrete and Councilmember Raskin for bringing item 16F forward. I'm here today to encourage all of you to support the kickoff of Latino Heritage festivities. Hold on 1 second. By approving city sponsorship of the 5th annual Santa Monica Classic Car Show on the Pier, through the waiving of city fees and the use of the pier. Additionally, I would like to request allocating up to $7,000 to provide a proper stage, sound, and live performances, including mariachi, ballet folklorico, live bands, and DJs. This support has been granted and has sustained our events over the last 5 years.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sam Shapiro-Klein.
Mayor, council members, I'm speaking in support of item 10B. This ordinance is likely to produce in excess of 1,000 units of housing and 100 affordable units, and potentially as many as 4,000 units of housing. If we want to address our housing crisis, this is how we start. We do things that lead to units being built today. And that is why it's so imperative to move forward with this without delay. There is a consideration of whether through further analysis, further process, we might be able to optimize this program in some way. And I want to really emphasize that there is a risk associated with that. And this is an incredibly good program as written that should be passed because it will get housing built and it will get affordable housing built. And so I would set aside concerns and move forward now. Thank you.
Thank you. Tim Oakes. After Mr. Oakes, I have Rhea Brower, then Tiffany Kaiser, and Denise Barton.
Ray and Tiffany are not here, by the way, so.
Okay.
My name is Tim Oakes. I am the COO of Hot 8 Yoga. We've been here in Santa Monica for 15 years. It was our very first location we opened. We're now at 15 locations across LA, New York, and San Francisco, and we're very proud of that. Our Santa Monica studio has been struggling since the Palisades fires. We're down 30% year over year, something that none of our other studios have experienced. In fact, every other Hot at Yoga is up about 20% year over year. I'm speaking about item 11A, the parking measure, which is really going to impact our business. We've enjoyed 90-minute complimentary parking for our students for the past 15 years. We've weathered a pandemic. We've weathered the Palisades fire. We have weathered, crime going up in the city. We got broken into this year, and we still are in Santa Monica, and we want to stay in Santa Monica. Propose a validation potential for businesses.
Thank you, Mr. Oaks. Sorry, I know the 1 minute is. Thank you.
Is there a way
You can submit. Do you have any comments you want to? Did you have anything in writing you wanted to leave with the clerk?
Sure.
Yeah. And then you can also email us after, but when there's over 25 speakers, everyone gets reduced to a minute. Yeah.
It's just very important to us.
I hear you. Thank you.
Do you have our emails?
Do you have our emails?
No.
If you go on the city website right now, she can give you can email us right now. Oh, well, you could go on santamonica.gov and it has all our listed emails. Denise Spartan, and then after Miss Spartan, I have Kyle Dries, Teresa Clark, and Carl Hansen.
Good evening. On item 10B, if the city's current position of offsite affordable housing is to promote economic integration throughout the community, would this action to help developers go against your equity plan? And through this action, are you removing the affordable housing units to be built before the market rate units? I thought that was done to make sure the affordable housing were built. Or would this action be just to trigger and activate the builder's remedy because the city is out of compliance? Next, item 11A. Why was there no link to the CCC contract so the public could see the requirements for senior and disabled parking? Or what about the seniors who use the SMC's Emirates program? Or what about you're trying to apply loose to the parking structures when it's not applied to development or making it easier for residents to shop locally? Or with all the residents you've allowed, what about the negative effect it will have on them regarding to-go orders? Finally, with not enough police to have a safe city, why would you be doing more things to push patrons away from downtown? Thank you.
Thank you. Kyle Dries, not here. Teresa Clark.
Good evening, I'm Teresa Clark. I'm speaking on item number 16C. My name is Teresa Clark. I am one of the applicants for the vacancy on the Disabilities Commission. I got my start with the City of Chicago as an attorney law clerk in the Building Code Enforcement Division. I then went on to the Social Security Administration where I learned to help people with disabilities. I have a disability myself, so I got a $10,000 grant from the Department of Vocational Rehabilitation. I hung out my own shingle. I have one employee, and I help people with disabilities. And I am seeking the appointment so that I can be on a team. I'm not about my own ideas and grandstanding. I would just like to serve the city, make it a better place for those with disabilities. And I want to thank you all for your legacy of service to the city and thank my family.
Thank you. Carl Hansen. And after Mr. Hansen, I have Zenon Crow, John Prindle, and Connor Webb.
Good evening, Mayor Negretti and council members. Carl Hansen, resident of Santa Monica and co-chair of Santa Monica Forward. Thought I'd start with a little story. Imagine the cost of growing food has become prohibitively high to the point where food shortage has set in and more people are starving, going foodless. Even those of middle incomes, teachers, police officers, nurses, are spending the bulk of their income on food costs. Leading agriculture experts assert that if more food is produced, the cost of food will go down. Go figure. The city then wisely directs the city staff to hire an expert agricultural consultant and come back with a plan to make the cost of farming work so enough food will be produced. The city creates that plan. The farmers review it and agree, this will work. The food we need will be produced. The extra extra money will flow in to provide food for the most needy. Some say stop though. They say, shouldn't we wait and see if we can come up with a more perfect plan?
Thank you. Zenon Olyet Crow.
Hello, Council. My name is Zenon Olyet Crow. I am a recent college graduate and work for the Abundance chapter, Santa Monica chapter of Abundance Network. I strongly support item 10B, allowing for affordable housing to be built in lieu off-site. When we talk about the state of building housing in Santa Monica, the stakes of the policy are having something over the enemy of nothing. We continue to see the rents rise and rise for all Santa Monicans because without this change, nothing is being built. And I saw some written comments talk about this policy would be a new form of redlining within the city, but the harsh reality is that by making it financially impossible to build any housing in Santa Monica, we're effectively redlining the entire city off from any new residents. Thank you.
John Brindle.
I'm here to speak on 10B. Housing is only useful when it exists. Knowing all of you, I understand that the choice before you is housing now or housing eventually. Eventually can be measured in Santa Monica. We know the unit of measure is decades. We need tangible outcomes because the rent is too damn high. I ask you to think of Unite Here, Santa Monica Forward, all the kids who can't live in the community they've grown up in because of those high rents. Build affordable housing and anywhere and they will come. Where will the off-site housing get built? I choose to live in Ocean Park where all races and classes live in close proximity. It's not scary. Talk of segregation is simply a stall tactic. Please approve item 10B. We need the housing. Thank you.
Connor Webb, and before Mr. Webb begins, I have Pam O'Connor, Brad Ewing, and Colin Meduzia.
Evening, Council. My name is Connor Webb. I'm speaking in support of 10B and 11A. Despite the housing crisis that is absolutely an emergency, housing projects in Santa Monica are on ice. We have thousands of units approved, including hundreds of affordable units that just aren't feasible in the current economic climate. This ordinance is one of the most important things this council can do to move forward on housing and do it quickly. Make no mistake, without any new housing built, we get zero affordable units anywhere. By voting yes, you will help move thousands of market rate and hundreds of affordable units towards construction. For 11A, I strongly support the right pricing of parking. First of all, we need to at least be raising prices with the Consumer Price Index. Appropriately charging for parking can encourage additional turnover and make sure spots are available for patrons, ultimately increasing the number of customers.
Thank you. Pam O'Connor.
Hello, City Council. I urge you to vote yes on 10B. It's a pilot of limited duration and limited to projects that meet specific criteria. It's been carefully crafted to get affordable homes for people and families built. A vote to delay or an outright no vote on this will continue the failed business as usual agenda of scarcity. So I urge you to vote yes for positive action to get homes for people and families built. Thank you.
Thank you. Brad Ewing.
Good evening, Mayor Negretti and Council. I'm here to join the chorus of support of 10B. So Co-Chair Santa Monica Ford, you've heard that before. So Santa Monica's housing production is dead in the water. This year, we have not seen a single project utilizing our inclusionary ordinance break ground. Housing delayed is housing denied. Current market conditions have inhibited new construction, and unfortunately, with the threat of additional tariffs and economic uncertainty on the horizon, we may very well lose our chance to get these homes built. Before us is the opportunity to unblock the construction of thousands of homes, hundreds of them deed-restricted affordable for lower-income residents. Let's say yes to new homes and tackle the housing shortage head-on. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And then Colin Meduzia. Before Mr. Meduzia begins, I'm going to call a few more names. Harvey Eder, Josh, Deanna Answorth, and Heather Thomason.
Although I support affordable housing, 10B doesn't really promote affordable housing. It supports 4L. I came here planning to talk about my concerns about transparency and due process, particularly as it relates to the guise of zoning emergencies. My concerns were confirmed when earlier a council member stated, "The council passes laws as it pleases." I have to say, that is deeply concerning. Our municipal code, our zoning code, and case law, such as Village of Euclid versus Ambler Realty and Nectow versus City of Cambridge, make clear zoning decisions must be grounded in public health, safety, and welfare, not personal preferences or political expedience. When a council acts as it pleases, it disregards the due process that gives legitimacy to its decisions, public notice, meaningful hearings, and reasonable justification. Without these safeguards, residents lose trust, neighborhoods lose stability, and the city risks legal challenges for passing arbitrary or questionable preferential zoning laws.
Thank you. Harvey Eder.
I wanted to talk on equity. My name's Harvey. I'm going to talk about myself, Public Solar Power Coalition, etc. This is a violation of the Brown Act. This equity thing has to have a presentation. It's the first. Okay, but on this, I want to incorporate my comments made previously and last week into the housing group, and that these tax credits are around. And there's basically there's no mention of that in the process of incorporating the articles and whatnot. We want home ownership, okay? Not small places and this and that. We're not gonna live in closets. This is California, this ain't New York. And those credits and the free market did not work. These guys are saying they can't make money, only build rich stuff. To hell with that. We can do it ourselves. And we need to do it now, and we need to be tough about it. And we need to set example for the rest of the county here and stuff. This stuff is going on thousands of places around the country and ignored in California. Did 6 units in San Francisco, a couple dozen down here. It's outrageous.
Thank you. Josh, Deanna Answorth.
Thank you. I'm Deanna Ainsworth. I'm the Director of Yoga Education from Hot 8 Yoga. We've been here for 15 years in Santa Monica. We've seen many businesses, even Equinox is moving across the street from us, Orange Theory is closing down, and how much recently it's impacted our whole area. We are more than just a yoga studio. We're about grit, growth, and community, and I want to give a small example of growth in our studio. We had a student who came in, was a cleaner. She went on to do a 200-hour teacher training. She went on to create in inner city youth a nonprofit organization to bring yoga into KIPP schools. And so to see someone come in from a beginning level position and move up and take an outreach outside of the studio into LA, it's just been an incredible journey, and I want to support our students and our staff to be able to have free parking on 11A, to be able to, we have 85.
Oh, thank you. Heather Thomason, and before Ms. Thomason begins, I'm going to call a few more names. B. Barbara Padilla, Syria Body Rock, I can't read the rest of it. Jonah Breslau and Richard Deum.
Yes. Good evening, Heather Thomason again. I sent this comment in, but I think it's really important to read this out loud and for people to hear more about what is going on in our city right now. So speaking on 10B, I urge you guys to reject this ordinance. It started as a noble idea to preserve places like the Virginia Avenue Apartments, but has morphed into a policy that masquerades as affordable housing while undermining it. This proposal is fundamentally backwards. It allows developers to pay a fee instead of building affordable units, yet still receive the entirety of the state's astonishing and excessive density bonuses as if they had built them. The result, entirely market rate towers with even lower, 0 affordable housing percentages than current requirements. The math is damning. Staff admits that this will likely produce fewer affordable units, with construction potentially delayed up to 5 years, meaning these units may not even count toward our RHNA obligations. This creates the very segregation you claim to oppose.
Thank you. B. Barbara Padilla.
Hello, everybody. Good evening, Council. My name is B. Barbara Padilla, and I'm a steering committee member of the 19th Street Community Farm and Wellness Garden, and a member of the city's Land Back and Reparations Education Events Subcommittee. I'm here tonight to express my support on item 8A, the citywide equity plan. I've shared with you before that my family's been in Santa Monica's Pico neighborhood for 3 and 4 generations, from Tepatitlán, Jalisco, Mexico, and I'm also a grandchild of Mexican farm workers. I just got back from UC Santa Cruz Agroecology Intensive, where we visited community gardens and farms like the Esperanza Farm in Watsonville that prioritizes equity, food justice, and access to organic food for undocumented immigrant low-income families of color and provide economic opportunities and tools for marginalized farm workers. I would love to see our farm in the Pico neighborhood embody a similar value and practice and provide a space for our communities to make these larger systemic connections. Also, would like to make a public recommendation that for the future and for our current community projects, such as the 19th Street Farm and City Land Back and Reparations Task Force that are led by.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. The next name is Syria Body Rock. Okay, Jonah Brislau. And after Mr. Brislau, I have Richard Daum, Denny Zane, and Mike Soloff.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Jonah Breslau here on behalf of Unite Here Local 11 regarding item 10A. We believe that cities should maintain their discretion to regulate hotel development and require discretionary permits such as CUPs. The interim and permanent zoning for the promenade both appear to allow hotels by right without a public hearing on the promenade and on the promenade only. All other zones in the city require a CUP. We urge you to change this anomaly and ensure that hotels require CUP on the promenade as well. It just does not make sense for hotels to be allowed without any debate or discussion anywhere in the city, but especially on the promenade. Hotels can be particularly intensive uses on the environment and the community. That the community can weigh in and speak about hotel development in public hearings is essential to creating high-quality hotel developments like the ones that have helped shape Santa Monica. That is what we need to revitalize the promenade. Please.
Thank you. Thank you. Richard Daum, Denny Zane.
Is it on? Yeah. Council members, I'm Denny Zane, co-chair of Santa Monica and Renters' Rights. I want to welcome our new city manager. Look forward to meeting and urge the council not to proceed substantively with this, but rather give direction to staff. These are very consequential issues, very controversial issues in our community, and there has not been nearly enough public exposure or public participation in the discussion about this.
Denny, what item are you talking about? Sorry.
10B.
Okay.
In addition, the direction initially was that we were to develop a pilot program. I'm sorry, I think that all 4,000 units that have been approved participating in this is not a pilot program. There is no opportunity then to review and craft these procedures and directions properly going forward. You should take a limited number, 500 or so units. I would propose that you might even limit it to the downtown area because that's where you have the least impact on neighborhoods and the greatest.
Thank you. Mike Soloff?
$10B, SMER for 45 years has been the leading cause of there being affordable housing in the city of Santa Monica. We have over 4,500 units, inclusionary zoning. We and I personally have been principally responsible for getting money to actually help tenants and create affordable housing. We supported the idea of this coming forward. We said, please make it public so that people can weigh in on it. We're met instead with 5 days notice about what's in there, and now being told that apparently to allow people to actually comment on this in a meaningful way is destroying affordable housing in Santa Monica. We stand ready, willing, and able, if there's some reasonable, meaningful time frame, to help make this vetted and improved ordinance. If the city's willing to do that, we will participate. If not, we'll address that with the people of Santa Monica. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, I have Sonia Sultan, and then after that, I've got Paula Larmore, Corey Smith, Robbie Jones, and Dave Rand.
Hi, I'm also speaking on 10B on behalf of SMER, which has been the main advocate for affordable housing in Santa Monica for a very long time and continues to be. SMER strongly believes in sound public policy making, and we are dismayed that such a massive proposal would be put forth on such short notice to the public and to the council. We also believe a true pilot program would be much more limited. We urge you to postpone any decision-making for at least 30 days to allow the proposed ordinance to be fully vetted and revised to better meet the needs of the various stakeholders, chief among them the people who live and work in Santa Monica. Thank you.
Thank you. Paula Larmore.
Paula Larmore, Harding Larmore, Kutcher and Kozel. I'm speaking in support of item 10B, the pilot program to try to stimulate housing on sites that are already entitled. The data in the staff report makes it clear that very few multifamily units are moving forward to building permitting in the current environment and given Measure GS. Continued failure to produce new multifamily housing will have impacts for generations to come. Importantly, you received letters from a wide range of nonprofit affordable housing developers about the benefits this program could provide for their ability to deliver more housing, more affordable housing. 1626 Lincoln is a great example of how land and money from a market rate development was leveraged to develop more affordable housing that would have been provided, much more on site. As a practitioner, I have one request for the ordinance. It has a date of December 31, 2026. If you wanted.
Thank you. Corey Smith. After Mr. Smith, I have Robbie Jones and Dave Rand.
Good evening, council members. Corey Smith. I'm the executive director of the Housing Action Coalition. We are a statewide housing advocacy organization that represents everything from homeless housing providers, traditional nonprofit affordable developers, and market rate builders, sort of the all of the above strategy. What you have in front of you is a, frankly, common sense solution to get housing built, if that is the goal. Our organization actually helped craft the first inclusionary housing ordinance more than 20 years ago up in Northern California, and the goal has always been to maximize the production of housing at all income levels. What you have here is, quite frankly, a tested and sort of known tactics that will result in more housing and more affordable housing. There's absolutely no question about that. If you want to get shovels in the ground, you pass this ordinance as soon as possible, and if you don't, you don't. That's your prerogative. But this is a well-known thing. This isn't rocket science. This will help get housing built. Please approve it.
Thank you. Robbie Jones.
Good evening. I love this city. I've been here a long time, have long roots. I've been this microphone many times speaking of it, but I've been here speaking of all the inequities, all of the just things in my community that community members come to me about. Too many gaps, too many opportunity gaps. I'm here to speak to 8A. The equity plan, you gotta do it, guys. You gotta put money towards it. It's not gonna work if you don't. We all know that we put money where, well, you know, that's another little saying, but you put your money where your mouth is, I guess. I don't know. But I think you really put your money into this equity plan and you will see some changes. You've got a great team here to make it happen, but if they don't have the money, they can't, there's not much you can do, and it just kind of looks silly. You know, it looks fake. It looks like, you know, the community just doesn't believe it, so.
Thank you. Dave Rand.
Good evening, Council. Dave Rand here to support 10B. I'm a very frustrated land use attorney. Why? Because I've entitled over 20 projects in the city with 6 different developers. They're all different sizes, densities, heights, architecture, variety of housing projects. They have one thing in common. They're all stuck. They're all stalled. None of them are going anywhere. They're all units on paper, no actual homes. Tonight, there's a solution in front of you that will unlock those units. The 4 largest West Side nonprofit developers, the market rate developers who have entitled units, who have invested in the city, have come together and said, this is what will get it done. If you vote for this tonight, you'll get the market rate projects. You'll get the affordable units, leveraging federal tax dollars. And you'll get projects that will turn over in a couple of years, generating hundreds of thousands of dollars of GS proceeds. That is exactly what you want. Don't be a city that just produces units on paper. Be a city that actually produces homes. This is the most important housing vote you will take. You're 4 years on the council. Please don't delay.
Thank you.
Act this time. Thank you.
And that
Madam
can-
Mayor, we do have one phone caller.
Okay.
Edgar, you can let in the phone calls.
Good evening, council members. Our last phone caller for the night is Ms. Croner. Ms. Croner, just a reminder, you do have 1 minute. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
It worked earlier, I swear.
Sorry about that. It was working earlier. I'm not sure what's happening.
Ms. Croner, please press *6.
We can't unmute her, I assume.
No, we tested it during closed session. It worked just fine, so I don't know what the issue is now.
Yeah, I know she had written public. Edgar, are you still trying to get Ms. Croner on the phone?
Yes, we're still waiting for her to press *6, or maybe she's muted on her phone. I'm not sure
Okay.
what's happening.
Unfortunately, we do have to move it along, so.
Okay. I don't know what the process is for how long we wait, but. Ms. Thomason is saying she can read it again.
You have it in writing?
Is the council amenable to allow Ms. Thomason to read Ms. Croner's comments again? Do we need to do a roll call for that?
We need a motion and a second if that's the case.
Move suspension of rules to allow Ms. Thompson to address or present Ms. Croner's remarks.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Hall, seconded by Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Councilmember Zwick? Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Councilmember Zernitskaya?
Yes.
Mayor Potem Terosas?
Yes.
Mayor Negrete?
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Thompson.
Working for her? Okay, this is for Karen Croner. This is for 10B. Off-site low-income housing, I'm confused. How is that not segregation? People in off-site units don't get to enjoy the pools, roof deck, gardens, the amenities of the market rate building. Why don't they deserve that? And worse, market rate developers don't even have to build those affordable units for 5 years. 5 years, that's the fact. Read yesterday's SF Chronicle, other cities requiring a much higher percentage of affordable units than us. It's an incredibly inspiring list. I've read the actual report from the Planning Commission where it is stated that asking for more than 15% might make it difficult to find investors. Nowhere does it say it will definitely make it difficult. You have built 300% of you've entitled required market rate housing, and as proven by Lana, who really knows rents are not going down, because that's not how it works at Santa Monica. You're making it harder for low-income renters. I'm thrilled SMER is against this. Reach out to the right developers who can make it work. Few people voted in the last election. You don't have a mandate. The voters.
Thank you.
That concludes public input for this evening.
Okay.
We'll now move on to item 8A, approval of citywide equity plan.
Manager, and I don't think, oh, there it's on, great. Tonight, I'm pleased to be here to present the city's equity plan for council's consideration. Driven by council's direction to address, not just direction, but commitment to address racial equity and social justice in Santa Monica. Our small but mighty city equity team, equity and inclusion team of Lisa Parson, Delana Benacama, and David Gardnier have been hard at work among the community and across all our departments, identifying ways to close the gaps in health, wealth, and opportunity experienced by historically marginalized and underserved groups. And we have work to do. And as you heard, trust to rebuild through significant efforts like reparations, but in more subtle ways also, like acknowledging there are more than two genders in our computer systems. To move the city in this direction, our departments have undertaken an examination of their policies and programs supported by each department's equity and inclusion officer, as well as our equity team. From these efforts, the equity team has implemented our language access policy, a training and mentorship program. Just this year has coordinated across the departments, in particular with Housing and Human Services, to respond to attacks on our immigrant community, and are now staffing the Land Back and Reparations Task Force, among many other initiatives. The culmination of this work and community input informs the equity plan before you tonight. The plan is at its core a work plan for immediate and near-term actions to continue the work the city is doing to adapt city services and rebuild trust in the community, which is understandably fragile and eroding in light of recent events. This plan is not, however, a comprehensive roadmap to close the gaps we have because we have foundational work to do, much of which is captured in the plan before you tonight. And as articulated in the staff report, this plan is both a guide for our work and a living document. And in that spirit, we will be here to support you as you take up this item tonight. And now I'll turn it over to Lisa.
Thank you, Christopher, and good evening, everyone. We're very happy to be here and back before you. As you know, I'm Lisa Parson, the Equity Inclusion Manager for the city, and I'm joined by Delana Benacama and David Gardnier, who will be speaking to you as well. Tonight, the agenda is here, but I'm not gonna read it. We're gonna go over why we made the plan, what we're working through, the shape of the plan, give you an overview of the projects in it, and just talk about what's to come. So what is the plan? This is the city's first attempt at making a citywide equity plan, and the reason why we say that is because we have been working on equity for quite some time. We've had different structures of working on equity for the last 5 years. It started with a couple people. The couple people would be me and her in 2020. We then created a cohort of people to get training in racial equity specifically for people working in local government. That was an approach that lasted for about 2 to 3 years, going through the Government Alliance on Race and Equity. We then created a formal committee, the Racial Equity Committee, that's staffed by representatives from each department to advance small-scale projects. All of these are things that people were doing in addition to their main job. So equity for a long time was just a side project that people were doing in addition to their full-time work, right? A lot of our big equity projects, the Right to Return Housing Program was a big attempt. We did that on our lunch breaks and things like that. Just, we believed in it, and so we really wanted to try to advance things however we could. This is the first time where we've been able to go to all of our departments and say, hey, we really, really need everybody's to move this forward, right? 3 people cannot fully advance equity for a city. We can do a lot, and we are doing a lot, and we'll continue. But this is something that really, if a city wants to make equity a core value, it takes every department to do it in a meaningful way. This plan was created to build a really strong foundation that will equip the city to meaningfully apply equity as a core value in every city department. They won't like when I say this, but my dream is that cities don't need an equity team. My dream is that every department understands this and holds it so deeply that you don't need specialists, right? This is something that everybody should just be applying to their work. But it's a transition process to get there, and I think Santa Monica is really in the beginning of that transition process. And I think this is a really great step forward towards putting us out of work. Just kidding. But right now, we are really focused on building equity both inside City Hall and out in the community. We know that we can't ask our city staff to focus on equity and build it out in the community when they see inequities in their own workplace. And so that is why there are some staff-focused initiatives inside this plan as well. But this is a 5-year work plan that goes through 2030. It is iterative. Many of these things will be done by the end of the year. From the time that we started working on this plan, we finished things that were in this plan. We have a lot of passion for this work, and so we're moving as absolutely fast as we can. And we will absolutely be open to adding things to this plan as we go, because we are really working as hard as we can to advance this as quickly as we can, doing it at a high quality level. So as I said, this plan responds to community and staff feedback. We are also advancing equity in quite challenging times. The city itself has limited resources due to financial constraints. Our departments are operating with fewer staff than they had prior to 2020. On the federal level, we are obviously in an adversarial political environment. I think that's a good way to frame it. And so a lot of what you'll see in this plan are focused, manageable initiatives that work with our existing capacity and resources. The team is not super fans of focused, manageable things, right? We have great passion for equity, and we really want to do really big things. And so we will continue also to be seeking additional funding through foundations and other places where we can get grant funding to really scale up the things that we're able to do. But a lack of funding doesn't mean a lack of progress. And so we really work with our departments to figure out what can we do with what we have. Like, there's no reason to say no, there's a reason to figure out what can we do. So that's what this plan represents. When we transitioned equity from a strategic priority to a core value, we really thought about how do we communicate that to our departments, and how do we communicate that to our community? And I think one of the things that's really tricky is a lot of times people see equity as quote unquote extra work, right? We got mostly positive emails, but sure, we got a few emails that were like, we just don't have time for this, or we don't have money for this, right? This is that. They're the same, right? And so, for example, when we have a priority of clean streets and safe neighborhoods, we had community members saying, please make sure that the public works responses are equally dispersed across the city, because not everybody has the same ability to call. We're at work or we're here, we don't have the ability to get all of our neighbors to call public works all day. So if you do it based off of number of calls, you're gonna get a certain number of people who are always gonna be prioritized, right? It's the same priority. It's just making sure you're putting an equity lens on that. For economic opportunity and growth, another huge priority for the city. What we heard from a lot of people was, please expand our mindset to offer more low barrier to entry economic pathways to people beyond street vending, right? There's people who want economic opportunity and growth for themselves, and they sort of are seeing themselves left out of our vision for it. And that's because we're sort of missing a little bit of an equity lens. When we go and we say, like, we need to build and we need more businesses, we need to make sure that we're being inclusive in how we're looking at that. The same for affordable living, the livable, secure housing for all, right? People said, this wasn't even create new housing for communities of color. This was please do better outreach in our communities so we know about the opportunities, right? This was offer assistance with documentation for seniors and the disabled. So I just think it's really important, because this is a common thing with equity where people see it as an extra thing, to remember, like, as we call this a value, it's right a lot, it goes hand in hand with our priorities. It's not separate. It's just making sure that people are really being included in our strategic priorities. So I really support it being a core value, because again, that's how I think it should be seen. I think it should just be represented in everything that everybody's doing. So we'll now transfer it over to David Garnier to talk about our community and our community engagement.
Thank you so much. Like Lisa said, an equity plan is nothing without the ideas of the community to drive it. And so I just wanted to talk briefly about what this community is. I think outside of Santa Monica and LA County, there is this perception that the city is a very homogeneous place. But we know better. And we also know that there's a lot of work ahead for us to do to not only keep the diversity that we have, but restore the communities and particularly communities of color that have been displaced by gentrification. We also have a very diverse income range here in the city, and this slide doesn't even capture the diversity we have in ability levels and items like sexuality and gender. So when we went out to talk to community, and I'm proud to say that a lot of community members engaged in this process, as Lisa mentioned, we both started with staff and with community members. And so with staff, to get their voices into this plan, we went out of our way to make sure that we were reaching staff that normally don't get opportunities to give voice to things like this. And that looks like Lisa and I waking up at 4 to meet with public works staff who normally don't get to respond to surveys because their jobs don't revolve around email. And then when it comes to community, we had many, many people who were able to contribute to this plan. And I'm really proud to say that we were able to reach a lot of communities and folks that we normally don't hear from. And we did that through allowing folks to host their own listening sessions instead of making them come to ours. And that approach turned out to be very successful. It's been replicated by many departments throughout the city now. And I'm really proud of the results that it garnered giving input to this plan. And so just a few examples of what we heard from, direct quotes that we heard from community of what their priorities were. There was a lot around mentorship, both, and the desire for intergenerational relationships. And this was both folks who wanted mentoring and folks who wanted to be mentors. We heard a lot from immigrant communities, including one community that described themselves as feeling like an island, feeling very isolated from the rest of the city. And so making sure that those communities have access to resources is very important. We'll talk about this more later, but lots about creating economic opportunities for underrepresented folks, and making sure that those opportunities are access to high-paying jobs, not just jobs that people get pigeonholed into. And so that resulted in a list of community priorities. Surprisingly, affordable housing was not the #1, although it was very, very close second. But the #1 thing that folks asked for was economic development opportunities to be able to do well for themselves and to be able to provide for their families and their communities. That obviously coupled with affordable housing makes a lot of sense so that people can stay in Santa Monica for the long run. There was a lot of concern and desire around diversity trainings for staff, and particularly for folks in leadership, to make sure that the city is operating in a culturally competent way, and also a desire for more civic engagement. And that's done in an equitable way, such as I think the way that we worked for this plan. And now with more exciting news, I'll turn it over to Delana.
Good evening. So as David mentioned, based on the community feedback that we received, our team developed 5 goals that all of the citywide equity projects will align with. So the first goal is confronting and repairing harms through truth, healing, and restorative action. And this goal is particularly important, especially for historically marginalized communities who want to move beyond symbolic gestures to tangible results. Our team convened the Land Back and Reparations Task Force that's been meeting for the past few months, and they're in the process of creating a harms report that will inform recommendations regarding reparations and land back. And they plan to present to you in December on that report. Another example of how we are fulfilling this goal is the land acknowledgement statement that's being shared at all city council meetings, and our commitment to uplifting the Tongva voices in our community. The second goal is deepening trust and belonging through inclusive community engagement. For example, we're launching a Community Connectors program to forge relationships with leaders of diverse backgrounds so that we can improve our communications with them. especially since in the past we haven't had the best communications with certain marginalized communities. We're also providing an online resource hub for vulnerable communities, including our immigrant communities. And this is especially important now given our current political climate. And the third goal focuses on expanding pathways to opportunity for historically underserved communities. For example, we're administering an equity microgrant program so that we can empower people to advance equity within their own neighborhoods. Another example is that we are implementing an aging and disability plan through the departments on addressing the needs of older adults, people with disabilities, and their caregivers. Goal 4 focuses on transforming how government works to deliver more equitable results. And we'll offer bias awareness training for city staff and also for city hiring panels. And we're so excited about our continued relationship with the Human Resources Department. A few years ago, we developed DEI questions to be used on all job interviews that the department is using. And we recently provided them with a rubric so that panelists could use that to evaluate DEI responses to those questions. Another example is requiring all departments to include a snapshot of equity impact assessments for staff reports. This will allow the departments to really reflect on questions like who will be impacted by a proposed program, policy, or service, and how could we potentially mitigate any negative impacts. Also, we are looking to create a standardized identity categories for all of our city forms and surveys. Currently, data collection in the city is sporadic and inconsistent. So having the standardized identity categories will help us to better understand who we are and aren't serving. And then the last goal focuses on building a culture where equity is understood, practiced, and valued. We offer equity and bystander intervention trainings on an ongoing basis so that our staff understands how to implement equity in their work, and also so that everyone in our community understands how to stand up against hate. We also plan to roll out history tours and film screenings centered on communities of color so that everyone understands how those communities have been impacted by inequities and why our equity work is so imperative. And then finally, we will offer equity training to our council members at orientation to help them make equity-informed decisions about our city. And then the next 4 slides that I'm just going to thumb through list all the citywide projects that will be completed over the next 5 years. Okay, now I'll turn it over to Lisa.
Thanks, Delana and David. You have all that list of projects in the staff report and in the plan, so that's what we went through quickly. So our recommended actions tonight are twofold. The first is to receive and approve the citywide equity plan. The second, as Delana mentioned earlier, we would like to begin an equity microgrant program. And to do that, we need you to approve the budget amendment that transfers the remaining funds that were earmarked for equity already in the We Are Santa Monica Fund, which is now transitioning to a new format of being managed to allow us to create the Santa Monica Equity Grant Fund. Just another highlight of what's ahead this year. So these are things that will be completed this year. Well, one will probably not, hopefully. We'll have to continue for longer. The first being the continued focus on supporting immigrant and trans communities. We have been doing quite a lot of work. We have a great task force. I coordinate the task force along with Angel Villaseñor, Ana Jara, Concepcion Reichstad, and Cecilia Tovar. And we recently did, for example, a family preparedness workshop where we brought in a lawyer who brought in a team of lawyers to help heads of households do the rough work of making caretaker arrangements for who would take care of their children were the head of the household to be deported. Very painful, very difficult, but we are really making strong relationships with the wonderful community of lawyers who are there to support these people through these really difficult times. There's a lot more work to come there. We are also collaborating on finding ways to give emergency financial assistance to people in the immigrant community and so on. We also held our first partnership with the League of Women Voters to host a trans support event. Thank you to Councilmember Hall for joining us. And they were really energized by doing that and would like to do several more in different ways. So that's something that we'll continue to be working on. Should the funds be approved, we will launch our equity grant program. We have many, many people like Ms. Jones and others who have a lot to give to this community. I mean, one of the things that keeps us going, because this is not the easiest thing to focus on for a job, is that we have a lot of really strong, passionate community members who want to do this work with us, who want to help us move it forward. And we would love to be able to empower them to advance some of their own ideas for equity through these micro grants. So if we are able to launch the grant program, that would be another way to amplify what we're able to do. We will also continue to support the equity and inclusion officers to complete their department projects in December. Again, these are small scale projects, but they're happening in every department. And we convene those equity inclusion managers and provide them with training, coordination, support, oftentimes connect them to resources in other cities to help them develop things. And they will come back to you all in December to share what they've been working on. They do that every year. It's always very encouraging. And of course, our Land Back and Reparations Task Force is hard at work and has been hard at work. David's probably working them too hard. They meet probably 4 times a month minimum. And they will be back to you to give a presentation with the harms report, which is really, it's a short word for saying they have been cataloging all of the bias-focused historical events in Santa Monica. So all of the events that have really harmed communities specifically, they will come back and really be able to report back to you. So we know about Belmore Triangle, we know about the 10 freeway. They have been really digging in and researching what else it is we need to know about. Because I know when we talk about reparations, one of the big things is like, well, how many things are there gonna be, right? How many people are we talking about? This is a really great way for us to really get our arms around like, what else is there? As I think I said last time when we talked about the 10 freeway, we learned we actually displaced a whole Jewish community as well. Didn't know that. So there's a lot to learn, and that's what this great task force has been doing recently, has been really digging into that research. So they will be back to you in December 2025 to share that as well. And we are done with our talking at you, and now we would like to talk with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. And sorry that it got pushed, but glad that we're here tonight. Mayor Pro Tem Trosas.
Great. Thank you all for your work on this. I just have a few questions. So I think the plan obviously marks significant progress, but I think there are several limitations that I wanted to ask some questions about. So first of all, on the delayed timelines, some of the programs, i.e. participatory budgeting, public dashboards, immigrants' rights programming, seem to be, at least from the way I read it, postponed to 2028. If I'm reading this correctly, can you just talk about how you're going to appropriately scale up the work that you're doing and how you determine what the top priorities first were?
Sure. So the timelines were determined if it's not a project that we're in charge of exclusively. The timelines were determined by the department that owns the project. So for participatory budgeting is a great example. Finance, in that case, in order to do participatory budgeting, you need a little bit of money to give the community to program. In this case, it was just gonna be a pilot where in a lot of cities, they give the community 1% of the budget, right? A couple $100,000 to say, what is the top priority and how would you like to see this money spent? It's a step towards participatory budgeting. But given the restraints on our budgeting right now, finance felt like there was no way we could consider stepping into that at this time. And so they asked to push that timeline out to a time where we would be on stronger footing. So if there is a department-specific project with a farther out timeline, most likely it was based on their perceived capacity or resource restraints.
Okay, that's helpful. How are we going to hold departments accountable then for specific initiatives, specifically because we want to see progress.
Absolutely. And so do we. So we are going to be scaling up a tracker that'll be public facing, but we will also really need the support of all of you and our brand new city manager to help. We do plan to have regular check-ins with you all, and with the last city manager, we were able to go to the department head meeting on a semi-regular basis to do equity check-ins or equity updates and things like that. So we need to work out our formalized approach to how we're gonna measure that, keep track of how people are advancing, right? Because I know sometimes if you say, oh, I'll do it in 2028, right, then 2028 sneaks up on you, and then you're like, oh, I didn't start. So I understand your concern, and I think we need to scope out a more formalized approach to it. But we do have our eyes on, at a minimum, having a public-facing dashboard with everything that's on there, when it's supposed to be done. And I have a project management background as well, so I do have the ability to track those things and make sure there's ways to update it, but I want to make sure my approach squares with whatever the departments, however on their plates already, and how the city manager is choosing to interface with the departments to track their work. We have a citywide work plan already as well. I think these projects are intended to be folded into the larger work plan that Sergio manages, so that could be another way that we're able to keep track and check in regularly.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to see that expedited. I think saying like, oh, we might do this, we might do that, we are thinking about building this, we're thinking about building that, is not sufficient for me, as far as I'm concerned. I think, we've made an apology now several years ago. What are we doing to actually track progress in a meaningful way? I'm a little bit concerned. Given that you stated that most people asked for economic opportunity, or at least that was what one of the survey results revealed, what's the implementation plan for minority business incentives, local hire programs, local entrepreneurship opportunities, et cetera?
I think that's really doesn't sit with us, so I can't really speak to it. I will say one thing that I have had my eye on for a long time, actually, is there's an office in Richmond that's called the Office of Community Wealth Building. You're probably familiar. And so I have a relationship with them. And so we have been talking internally about potentially taking on the idea of individual economic empowerment, because I know our economic development department has so much on their plate already. And so as we roll off some of the things in this plan, that might be something that we could roll into our personal work portfolio in partnership with economic development. But right now, I couldn't put a timeline on any of those things because they just don't sit with us specifically. So I would need to talk probably with Armine and figure out how we could move that up as a priority. I'm hearing that you want it prioritized. Me too. But again, I need to be respectful of everybody else's work portfolios and priorities, and so those are things where I can't determine the timeline.
Yeah, I mean, I think what I'm hearing right here is a little bit concerning, because it sounds like what we're saying is that we want equity sprinkled on top of everything that we're doing. And equity needs to be baked in at the core of all of these programs, and it shouldn't have to take till 2028 or 2030 to come up with an implementation framework, because we should be thinking about how we're building that into everything we do. And I know we're not in comments, sorry. I actually did have a question about the Community Wealth Building Office and why specific models like that weren't replicated. Financial empowerment absolutely needs to be, whether it's a contractor that we're working with or whether it's internal to our economic development team, like that is critical. So you've answered like why that specific model wasn't replicated. It sounds like you all didn't come up with like original programming for departments not under your purview. And
it's not necessarily that. So the approach for this plan was we took community priorities, right? We got all their feedback, we organized it, we ranked it by how much in demand it was. Obviously, that was the top one. And then we really worked back and forth with departments for a significant amount of time, probably was intended to be 3 months, we extended it to 9 months. But over that 9 months, a lot of things occurred that really put additional strain on the departments, right? First, there was like, we got to cut 4% from your budgets, and that was exactly the time where we were like, what can you do? So that was not great timing. So then we extended to get through that time period. And there were just a lot of different things where I think the departments felt that they were really constrained. You know, that first slide really spoke to kind of the context of where we were working on this, right? Very constrained resources, financial pressures, reduce staff. And so we really worked to try to get meaningful commitments from departments that they would be able to do. Because for us, what's most important is that we're not making false promises to the community, right? I don't want to go and say we're going to do something and not deliver on it, because we've been really rebuilding trust with a lot of community members for a better part of a year and a half who didn't have any, right? And so where we could have come with a really big equity plan, and where the three of us super want to be doing that, I want to be somebody who delivers on what I say. And I just didn't feel like that was something I could put in a plan right now with the strain on the departments and the inability for me to deliver it on my own.
Yeah, I
It's
hear you.
tough.
I hear you. I appreciate, I don't have any more questions at this point, but yeah.
Sorry.
I'm disappointed to hear that that was the response from the departments.
Councilmember Zernitskaya.
So first, I also want to echo just a big thank you so much for all of your work on this and for making this a priority and trying to make sure that we bake equity into everything that we do rather than sprinkle it on top, even though I recognize there's a lot of challenges that we're facing. I had a couple of questions, and I can go through them goal by goal, but the first one was within this list of equity priorities that were identified by the community. There were things that were noted as they're addressed in this plan or they're not addressed in this plan. And I noticed that the controversy over the city suing LA County over the cash bail policy was something that was not addressed in this plan and would be considered for being addressed in the future. And I just wanted to clarify, why can't we address this now? I don't know if that's
Yeah. So I did share that with the city attorney's office. I don't know if they want to answer it. Again, it's like not a thing that I could do.
Okay, yeah, if it's something
think
that's
it
not
was-
able to be answered in
Right. I
open
think it was
session,
just
I'll-
considered a settled issue.
I can hear you, but the mic is not.
There was a legal challenge program, but it failed, and there was no appeal.
Okay, so it just basically, like, there's nothing we could do to address the controversy, like. Okay, understood. All right, thank you for that clarification. I mean, I hope maybe we could potentially revisit our position on cash bail, even if there's no legal means by which to make our position known. And then on goal number 1, which is confront and repair harms through truth, healing, and restorative action, I appreciate that we're recognizing, or we want to recognize, Tongva history, but you know, we read this land acknowledgement at the beginning of every meeting. How can we actually give control of at least some of this land back to the indigenous and native communities who the land belongs to? And
for sure,
I understand land. I assume land back and reparations
Yeah.
task force, but
So the task force is deeply working on that as well, but I want to just know it was never intended for that statement only to be read. That statement came with conditions from the people in the Tongva community who worked on it with us. And those conditions were tied to, it's not just about giving land back for them, right? It's also about the way that we're treating land. And so gratefully, our Public Works Department and our Parks Department is very interested and has already reached out to Curavunga Springs, which is just in West LA, about indigenous land practices and how they can start incorporating those here in Santa Monica so that they are more in alignment with indigenous land practices, which was part of how they literally said, don't do a statement if you're not gonna do something else, right? I think people really, and the same with the Black apology, I think people don't want just a statement, they want to know that you mean it. And so I can say on that, we have already started to try to make meaningful changes and will continue to. And I think there will be recommendations coming out of the Land Back and Reparations Task Force about really giving land over. But I think as far as land requests, really the land requests that I've heard from them primarily have been about give us land stewardship, right? Let us make sure that this land is being treated in the way that it was supposed to be treated all along, less so about just give us land. And so I think that's really a fruitful area that we can address, because it is really about partnership and management and not so much about, I think it's hard for us as a city to say like, we'll give them 20 acres or whatever. I think that's Doug's face. I was like, we're not doing that. But I think it's a really fruitful area because it is about, they're very thoughtful and they're very committed to land practices and how we manage land, right? At UCLA, they did the same. They gave them a large parcel of land, but giving was really letting them talk about how to treat land. They'd give classes about, right, like indigenous plants and how to raise them and all those things. So I think on that one, we're on pretty solid footing to deliver on that commitment.
Okay, fabulous. I would love to see updates about how Public Works is incorporating that into our practices.
Yeah, we took staff on a tour of Coravunga Springs, and it was actually a very fruitful tour because there were staff from many departments that reached out for their contact information to figure out how they could incorporate what they were learning that day. So sometimes these tours sound like, oh, that's like a fun little trip, but there's always a sneaky motive of ours to say like, no, they're going to learn something and then they're going to embed it. Like I said, we're trying to get everybody to take it on and really figure out that it does apply to what they do.
Yeah, I've visited Coravunga Springs. It was
Beautiful.
Yeah. So the second piece of my question on goal 1, just a quick clarification. There was something about addressing needs for rehabilitation programs and developing supportive housing for those with substance abuse issues and detox and sobering centers. Is that referring to the proposed Claire Matrix treatment facility on Pico? Or
that there was a lot of support for that. But there were also people who just wanted to see more from the city about it. I think a lot of the problems, well, I won't call it a problem. I think a lot of the opportunities that the city has is we do offer a lot of things that people want. They don't know that we offer it. So when we talk about building that online resource hub, I wanted to be clearer about it. What we want to build is something where you can go enter your specific demographics, not your specifics, right? But I am disabled. I make under this amount of money, and you can kind of get a list of all the programs that you may qualify for from the city, because it's very hard to find them right now, and you have to go and look for them one by one, which is like, that's very burdensome, and mostly people don't know what's available to them. And so we would really like, and I've seen this at Code for America conferences and other places, there is a world in which like the city could just give it to you. We don't have to make people go and fight to find all of the things that we offer. I, as a city employee, found a program the other day that I didn't know about. I've worked here 10 years. And so I think kind of reversing the way that we're providing information to people and making it like customer facing. You tell us about you and we'll tell us what you got, what we have for you would be such a leap forward. And this is kind of what I mean, right? It's not about offering all new services. We have great services, but it's making sure the people who need the services are accessing the services. We can't do that if we don't look at how we're providing things to people, and if we also don't collect the good data to know who's not accessing things.
Love that. Okay, so then moving on to goal 2, deepening trust and belonging through inclusive community engagement. You may have mentioned this, and I'm sorry if my brain had a momentary freeze. Can we also do more bystander intervention trainings?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, because I love those.
Yes.
They're honestly super helpful. And then how do you anticipate this Community Connectors program working, and what types of support are we going to put into place, or do we plan to put in place to ensure that the connectors actually have the information and the capacity to connect with our communities?
So we are going to build off of our community listening session host community to start. As David mentioned, we were like literally blown away by how many people were willing to host meetings, and they convened so many people. And the one thing I'll say, I've worked in the city for 10 years, and the biggest joy of my life was I didn't know any of them. And like everything I ever do, I know all the people who come to the meetings, right? Because I've been here a long time and I know everybody. Every picture in this presentation was community listening session pictures. They were all people we haven't met before. And so we know that we don't want to lose the connection with people who were so willing to not only apply for it, but gather people. People gather like 20, 25 people to come at youth, like all different people. We had 2 different disability meetings, senior LGBT and youth LGBT, like it was amazing. And so knowing that we have that big community of people who are connected to those communities that we don't have tight connections to, that's who we're going to first outreach to, but we'll obviously reach out beyond them. And then we are going to use some of our very small budget to provide stipends to those people. And all we ask is that they reach out to us 4 times a year to share a touch point from what they're hearing from their community. So we want to keep it a light touch, but the goal is so that we hear from things proactively, because I think as a city, we're always on our back foot, right? Like we typically hear about things when it's so bad. But ideally with this, for a very low cost, we could start hearing about things before they're awful. And that way we could say like, oh, this is an emerging issue in this community, and assist before it becomes a very big and expensive problem. So that's the goal of the Community Connectors program.
Okay, love that. And then I saw a note about an equity-focused contact list. I just wanted to get some clarification about how can we make sure that that list of people and their contact information is kept private and also not shared with entities that may want to use that list for things that we would not support?
We have a list and nobody has it.
Oh, okay, awesome. All right, love that. All right.
And whenever other departments ask for our list, we ask that they give us their stuff and we send it. We don't actually share our equity contest list currently. And we put it in our newsletter so that it's incorporated, because we think, you know, a lot of times they say like opt out, but I think you should opt in if you're getting information about something that you didn't ask for. And so we really keep our contact list tight, and then we will feature things about other programs in our dedicated newsletter rather than spread it around everywhere.
And I noticed something about providing more information in the most commonly spoken languages in Santa Monica, just out of curiosity. What are those?
So we start with Spanish, obviously, and then it's actually French. There's a lot of French people here. Amharic, there's a huge population of Amharic. There's like a pocket, but they're very dedicated. They actually very much want to be engaged with the city. Because they always track me down when I'm in the street. So really Spanish, French, Amharic, and then it really drops off there to very small percentages. But then there are some people who speak Russian and other things, but it's typically that's the language they speak at home, and they're very fluent in English. But the main translation requests we receive are really Spanish, Amharic, and then there are a lot of people who speak French.
Okay, understood. Thank you. And then on the taxpayer receipts, how do those work, and how would those serve our equity plan efforts?
So I'm glad you asked. This is like a passion project of mine for 15 years. One of the things that I see in these meetings and in other meetings is people are very passionately advocating for things with not very much information. And so I think very often people come and advocate for more funding for this or less funding for that, and they don't know how much funding is going to that thing already. The taxpayer receipt framework is made so that as an individual, you could put in, and since a lot of our taxes are California taxes, right? You could put in how much you paid in taxes, or you could just put in how much you made. It's very basic. It's always going to be an estimate. But you put in how much you made, and then it really breaks down based on our budget, which I've talked with our director of finance to make sure they would be able to do this with us. It's a partnership effort. And then you could see how much of your tax dollars went to the arts, how much of our tax dollars went to the police department, how much of your tax, you specifically, right? Because I think when you look at it as an aggregate, right, and you go, oh, the arts department gets $10 million, they should get 5, right? It sounds like so much, but as an individual, you probably paid like $25, right? And so I think just making people right-size their understanding of where their tax dollars are going really helps to have people be more informed advocates. I want everybody to advocate for what they want, but I think it's really important that people are well-informed advocates. And so I think the taxpayer receipt is a really great way for people to have it's like a really quick way to understand how government actually spends its money.
Yeah, to help contextualize. Okay, so then moving on to goal 3, and I'm going to try to go fast, sorry. I know it's late. On goal 3, there was something about financial empowerment services, and I think it was, you know, it wouldn't be able to come to fruition until 2030. But I understand that we already have a relationship with Haven, yeah, at Virginia Avenue Park, and they do financial literacy training and other types of trainings. So is there a way that we could potentially leverage that partnership to get something going before 2030?
I could go back to HHS and see if they would be able to scale up that contract. I think they're just very much at capacity. So we had found a grant opportunity actually to create a financial empowerment center. There's a lot of grant opportunities where they give you a bunch of funding to get it stood up, but then you have to eventually match that funding to keep it going. And they didn't feel at this time they would be able to do that. And so we had to, kind of decline the grant and wait. And so I could go back once, now that we're in a new fiscal year and we have a new understanding of the lay of the land, and figure out when we'd be able to potentially move that forward. But yeah, it's on the radar. It's something that I think we should have. But again, I didn't want to make a promise to the community that it didn't seem like we would be able to undertake in the near term.
Yeah, it sounds like a capacity issue.
Yeah.
What's the current status of the aging and disability plan?
I think they're coming back to you soon. They had a consultant. The consultant did a draft. They're doing community engagement right now, and I think you should be getting an update pretty soon.
Okay, cool. Moving on to goal 4, transforming how government works to deliver more equitable outcomes. I noticed there was something about a communication project for non-desk employees, and y'all mentioned that you got up at 4 a.m. to meet with public works employees. I have had to get up that early for work in the past, and not a fan. How many non-desk employees do we actually have in the city?
I don't have the numbers. City manager, do you know?
Roughly, roughly 60% of our staff, 60 to 70% work in the field or have some type of field type operational role.
Wow. Okay, 60%.
It's a lot,
So
yeah.
this is very important.
Yeah,
is
it's
what
a lot.
I'm getting from that. And then on the developing an identity-based abuse in the workplace policy, do we not already have a policy, and do we do some sort of training? Because I thought that there was a California mandated training about workplace violence and abuse.
There's a mandated policy. What we don't have is a policy for when staff are being abused by the public. And so it just the policy just varies by what each department, how they handle it, right? And so there are some departments who have a strict policy of like, if this is happening, you go and you get a supervisor and you say, I cannot speak with you anymore. And there are other departments who just like don't have that. And then there are other departments who have something else. And so we've been talking for a couple months about the fact that like public service is not supposed to be public sacrifice. You're not supposed to just be abused at work. And so we wanted to create a standard for everybody so that they all have a way to be able to say, yeah, you guys need it too. But, we all need to have a way to say, right, we've crossed a line, right? I am disengaging. And we will have to pick this up at a different time, or we need to handle this in a different way, or I need to pass this to someone else. And right now we just don't have that. It's really just kind of an intuitive department by department approach.
Understood. Thank you so much for that clarification. That helps a lot.
Yeah.
And then on implementing changes in procurement processes, I understand that we do want to make sure that the procurement processes are more equitable, more open to folks of different backgrounds. But how can we do that while ensuring that any new procurement processes don't risk being in violation of Prop 209?
Yeah, they've actually almost fully completed it already. So what they did was they had a consultant do a disparity analysis, right? Looking at all the consultants that have been partnering with the city, looking at who's not there. Then they engaged the small business community to figure out like what makes you not engage with the city? How come you don't apply for all these opportunities? And then they started revising just the simple process of engaging with the city, right? Sometimes it's not a matter of one identity versus another. It's just a simple matter of like the demographic that's well established to be prepared to submit for things. They share similar characteristics, right? And so if you just simplify the processes or lower the barriers or just don't expect people to have 20 years of experience submitting for RFPs, you will see different people submitting for the RFPs. So the focus was really on that, right? It wasn't to say, let's go find more Black businesses and get them to apply, right? That's a violation of everything in California. The idea was like, why aren't we seeing them here? Let's ask them and let's figure out what we can do to make it easier for them to be here.
Thank you. And then just hopefully this is a quick question. There was an attachment with identity categories, and I was just a little bit confused about how the disability categories were developed and if the Disabilities Commission had been able to provide input or feedback or anything on it.
They did. So we did a national horizon scan of standard disability categories. We compared them with the census. We compared them with another number of organizations. We connected with the Disability Community Resource Center that helps with employment, and then we did run them by the Disability Commission as well to try to understand what would be the best way to categorize these things. We're still working with HR to figure out how we can implement that because there's concern about, how that will be used and whether people could say, now that you have that, maybe it's discriminatory or things like that. But the idea was just it's really hard to know that our policies are working if we just say they are, right? Like I think we have a training on being inclusive for disability that we started this year, by the way. Like this is the first year that we had our team brought it in, disability inclusion training in the workplace and coworkers. So we offered the training, but I don't presume to say that because we offered the training, now we're going to do a good job of it, right? Like I think we need to have ways to check it. And so that's the goal behind those categories is to say like, well, do we have people who identify this way here, or do we have issues with people who identify this way? So the idea is to get those categories in a way that we can actually just even understand what we're doing.
Got it. And I want to make sure that I think the answer is going to be a yes, but this training and what we're doing on trying to be more inclusive of folks with disabilities, that includes invisible disabilities as well, right? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. All right, that's all my questions.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Mayor. Are we prepared for comments?
I mean, I had a couple of questions, but you had asked a lot of them. Thank you, especially about the receipts. I just, I know this is frustrating because you've already mentioned you don't have, this pot of gold, so I get that.
Okay.
Thank you. I know it takes a lot to go into the work and do the work and actually get into the community, so I appreciate that. I did want to ask though, so there was that number that was like $34,000 that you're recommending go that's left over. There was also mentioning of micro grants. Is that going to be pulled from that?
Yeah.
I mean, so these are going to be micro grants, like very
Would
micro.
love it to be bigger. If
Yes.
anybody has any money in the couch cushions, please send it our way. But that's money that was already earmarked for equity grants. And when there was a board, we had given them a funding rubric, and we had said, fund this at this amount, fund this at this amount. And those grants just weren't going out. So this is really just trying to fulfill that so that the money can go out.
Okay, and I know you mentioned, I wanted to ask about specific measurable indicators that we're going to use to evaluate whether we're addressing it, and you sort of touched on that. How often do you think the progress reports would be provided to council?
I think every 6 months.
Okay. And then my other question, because most of them have been asked, and I realize, again, you're in this wonky position, but is just how do we leverage things that don't cost money, like our library on Fairview, that's not open fully, and providing maybe that public space to facilitate public-private partnerships with organizations that would provide free career training, education, wealth management, financial literacy programs, partnering with US Bank, who has reached out to me in previous years and I've started leveraging them to help with other organizations. They took over, what's the other bank? I should know because it's my bank anyways, but US Bank took over another bank.
Okay.
And now they are looking actively to engage with partnerships in the community, small $5,000 to $10,000 grants. But I'm also thinking like leveraging their programming. And there's tons of companies that we can lean on, not just the big corporations that are here, but outside organizations. Have you guys already thought about, because when I think about like the amount of money going into the pontificating on theorizing what we could have, you know what I mean? And I don't mean that and toward, there's a lot of that happens. I think about like, wow, like what if we just took that money and wrote checks to people like going forward, or funded programs that were meaningful to set forth the right things going forward as opposed to just always looking back. So like,
Yeah,
have
no,
we-
I mean, I feel the same way about consultants. So I'm with you. On the immigration work, we've definitely talked about activating Fairview for some of the larger like workshops that we want to do. The Mexican consulate, I think you were familiar, they were talking about wanting to stand up something with a large space, and we talked about using the library for that large space.
I mean, I set that meeting up and that they are going to do that, and that's great. But I'm talking about more than just that. I'm talking about educating communities in real ways where there's certificates that are giving at them. Procurement, working with small businesses to make sure that they truly understand things that we don't have to fund. Like, are we actually talking to, I understand that sometimes procurement, that might lean on the availability of staff, but where we can afford to give a day, a quarter to educate. There's a lot of people in our community who bought trucks and are now driving over to clean up debris that I know from the Pico neighborhood, right? And they don't know how to contact people. Like literally simply things where you're working through a process to help connect people with job training, but also leveraging, like, have we contacted some of the largest job providers and banks to say, hey, what programs do you have and money? And we can give up space for free to provide some of this programming to do some of this work that we're talking about.
So we as a team haven't dipped into that because we kind of think that lands in economic development, but we would be happy to partner with economic development. One of the things that we do offer as a team of three, because we know right now everyone is stretched, is we do offer ourselves out on loan for a 4-month period to departments. And so if Armene or anybody is ever interested in taking on an idea like this, right, and they need somebody to help them look into it, we will absolutely partner with that department and say, like, we'll do it for you. Like, we're happy to help. We all have like advanced degrees and blah, blah. We can do a lot of stuff. And so if there's an interest or if you would like us to take that on, we're happy to partner with the home department and help get it started and advance it. But I think we, again, are always sensitive to how much they're already being asked to do.
Wait, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I think what I'm saying is economic development, I look to like how we grow our businesses. I'm saying for this piece of equity and sort of right sizing how we move forward. I'm more interested in how we invest now. Like, it's really hard to make up for wrongdoings. We can try our best. The best way to do it is to go forward the right way and to build generational wealth. Doesn't just mean money, it's the wealth of education and connecting, opening doors. So I'm saying, like, could you guys simply reach out to all the banks in the city, Snapchat, the biggest employers, and literally ask them, we are asking you if you have a grant program, a public-private partnership opportunity, because we do not have money, but this is what we want to do. Because all of those companies have these same needs to fill an equity gap. And so maybe working with the city together, where you guys have done all this amazing work, you can provide sort of the infrastructure and the physical space. Like, I'm just using the Fairview Library as an example. Maybe there's other spaces to actually put those things in motion, and we can kind of get around this issue of money for now.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've got our eye on grant funding. I've applied for probably 12 in the last 6 months. So it's definitely on our radar. I will always go back to there's 3 of us. And there's a lot of work. But I think if you would like us to prioritize that we could lower the priority of something else. I think it's just, there's a lot of work to be done. And so seeking out money takes a long time, right? And there's a lot of things.
Not even money, just the program.
Or the programs or the space, right? It's a lot of outreach. We did that when there was an Office of Wellbeing. We were almost entirely partnership supported by the end. We got one big grant, the city subsidized our salaries, and everything else we did was paid for by other people through partnerships because they wanted to contribute to the community. We wanted to. So I do have expertise in that as well, like making those relationships. We had them with Lyft and with other places. But it took a lot of work. We basically stopped doing our main stuff to do that. It's not as quick as it may seem. But we could certainly prioritize trying to do that because we do know resources are scarce and we want to activate some of these things faster. And so, like I said, we have been applying for grants from foundations and things like that, but we could put a tighter focus on the local business community.
Yeah, and I would even offer myself to, I'm just curious how you guys go about that. I've done some of that work from a public-private partnership and have a list, like US Bank literally comes and I connect them with the schools. So I just, in closing, I think you heard I think it's like the actionable stuff. And I think we've done like all this research and we're talking to lots of people. But I think what ends up happening is like, we talk about a plan, we make a plan, and then like the plan happens far down the road and we want to do the plan as much as possible.
So
And I
do
know
we.
you're constrained. So with that, you answered the question. I wasn't sure about that receipt thing. I felt like I had one other one that you put up there, but I think that's okay. All right, so that was all my questions, and thank you for bringing this forward. Councilmember
Before we
Hall.
move into comment, we want to make sure that Councilmember Snell didn't have any questions on this.
Oh, yeah, I was looking to see if you texted me. Councilmember Snell, did you?
No, thank you. I mean, it's late. I do have some questions with respect to some of the actionable items, but my councilmen have already answered my questions, so I'm fine with it. I'd like to move the item if there aren't any more questions.
Well, I have Councilmember Hall, I know, wants to move the item, and Councilmember Zernitski, did you have another question?
No, I just had some comments.
Okay. Did you want, Councilmember Hall?
Yeah, I'll second your motion, Councilmember Snell. So okay, I'll keep this quick. All my questions were asked. You know, I'm really interested in the Community Connectors program as a way to reach out into communities we don't traditionally hear from. You've described it as them feeding us information, but I think we're all interested in also using a program like that to feed information back into the communities.
Absolutely.
I think the centralized listing of programs that we offer makes a lot of sense. I myself find new programs that we offer every day when I'm poking around the internet on our website. Additionally, I'd add that there's a whole list of like how-to pages for the city that you find through the search function on the website, and there's not a centralized repository of how-tos. And I think that's a very easy thing that we could fix with our IT department. Like I said, I'm ready to pass this, but I will say I don't believe this goes far enough. I think there's a lot of really great stuff in here, but for the city manager, I would say that this feels very scattershot. It's a good roll-up of programs that we're currently doing and future ideas. But the miss for me here is that I don't think this meaningfully addresses financial reparations. It's really important to me that we get this Ebony Beach Club mediation done quickly, done right, because I see that as the format for potential future properties. And I'm really interested in the work you mentioned about the harms report. I find that really interesting and excited to hear about that. Last thing I would say is, as we continue to move forward with the airport closure process towards a park, I mentioned this on July 8th, I very much want to see some form of co-governance and land stewardship model with the Gabrielino Tongva that results in something like a cultural center or at a minimum a space for ceremonies and reconnection with the land. That concludes my comments. Thanks.
Councilmember Zernitski.
I will try to talk fast. So we heard from a member of the public the suggestion that for community projects like the 19th Street Farm and our city land back and reparations, they're led by city staff members, and the suggestion was that perhaps an external third party or an ombudsperson be identified to help facilitate and oversee and ensure transparency and accountability. And assuming that the rest of the council agrees, I would love to see if we could incorporate that if we're not already doing so, which perhaps we're already doing so. On goal 2 with the participatory budgeting, I feel like it would be wonderful for people to be able to participate. I want people to be able to participate in our budget making process, but I also think that a lot of people just honestly, like, I sometimes get confused myself. City budgeting is very complicated and it is confusing, especially for a city that is a full service city with a like $800 million budget. So if possible, I would love to see us maybe partner with like a local game developer or something, or maybe borrow from another county or city to create some sort of board game or some computer game that would be fun and engaging and help people learn about how the budgeting process for municipal governments works. Just as an example, I am a little bit of a nerd, but Bay Area Regional Planner is a very interesting game that helps you plan the Bay Area and learn about zoning and things like that. And Leon County in Florida created a Let's Balance game that you can actually download the specific pieces and cards and everything that you can customize. So maybe that could be something that we could look into.
Just so you know, we made a Santa Monopoly game in my previous role here, and it was all about similar things. So nerds unite. Sorry, continue.
Yes. Okay, love that. Okay, so excited. I keep finding myself saying I love that for everything here. So on the goal 3, the Housing and Human Services facilitating an increase in affordable housing, I think that we need to go further than just addressing what we have in our housing element, and we also need to improve and help support retrofitting of existing homes, because we need to address inequity issues like ADA accessibility, and we just saw the county pass a heat ordinance, and it was 84 degrees in my apartment today, and I don't have air conditioning. And there's a lot of people out there that are much more sensitive to heat and much more at risk. So I would love to see something about that worked in as well. On goal, as part of Goal 4, there was a Government 101 class, and I believe it wouldn't be able to get done. I recognize that the city clerk's office has quite a lot on their plate, so I hate to add more to it. I would suggest that we look into partnering with a local community organization like the League of Women Voters of Santa Monica or some other community education organization to help develop a Government 101 class. And perhaps we could also work with the school district, because I think they have to teach government class, so maybe we can adapt something from there. And maybe we can also leverage our partnerships with the county and the state governments so that we can include how do those levels of government work with our local municipal government. And that's all my comments. Thank you.
Okay. So I think we have a motion from Councilmember Snell and a second from Councilmember Hall. Yes, Councilmember.
I just want to add my thanks to the work that's gone into this. I don't have anything more to add than what my colleagues have already said, but I think we all recognize that this conversation is the product of tremendous hard work, not only on the part of your team, but also of the community that's come here today. I just want to give thanks.
Thanks.
Thank you. And I think the motion is to move it as recommended. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. All right.
Right. Councilmember Janet Sky,
Yes.
Councilmember Snell,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis,
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick,
Yes.
Mayor Negrete.
Yes.
Item 10, ordinances. Public comments permitted on ordinances for introduction and first reading. No public discussion is permitted on ordinances for second reading adoption. In accordance with Charter Section 615, the adoption of all ordinances and resolutions shall be by reading of title only unless a council member present dissents. Item 10A, introduction and first reading of an ordinance. 1, amending the text of the city's zoning ordinance to promote economic recovery and increase land use flexibility in the city's downtown area. And 2, amendments to interim zoning regulations to promote economic recovery by increasing land use flexibility in the city's downtown area and establishing a pilot program to allow exclusively outdoor commercial uses in the office campus district.
Good evening, Council. Steve Mizukami here from City Planning, as well as Carrie Fukui from City Planning. Tonight, this item on the agenda includes the formal adoption of zoning standards that are currently a part of the downtown interim zoning ordinance. And second, the proposal includes 2 new provisions to be added to the current downtown IZO. The City Council has directed staff a few months ago to bring forth IZO standards for permanent adoption, and so this is what this next grouping of amendments will do. The Council continues to provide great support to the business community that has been very critical to our economic recovery, allowing for greater flexibility in both land use and review procedures for new and our existing businesses. Most recently, the City Council adopted zoning and signage amendments back in October 2024, removing discretionary conditional use permits and minor use permits for land uses within the promenade area. We also came back to the council with a minor amendment back in March of this year. So based on the overall effectiveness of the IZO's streamlining processing and standards for alcohol permits, this group of amendments focus on the IZO's support for businesses serving alcohol and restaurants providing entertainment. The streamlining of alcohol permits for restaurants in the subject area in the downtown were expanded beyond just restaurants to retail establishments. We extended them to bars and entertainment and cultural facilities. Staff is also proposing to expand the boundaries of these standards to also apply to Ocean Avenue going west, and this is just for consistency reasons. This proposal tonight also includes the permanent adoption of an IZO that eliminated the restrictions on fast food restaurant types on the promenade, which has expanded the opportunities very much in line with the city's economic recovery efforts. So these IZO standards have supported new businesses in the area over the last 2 years, including a new wine tasting shop, an interactive art experience, Splatter Studios, pickleball, and miniature golf on the promenade. Changes to the restaurants with entertainment standards have helped support the 1212 Santa Monica restaurant and is consistent with the intent of the newly created entertainment zone to attract visitors back to the promenade. And also the elimination of the fast food restriction is allowing for greater flexibility for both property owners as well as DTSM, for example, in being able to attract all types of restaurants back to the promenade. This is just an area map just to show the subject area for these new standards. Secondly, staff is proposing 2 new provisions to the current downtown IZO, which would allow for existing non-conforming downtown pawn shops to relocate within the downtown area, except for along Ocean Avenue. And also second, an allowance for buildings on the promenade to remove and replace non-conforming floor area, which can then allow and provide tenant space design flexibility for incoming businesses. Both staff and the Planning Commission recommends council adoption of the permanent as well as the interim amendments as discussed in the staff report, and staff is available for any questions.
I have one silly question since I don't see anyone. Why do we care about the pawn shops and where they're located? Like, why is there some special pointing out of pawn shops? I'm just curious.
Yeah, so for this provision, this allows our some flexibility to our existing pawn shops to be able to relocate anywhere in the downtown.
What? But I mean, we currently restrict them to be in a certain area?
Yeah, so currently in the downtown, they are not permitted in the district. So our existing pawn shops are non-conforming based on that. But also part of our just overall scope of the downtown for the land uses, as the council is aware, we've made significant changes to relax these standards. So as a part of our ongoing analysis, one way is to kind of get back to a permitted type of use back into the downtown. This was the quickest and simplest way to kind of provide support from the feedback that we were trying to achieve.
I get that. I'm just trying to understand why we ever had it. Like, maybe I'm missing. What was the thinking? Why we wouldn't have a pawn shop in the downtown area?
Well, I think historically they've been permitted. There's was a change based on the 2017 downtown plan that came back, actually had them as not permitted in the district. So I think we're going to look to kind of correct that.
We don't know why we didn't permit them though, right? There's no reason behind
There
it?
wasn't a significant policy that we found at that time.
So bizarre. Okay.
With the council's direction, we can definitely take a look at that as we're reevaluating all of our land uses.
Thank you. Councilmember Zernitskaya.
I just wanted to get some quick clarification. So we heard a member of the public comment about hotel and motel uses no longer requiring a CUP on, in downtown / on 3rd Street Promenade. Can you clarify if that's accurate?
Yeah, I believe that is, yeah, on the promenade, they're not, yeah.
Right, so that was part of the recent changes that Steve mentioned, where we looked at targeting certain land uses and reducing the restrictions for conditional use permits and MUPs, specifically on the promenade, in an effort for economic development.
Is there a specific reason why we included hotels and motels in that?
It was kind of a broad application of reducing the entitlement process for land uses across the board on the promenade.
So we would hypothetically be able to, once again, require a CUP for hotel and motel uses, but not for the other things that were included.
Right,
in
yeah,
this.
if that's the direction from council. Can be a
That's
change
something that I would support if my fellow council members would agree, just because I think it doesn't necessarily make sense to require it everywhere else in the city except for that one street. And then second question, so does the flexibility also allow us to have like nonprofit or other artistic uses like a maker space or something like that? Is that allowed within this flexibility?
Not specific to this one, like the makers.
Yeah, we can talk there. We actually also in that last round included provision in the land use table that allows director discretion for uses that don't quite fit with our definitions, because we're seeing so many kind of new, innovative, creative businesses that don't fit with our like confined land use classifications. So as long as they're aligned with something that is already permitted and maybe isn't quite fitting in with it, then the director can have the discretion to allow that.
Okay.
So we've seen it with similar things or experiential kind of interactive places.
Yeah, the super fun mini golf course. Okay.
To your point, that was made in October 2024. So although today is not specific for that, but like Harry had said, that we have that flexibility and we've actually been able to utilize that over the last few months.
All right, fabulous. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosas.
Great, thank you very much. A couple questions. Why is the elimination of the fast food prohibition being recommended permanently when we are trying to attract distinctive locally owned businesses to the promenade?
Well, I think the elimination of that was seen as something that we wanted to, as we know that there was a prohibition on that, or actually there are restrictions that make it a little bit difficult to get all types of restaurants in. So with the IZO that's in place right now, which has kind of eliminated that, we think it's good to bring that forward just so we have all the options of all restaurant types to be able to come in and not just restaurants that are exclusive to certain limitations.
And have we seen that that temporary elimination has resulted in a swarm of new fast food restaurants on the promenade?
I wouldn't say a swarm of new ones. We do have one that's in process for building permits. I think what we're seeing with the limitation was these smaller type of ice cream shops and perhaps maybe smaller bakeries that can kind of fit into the limitation, but it was kind of excluding some restaurants that might be something to consider for the promenade.
And how does allowing pawn shops to relocate within downtown align with our economic development goals?
I'm sorry, what was the first
How
part?
does sorry. How does allowing pawn shops to relocate within the downtown align with our economic development and placemaking goals?
Yeah, so that is just giving more flexibility to our existing establishments in that area. That was the intent of this change.
I'm going to be honest, I don't feel delighted about that. And how will the city ensure that the expanded entertainment and alcohol provisions do not result in uses or operations that are incompatible with our overall vision for downtown?
Yeah, So the uses that we've expanded to, we've tested them on the promenade. So there's the restaurants, we've extended them to bars, even just like the cultural facilities or the entertainment facilities. So we can have pickleball that can also have some alcoholic beverages. We know that the Santa Monica Museum is interested in maybe serving some wine, so they might see some advantage to that. So I think it's more of an easier way for businesses to come in knowing that they can readily get an alcohol permit and choose us versus having to go through an arduous CUP process, which can get expensive as we've experienced.
Yeah, and I'll just add that each of those land uses like bars, retail, restaurant, they are all have their own separate limitations per use.
Yeah.
That kind of put the hands around their operation in terms of hours and things like that.
And can you clarify that the expanded alcohol exemption provisions do not extend to hotel operations?
Yep, that's correct. They don't.
Thanks.
Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, staff. So none of us council members were up here in 2017 when the last downtown community plan was brought forward. Just at a high level, can you walk us through the types and amount of community outreach that was done to develop that plan?
That's quite a bit. How much time do we have?
You can keep it short.
How much time do you have? I mean, you know, the DCP was the culmination of probably a nearly 10-year process, actually beginning with the visioning of primarily the 4th and Arizona site, but there was extensive community outreach. I mean, it became the template for how we reach. Primarily, we were actually really proud of reaching the 18 to 34 demographic, which we honestly, you know, really hard to get them engaged before. We were meeting people where they were at. We did, you know, pretty much every kind of outreach. We partnered with communications on social media in kind of a really different way for the city at the time, you know, to reach out. So in terms of how we reached, you know, the plan itself, I mean, it was a very long process, tremendous community engagement, and, you know, the resulting, I mean, it's a multifaceted plan. You know, that was housing first. It was really bringing, I think, the community back into, you know, what we call the sort of city's living room, you know, a place where people can live, they can play, they can work. You know, it was really that vision of downtown as like the center, you know, the heartbeat of the city and how we bring activity back to it. Obviously, you know, we're now in 2025. This is 8 years on. A lot of things have changed. We were very, very innovative in the way of thinking about what downtown could be. And it became sort of like the template, for example, for like streamlining housing projects, right? And testing, you know, the highest heights and FARs in the cities. That's somewhat normalized now, you know, throughout the city. But, you know, that the DCP, when we first adopted it, really was, I think, very much, you know, the result of tremendous community participation, a lot of compromise as well.
And just a quick hit list of who we reached out to. I assume residents, businesses, neighborhood organizations, political
you can
organizations.
think of, yes, yeah. I literally sat in people's living rooms. I mean, it was everybody you can think of, yeah.
Thank you.
All right, well, if there's there's no more questions in the queue. All right, Councilmember Hall, comments?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just be very quick. I would like to see a removal of hotels, motels, bed and breakfasts, and liquor stores as permitted uses for the 3rd Street Promenade without a CUP. I'm also not interested in allowing for pawn shops to relocate in downtown. I think we spent years on a downtown community plan, and as far as I'm aware, there's no crisis in secondhand baseball cards or diamonds that we need to address. I recognize we're trying to provide some flexibility here, but it seems like that would be against a decade of community input on what we want to see in our downtown. And I'm also interested in retaining the specific limitation 22, which is the prohibition of fast food restaurants on the promenade for moving forward. I'm fine with fast casual, but I'm not interested in seeing a lot of fast food restaurants, particularly of the larger chains.
Second.
Can I just, for point, a definition on that, sorry, if you don't mind, because we had this conversation, I think, last year about the fast food and fast casual.
Yeah, I mean, I think if we can just, I hear what you're saying, and I think this is, it's a really hard thing when you're talking about instituting a land use restriction, right? And when you're arbitrary, when you're 150 or 100 outlets, you would be surprised how many of your beloved like regional
Starbucks,
chains,
Coffee
you know,
Bean.
like fall into that. So we're not talking about, I'm just going to throw, you know, McDonald's versus Carl's Jr. or something. It's other things that you'd
Cane's.
be surprised how many outlets they have, and the tools we have to limit that in terms of like formula businesses, you know, is quite limited. So I just offer that, you know, that there is no distinction. It's hard to come up with the distinction between fast casual and fast food. They are the same thing, you know. when it
We
comes to
tried
it.
this last year, and I just wanted to give a little bit of historical. We had this whole conversation
I
around
remember.
affordability, and then it got down to like, well, how many stores do you have? Oh, wait, well, then there's a franchise, and
I mean,
ultimately
I
it
would
meant
also
that
note,
Coffee
like, we
Bean.
have, you know, the promenade is, we're trying to provide every, sort of the all of the above strategy here. When we're trying to bring life back to the promenade, bring activity, you know, we have a lot of excitement around it, and give flexibility for property owners, you know, who are in negotiations with some of these businesses, and they find out, oh, I have 152 outlets or so, you know, it's just things like that. You know, when we set these arbitrary limits, we always find in our experience, in zoning terms, you know, you set that limit and someone inevitably, you know, the next day, they're like, but, you know, this is an amazing business, everybody wants it, you know, but this ice cream shop, you know, now can't be here. So I think just, you know, that was part of the thinking around this fast food prohibition. It has not, and ever since it lifted, we haven't seen like this, you know, proliferation of fast food.
But on the flip, we did see Yogurtland be able to, I think, move, like that would have been an issue, Coffee Bean, Starbucks, things like that.
Right.
Just something to consider, because
Yeah, well, wasn't the specific limitation that we're talking about removing tonight, wasn't that kind of the compromise that was determined at the time?
no, actually, it was the same conversation,
guess.
yeah, previous, and then we realized, oh no, now we're gonna limit ourselves to having Starbucks come back on and Yogurtland. And then we realized that we were actually really limiting and it was too complicated, so we went back to where we're at now.
Got it. Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Roskin.
Yeah, when I first joined the planning commission, remember those days? In October 2020, the first item that came up when I was there was this issue about fast food in the promenade. And at that time, Leslie Lambert and I were the only ones who were interested in taking away the prohibition. I think that proved prescient because you do have stores that can use spaces in the promenade for one-off or experimental types. Like we were talking with the folks at McDonald's that came in for their pop-up about how you could potentially come in with one of their experiential stores about all of the different types of McDonald's foods all around the world, or other types of innovative uses of the space. So I do think that in this time of economic recovery, it's important to have that flexibility. So I'm on board with everything you said except for the fast food part, and I'd be happy to make the motion on that basis, but I know other folks are in the queue.
Substitute?
Yeah, I was gonna make that substitute motion, everything else you said, but just taking out the fast food.
I seconded Dan, so they can make a substitute, yeah.
I'll make that substitute motion if you would just do the same thing and just take, that's what I was pointing out, if you would consider taking out the prohibition. I get where your sentiment is going, but I don't know if that's amenable to the second.
I actually don't remember making, did I make a motion?
You did.
Oh, okay.
Well, you did it in your comments and then she seconded it.
Got it. Well, it appears there is not the votes for the fast food, so I'll buy your argument. I'll move the staff recommendation with the removal of, or rather the requirement of a CUP for hotels, motels, bed and breakfast and liquor stores for the 3rd Street Promenade, and that we do not allow for pawn shops to relocate in the downtown.
I'll second that.
Well, okay, so it's a new motion, got it. So new motion made by Councilmember Hall, seconded by Councilmember Snell. Councilmember Zwick.
That sounds more amenable to me. I was gonna say something similar about the fast food item, which I don't need to belabor, so I'm happy to support.
Also, just a reminder, as a mother of teens, there's like nothing they can afford to eat down there besides Stefano's. So anyways. All right, nobody else is in the queue, so we can call the question.
Councilmember Zenit-Skaya?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
Mayor Negrete?
Yes.
Item 10B, introduction and adoption of an ordinance establishing off-site affordable housing pilot incentive program.
Good evening, Council. Rachel Kwok, Environmental Planner from the City Planning Division. This doesn't work. I'm here tonight to present to you an emergency ordinance to present a proposed pilot program that would provide flexibility in complying with our affordable housing production program. This ordinance is in response to a council direction that was given on June 10th. So the objectives of this pilot program is to target approximately 40 housing projects that have received their approvals but have yet to proceed to construction. These approved projects are basically just kind of frozen due to economic challenges. This pilot program also is consistent with our Housing Element Program 2C, which calls for flexibility in complying with our HPP. As I will discuss later, it provides flexibility for locating your affordable housing offsite and provides some timing flexibility in allowing the market rate project to proceed forward prior to completion of the affordable housing project. But at the same time, by allowing this offsite affordable housing, we would also allow these market rate projects to be eligible for a local density program that is equivalent to our state density bonus. So just to provide some context about this ordinance and why we are doing this, just for some information, background information, the city's affordable housing production program was established in 1998, and so far it's produced about 1,200 affordable units in the city. And since our adoption of the sixth cycle housing element, staff has approved more than 3,400 market rate units and 900 affordable units through administrative process, meaning no public hearings. This is all done at staff level. We actually have a housing dashboard where you could track our RHNA progress and how many projects are in the pipeline and approved and pending. Even though the city has approved a significant number of housing units, we've seen that, across the state, there's economic challenges facing the residential construction industry. Factors such as high interest rates, construction materials costs due to tariffs, stagnant rental rates have led to basically all these housing units being frozen, and so they are not proceeding in construction. And you've seen articles about this, about housing construction plunging dramatically. So in Santa Monica alone, we've only seen about 2 building permits being pulled for multifamily units so far this year. One was for an affordable housing project, the other was for a 3-unit project. So this kind of exemplifies just how dramatically we've seen the construction industry just suffer. So just to provide background on what we are doing tonight, the existing AHPP program is codified in Chapter 9.64 of the Municipal Code. So developers of multifamily housing projects that are between 2 to 5 units must pay an affordable housing in lieu fee, which I will discuss later. And then if you're between 6 to 19 units, you provide your on-site affordable. Approximately 15% of your units has to be provided as affordable, and they must all be for lower income. If you're a housing project of 20 units or more, that 15% is distributed equally across the income categories. So very low, low, and moderate. So let's say your affordable housing requirement was 15, 5 would go towards very low, 5 would go towards low, and 5 would go towards moderate. However, if you provided your affordable housing offsite, that inclusionary requirement increases to 20%. And you're allowed to de-restrict these to lower income households. So the proposed pilot program before you tonight would be, in terms of its eligibility, would apply to any kind of approved multiple housing project with 6 units or more. These have to be approved on or before August 12th. And AB 130 timelines, which is the newest state law, do not apply to these previously approved projects. These projects cannot be under construction or have been completed, meaning they are not built, they cannot be under construction. This pilot program will only apply to basically an approved project that has yet to proceed to construction. Also, I just want to note that this pilot program would allow a previously approved project to be redesigned and approved as long as that reapplication, that new application is approved prior to December 31st of 2026. So that means if you previously was a housing project of 100 units, you were approved maybe last year, you could come back in the next year, apply and get approved and be a different project, like a 200-unit project, but on the same site. So the pilot program establishes 3 options for complying with our AHPP, as opposed to the traditional route of the 15% on-site. So option 1 is the alternative site option, which allows you to construct the same number of off-site affordable units that you were previously approved for. And you would be able to construct these, you would be able to construct your market rate project before the affordable housing units begin construction. So this flexibility timing helps developers secure construction financing so that they can move forward with the market rate project and then proceed with the off-site affordable project. This option would require that the developer pay a gap financing of $150,000 per unit. The gap financing is basically the difference between what is the TCAC funding cost versus what the cost of what it costs to build the actual unit. So that's what that is. And then the option 2 is the rehabilitation option, which would allow for developers, instead of building their on-site affordable units, to rehabilitate existing units that have been deemed uninhabitable, which would be determined by council. And so they would have to rehabilitate these units prior to the market rate project being completed. And then the last option is the in lieu fee option, where they can pay an in lieu fee of $43 per square foot, which is based on 4 apartments, or $51 per condominium unit for the offsite, for each offsite, not for each offsite, to satisfy your offsite, your affordable housing obligation. This money would be deposited into the Housing Trust Fund. So as I mentioned previously, under this program, developers utilizing this program would be eligible for a local density bonus that would be equivalent to what is provided under state density bonus law. So that means if they did the 15% off-site, they would be eligible for the 50% state density bonus. Or not state density, but the local density bonus, which is equivalent to the state density bonus. Also under option 1, as I mentioned, there is construction timing flexibility. In this case, the market rate project could proceed first before the affordable housing project, and I'll go into detail later on this. Also with option 3, which is the payment of the in lieu fee, developers can pay the in lieu fee. That provides certainty for housing developers so they could proceed with the housing developments. Also option 1 allows the pooling of off-site affordable units onto one site. That way that property can leverage tax credit dollars for economies of scale. All of this program is meant to provide relief to help unlock these frozen units that have yet to proceed to construction. So in detail, the option 1, which is the alternative off-site location, as I mentioned, the building permit for the off-site units would be allowed to be following after the market rate construction, but it has to be issued within 48 months of the building permit for the market rate project. A 12-month extension could be granted, but this graph kind of shows you the timeline of how that would all work. And the off-site property must be owned or in whole or in part by a affordable housing provider. And just to be clear, this is different in the ordinance as opposed to the HPP ordinance, the regular HPP ordinance that we have in place. The formal units cannot include studios and must be deed restricted for 75 years. Our current AHPP requires 55 years, and there is no prohibition on studios. So this pilot program would prohibit studios. For our coastal zone project, in recognition of kind of the timeline it takes to receive a coastal development permit and an amendment, a different timeline is built in. So with this one, affordable units have to be constructed or start constructed within 18 months of the CDP amendment for the market rate project. So here's a graphic of how this would theoretically work. So on the left, you have our traditional current AHPP program where you have the 100 base units, and of the 100 base units, 15% or 15 units is affordable on-site. And then because they build it on-site, state density bonus law allows them the 50 bonus units. So that's the left. In the pilot program, those 15 units get shifted off-site and pooled potentially with other units. That's other affordable units from other market rate projects. So it would be pooled off-site. And so that's what that would look like. So you would have the 150 market rate units in the original site and then the pooling of the affordable units off-site. In option one, I mentioned a gap financing amount of $150,000 per unit. That money would be placed into an escrow account before the issuance of the building permit for the market rate project. So this gap financing assumes a 4% tax credit and no requirement for prevailing wage. This is because with developers developing the affordable housing, they would not be subject to prevailing wage. So if in this option, if the construction of the affordable units does not commence within 48 months, or possibility with a 1-year extension, if it doesn't commence within 48 months of the building permits for the market rate project, then the city could exercise its option to receive the land and the gap financing. So in terms of what the $150,000 per unit gap financing amount, we looked at this and compared it to some of our past projects, 6 past projects that was completed, affordable housing projects that were completed, and looked at what the average Housing Trust Fund subsidy was for those 6 projects. This Housing Trust Fund subsidy does not include any land acquisition costs, and we looked at those numbers, applied a 5% escalation for inflation, adjusted it to today's dollars, and that came out to be $158,000 per unit. So that $150,000 is commensurate to what we are seeing. As I know, this $150,000 does account for prevailing wage. And so the 150 is about average. We saw in terms of the subsidies that range from $99,000 to $250,000. And Natalie is here from our housing division, so she can answer questions about this as well. And I'm gonna pass this next slide over to Paul, who's going to talk about a little bit more about the $150,000 gap financing.
Thanks, Rachel. Paul Silver and partner with HRNA Advisors. We're a real estate, housing affordability, and economic development consultant to the city. In addition to the analysis that the city staff did to analyze the subsidy associated with individual projects that the city itself has financed, we reviewed a rather detailed but confidential financial pro forma for a affordable housing development that might serve as an example of how a pooled affordable housing project of the type that Rachel described might be set up and financed. So I'll describe the way that this project was characterized and comment on some of the analysis that we did in order to support the city's estimate that the subsidy gap should be in the $150,000 per unit range. The example project is on a larger R2 lot, about 12,300 square feet, accommodates about a 51,000 square foot building, which should say 6 stories rather than 7, and 72 units, including 1 manager's unit. It does not include any parking, which is consistent with the city's code, but would accommodate about 50 bicycle parking spaces. The units are all 1 bedrooms and 2 bedrooms, no studios, no 3-bedroom units. And in order to be competitive for 4% tax credits, it has a pretty wide range of income distribution among the units, ranging from 30% to 70%. In terms of implementation, the schedule estimates it would take about 2 years for this project to receive entitlements and permits, and then about 2 years of construction. The project would cost about $40 million, which comes out to about $550,000 per unit, which is lower than many affordable housing projects I'm sure you've seen, in this case because it does not include the cost of land. That would have to be donated, and because there's no parking in the project. The financing sources for construction include 4% tax credit equity. In this case, an estimated $121,000 per unit subsidy, which, as I'll talk about in a moment, we believe needed to be higher for certain reasons. Lease-up income and general partner equity. The permanent financing sources are similar, but also include a deferred developer fee. The net operating income profile of the project has about $1.5 million in gross potential income, which is gross income minus a vacancy allowance, annual operating costs of about $700,000 a year, which is in line with a lot of other affordable housing projects, for a net operating income of about $800,000. When we reviewed the details of the pro forma, there were a few things that concerned us about what we saw. And so we made some adjustments in the model in order to address those. The concerns included annual rent and expense growth assumptions that we felt were overly aggressive. We were concerned about the permanent loan term, unamortized deferred developer fee instead of paying it down over the 15-year lease-up period or tax credit period. There was some concern about the scale of assumed lease-up income. And although ad valorem property taxes are generally exempt for these kinds of projects, as you know, because of the welfare exemption, those projects are not exempt from special assessments, like the parcel taxes that go to the school districts here in Santa Monica. So after we made some adjustments in the pro forma to account for some of these concerns and recalculated the subsidy gap, we concluded that it needed to be in the $150,000 to $160,000 per unit range, and that supports the conclusion that the city staff came to by looking at the history of its own projects.
Thank you, Paul. I couldn't explain that, so. Okay, option 2, going back. So this is the second of the 3 options. The second option is to allow developers to, instead of building those affordable units, they could potentially rehabilitate existing units that are deemed uninhabitable. So council would have to make that determination. Uninhabitable generally means it doesn't meet at least 4 of the kind of critical factors as needed in terms of building and safety. So under this option, a rehabilitation plan would need to be approved. The rehabilitation would occur of those existing units. And then the certificate of occupancy would have to be, for those rehabilitated units, would have to be issued before the C of O for the market rate project. And so these rehabilitated projects must also be deed restricted for a minimum of 75 years in terms of lower income affordability, and they also cannot include studios. And lastly, we have the in lieu fee option. I mentioned the $43 and the $51. That would be applied to the floor area of the market rate project. So this fee is adjusted annually based on changes in construction and land costs. And so it's applied as base fee times the floor area. So we took a look at what some of these fees will look like for a few approved projects. So as I mentioned, how this fee works is you take the floor area, you multiply it by the in lieu fee, which is the $43, and you'll see that in some of these instances, the in lieu fee would range, from, depending on the size of the project, would range between $4 million and $15 million. It's all dependent on the size of the market rate project. So lastly, I leave you with the recommendation to adopt the finding that the emergency ordinance is statutorily exempt from CEQA and it was previously analyzed in the housing element EIR. To also adopt this emergency ordinance with these clarifying changes, which are a few clarification errors and as just general changes to make sure that, that these things are clarified. And open to any questions you might have. I'm here with my colleagues as well, so.
All right, so any questions? Councilmember Zernitskaya?
Thank you for the presentation and thank you for bringing this back, relatively, quite quickly, all things considered, so appreciate that. I wanted to get some quick clarifications and I'll just go option by option. So on option 1, the quote unquote, I guess let's call it grace period, why is it so long? 48 months with an optional 12-month extension seems a little...
Well, yeah, I mean, we've heard that, given kind of uncertainties in the market with construction costs, securing construction financing, that 48 months is the necessary.
Is there a way that we could potentially make it shorter while still keeping the program feasible?
The city council could certainly elect, is this working?
No.
Not yet.
Oh, I can address just the 48-month cycle. So that's 48 months for commencement of construction for the affordable project after the building permit for the market rate is issued. The reason for that is because it's assumed the affordable housing project is going to need to seek tax credit financing, minimum 2 cycles, right? Assuming they might not be successful in that first round, they might have to go for a second round, and pull together. So it's the time necessary. I mean, even it's in the city's own experience on our own city-owned sites, the challenge, in obtaining that and being successful in obtaining that tax credit financing. So it's accounting and to give sort of, fair opportunity for that to occur before sort of the donation of land to the city and the gap financing occurs.
So would it not be possible to do, so that is that the bare minimum or is that the maximum? Is there a way we could maybe look at 36 months with an optional 12 months? Or
Certainly,
is it...
this is all a matter of council policy. Absolutely, you have the flexibility to set whatever time limit you feel is appropriate. Mike.
The remedy is that the city would get the land, and then what happens is we have to pay prevailing wages.
Right.
Correct.
That would cost more per unit, and it's better in a sense to have the developer actually build it.
no,
Sorry,
your mic.
City Attorney, is
It's
it
being-
possible to share your mic so the public is able to hear this?
I can repeat what Susan is saying is that it's essentially the 150,000 per unit, that the developer is putting up for gap financing. That does not, they're not required to pay prevailing wages because there's no city funding going to that affordable housing project. If the land and the gap financing comes to the city, those projects will need to pay prevailing wages. So there is an advantage in having the sort of like private third party, develop the project. They may be more effective in getting more units.
The 48 months really was established to provide, again, 2 turns on the LIHTC application to try to ensure that the private developer would have a chance to actually obtain the financing necessary. But as Jing described earlier, the council feels like you want to try to back that down from 48 months to 36 months with the 1-year extension. That's also feasible. The 48 months really is, we think, a safer option, less aggressive, more opportunity to obtain the financing to allow the private developer to move forward with the project. But again, as we've been articulating, it's a new program. We wanted to provide ample time. That could be an area if the council wanted to look at shortening, we could certainly consider it.
Is the 48 months an optional 12-month extension for beginning the affordable project or for
For
completing?
commencement of, so obtaining the building permit for the affordable project.
Is there any requirement for by when it would have to be completed?
No, there is not. However, if the project is successful in obtaining that LIHTC financing, it's not, like, they have obviously time periods to complete it. There are funding obligations there. It's, we think there's not risk there, in the project not completing at that point, yeah.
Is there a way for us if
But
we don't, if
certainly-
we choose not to make it shorter, is there a way for us to incentivize further a shorter time period between when they begin? Yeah.
So these, so these projects, because they're tax credit financed, they have deadlines in order to complete them, and typically they're about 18 months. If they don't complete them within that time frame, they're at risk of losing those tax credits. So it wouldn't necessarily be a city requirement because there's, the financial obligations that are tied to it.
Thank you for that clarification. And under option 1, is the required percentage 15% affordable or 20% affordable since it's off-site?
It's 15%.
Okay, so we would be,
Right, it's 15%, so if a project was entitled with a 15% inclusionary, they would build the same 50% off-site. If they were entitled with 30% because of the bonus on bonus, then they would have to build the 30%.
okay. And is I understand that many of our nonprofit affordable housing developers have sent in letters of support for this program. Would you be able to confirm if when there is an affordable housing nonprofit developer that would be part of developing the affordable projects or affordable homes, sorry, it's late. Are they also a managing general partner on that project?
Just want to make sure I'm understanding your question.
So for the offsite under option 1, they would have to build the affordable, they would have to provide the land and put in the gap financing into an escrow account. When those ultimately get built, assuming that they do get built, is the nonprofit affordable housing developer a managing general partner on that project?
Okay, I'm understanding. So yes, so the market rate developer would be providing the land and the fee, but the nonprofit affordable housing developer would be the general partner, which is a requirement under the tax credit program.
Okay, perfect. And then, so I think this was mentioned a bit in the staff report, but I just wanted to clarify. How are we dealing with concerns related to inflation for option 1? And would the escrow account get paid interest for however long it's in there?
Yes, so for the gap financing amount, we did include an escalator based upon construction cost index up to 5% per year. And then once it goes into the escrow account, it would be an interest-bearing account. It was always intended as an interest-bearing account, but to make it crystal clear, we added the language that we show in the last slide to make it crystal clear.
Okay, and do we have an idea, is there like a specific type of financial entity that they're required to be deposited into? It's not with the city, right? It's with a third party?
Usually it's an escrow account.
Okay.
Because there has to be, yes, it's an escrow account, and so we would have to agree through a joint escrow agreement, the conditions for escrow.
Oh, the joys of financial agreements.
Yes, yes.
And I think we heard some questions from the public of maybe these projects competing with affordable housing providers or developers for tax credits. Could you please clarify if the affordable homes that would be unlocked subject to this program under option 1 would be competing for those same tax credits of the nonprofit affordable housing developers compete for, or is it a different program?
So we have some affordable housing developments that are competing for tax credits. There's very limited cycles. They're competitive, so there is the potential that they could be competing with city-funded developments. But there are currently non-city developments that are already applying for those funds that are competing with city program or city-funded developments.
Would it be accurate to say that the federal government has increased the 4% LIHTC pot of money recently?
Yeah, that is correct. Thank you for, yes. That is correct. In the most recent bill, I believe, they did increase that pool of funding. Also, it's a point-based application. I believe the 4% still has, additional points that are provided for when there's public subsidy provided that would make city-funded projects more competitive.
Okay. And do we have a requirement under option 1 for when the market rate units would need to be completed?
No, just there's only a timeline requirement for the affordable.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
and
they-
that's the idea is that this program would hopefully get these projects into construction, yeah.
Okay, got it. Yeah, I mean, I assume folks want to get shovels in the ground as soon as
Right.
possible because of holding costs and all of the other challenges that come with just waiting and waiting and waiting. On option 2, what's the enforcement mechanism for making sure those funds would go to the right type of project for rehabilitation? And does that also help support temporary relocation should that need to happen?
So yes, there will be relocation, but the way this would work is we'd actually have to have code enforcement go out there and determine that they're uninhabitable. And we actually did this for Virginia, the Virginia Avenue project, so that we could get RENA credit. There may not be that many projects that qualify, but to the extent that there are, this would be a useful alternative.
Right, understood. So the city would help kind of
Yes, the city would
facilitate
make sure that the
and-
project qualifies because we would then try to report that in our annual RENA reporting.
Okay, and similarly to the Virginia Avenue apartment buildings, several of those units met those qualifications such that once they're rehabilitated, they count towards our affordable housing numbers for our Reno goals.
Correct, that's
Okay.
the idea.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for clarifying that. I think some folks might have been confused. On option 3, I understand that we have this escalator every year for the per square foot basis. How did that formula come to be?
Paul could speak to that because he was the one who originated the fee in 2006, and then it's adjusted annually.
Right, back in 2006, we updated the original Nexus study that was performed in the mid-1990s for the in lieu fee. And we developed a rather novel inflation adjustment that the city's been using ever since, which is a weighted average of construction cost and land cost. And each year, we used to, and now the staff itself goes through a process of collecting the data on condominium sale prices as a proxy for land cost, and then uses the most recent affordable housing projects to get at the construction cost and the percentage of total cost as between land and construction. So it's a unusual, but I think very appropriate way of trying to make sure that the purchasing power of the city's fee is maintained over time.
I got it. So it's actually based on lots of real world inputs and variables and not just a number that somebody threw a dart at and.
And that fee adjustment comes to the council for approval every year.
Okay, got it. And under option 3, it does state that those funds would be deposited into the Housing Trust Fund. I know that in certain past budget cycles, the city has borrowed from the Housing Trust Fund to help cover shortfalls in other parts of the budget. So I wanted to clarify, would we be able to restrict funds that would be deposited in the Housing Trust Fund under this program so that they couldn't be used for anything other than the uses specified under the Housing Trust Fund?
Yes, I mean, you have the authority to restrict the use of the funds, so.
I think
Yes, it's
already-
part of the budget.
I think these though are already restricted because the fund, okay.
Well, we did restrict them in the ordinance, but to the extent that we would try to borrow and, that's a council decision. So it's a matter of council agreeing that it would not use those funds for any purposes other than housing.
Yeah, because we've barely been able to start paying back the Housing Trust Fund for the tens of millions of dollars we've had to borrow. If the rest of the council were supportive, and assuming this passes, I would love to see those funds restricted. so that we couldn't borrow them for other parts of the budget. And then for, just to clarify, for projects that are utilizing a density bonus for option 3, would the calculation apply to the base project or the total, like, end the base? So it's not,
Still the same inclusion, or sorry, it's not, sorry, it's they wouldn't actually have a percentage, they would just pay the fee based on the square footage of the market rate. So there's no inclusionary requirement, they just pay a fee.
So it would include both the density bonus units and the regular units. The fee is calculated on a very specific definition of floor area ratio contained in the code. Floor area ratio generally is related to all of the habitable space of the final building, not including the parking structure.
okay, so it,
But I think I understand what your other question is, the density bonus in terms of the units.
yeah, so if the density bonus says, okay, this can be 50% bigger, let's say it's a 100,000 square foot, there's 100,000 square feet of usable space. With the density bonus, it's 150,000 square feet of usable space. Does this calculation apply to the 150 or the 100?
It would apply to the 150.
Okay, all right, perfect, thank you. And then 2 more quick questions. Do we know how many of the pending approved projects are using density bonuses?
Yes, give us 1 second, we have it.
Thank you. And I can ask another quick question while that one's being looked up.
And 3 of them are using double density bonus, like the bonus on bonus, but I don't know how many are using the single density bonus.
Okay.
I think.
Just
We'll get that
any
to you in a
density
minute.
bonus at all, yeah. All right, so while we wait for that answer, are any of the projects that would be subject to this program or any options within this program on sites where existing residents would be displaced?
No, that's a good question. Well, I'll have to. Either way, if there are, they would still have to comply with state requirements to replace those units. So even if they utilize this program, they would have to replace those existing units on site. And if they were protected, like if they were rent controlled, they have to be provided on site. You wouldn't be able to fee out or provide them off site. So if that helps.
Yeah, I have a second part to that question after we get the
But
density
yeah,
bonus one.
in terms of how many, it's about 20.
20,
of
okay,
our
so
active
about
projects,
half-ish.
roughly, yeah.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So for any projects that would be subject to the program on sites where existing residents would be displaced, you noted that if those units are protected, they would have to be replaced on site. And they wouldn't be able to use anything else they wouldn't be able to build them off-site, they wouldn't be able to pay the in lieu fee, they would have to replace those
those
units,
units, yes.
those particular protected units. And are there also protections so that the residents currently there, if there are any projects that would fit under kind of this category, I guess, would they be able to return at their existing rents and
You mean for non-protected units?
for any units that would be demolished and rebuilt for any of the projects here?
So that would be subject to the SB 330 rules, which already require a right of return, but only for lower income households.
So those are the protected.
And those would still, that would still remain in place. This doesn't change that.
Okay, so any protected units that would be demolished under this program would have to not only be replaced on site, but those people that are living in those protected homes would have to be offered a right of return at their existing rents, if I'm understanding correctly.
If they qualify
If they
as
qualify.
lower income households. I mean, Jane can clarify.
Yeah, that's right. That's only for lower income households. For the above moderate, they don't have that same protection. But I think we want to note that this program doesn't change state law or the city's municipal code with respect to any tenant protections, any rights that existing tenants would have.
Okay, yeah, so they would be required to receive those temporary relocation benefits and all of those
Right,
things.
yeah.
Okay.
It's a hard question to answer generally because every case will be somewhat fact-specific and, you kind of have to follow the chart, so to speak, yeah.
Okay, if we're able to get the number of these projects that would potentially displace existing residents, that would be very helpful to have, if we're able to get it. And I think that's all my questions for now, and I'll let other folks have a chance to ask questions.
So no one's in the queue, so I was going to go next, but if everyone's now going to load up in the queue. Who deleted it?
The computers, I think the computers
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Trosis.
Okay, quickly, how did staff engage affordable housing developers in designing this pilot?
We didn't. I mean, we've heard from them, but honestly, this ordinance was produced rather quickly, and so, you know, we did not daylight it to affordable housing providers prior to.
Okay, that's a concern. How will this pilot be administered to ensure equity and avoid a concentration of off-site affordable units in already impacted areas?
So this ordinance would prohibit, same as our current AHPP, it would prohibit them from being in the PICO area. So that is outlined in our municipal code already. So they would not be able to locate the off-site affordable in the PICO area.
So if multiple projects apply at once, and let's say you have a deluge of people saying, I'm taking advantage of this, what criteria are going to be applied to prioritize review from like an equity standpoint?
It's just going to be first come, first serve, unless council decides to impose a policy, which, you know, you are more than welcome to, as this is a policy choice.
And how are we tracking outcomes to ensure that it's supporting meeting our RHNA goals in each category of housing that we're required to build housing in?
Well, whenever a housing application does come in and we approve it, we constantly update our dashboard to track RHNA progress.
Right, but I meant like, how are we appropriately sizing the pilot to ensure that the size of the pilot is actually meeting our RHNA obligation and not, for example, grossly exceeding it in the market rate category?
Well, again, like this pilot program would provide the same number of affordable units on site in terms of if the option one was to be utilized, if the project was to do 15 units on site, they would still do the 15 units off site.
Sure.
So it's the same number of affordable units.
Maybe I'm not explaining myself correctly. I think if you say it's a first come, first serve, free for all, let's say just for example that we had 15,000 market rate units in our pipeline, and those were the ones that we were going to say go ahead and you know, allow to participate in this program, that would be not appropriately sized to what our RHNA obligations were. So did we take into account our RHNA obligations in sizing the pilot?
So I think we were trying to be responsive to council's CC9 direction to bring back a program, you know, that did that. So this is, and, you know, it seemed the genesis of it was with respect to these, what we call the frozen units. So these like active approved projects. That is the universe of where we're starting. I think if there is any desire, you know, to sort of think about how we limit the scope in some way or to right-size it to RHNA, we can certainly help the council think through several different options. But, you know, this was the proposal we came back with in a relatively short amount of time to be responsive to council's direction to come back with something quickly.
Thanks. And can you just clarify for me that obtaining a grading permit is not actually obtaining a building permit?
Yeah, those are two different things, yeah.
Okay, because there were some questions about the original.
We clarified that.
Yeah, we clarified that in the cleanups.
Yep. Just wanted to put that on the
grading
record.
permit, so it's just building permit.
And maybe this is a question for Paul, not sure, but based on the typical unit size in Santa Monica, how does the per square foot in lieu fee compare to the $150,000 per unit contribution? Because we didn't get too much into that in the presentation.
Well, it would depend quite a bit on how the free land is provided by an individual developer, but we did do a comparison between an assumed land acquisition price, which of course is going to vary quite a bit depending on, you know, where developers choose to identify it. But again, using the historical averages from the city's underwriting of its own affordable housing projects, we did look back at about 10 or 15 years worth of LIHTC projects to see what affordable housing developers were paying for land. And when we came up with that average, in addition to the $150,000 per unit, it is roughly equivalent to what the developers would have to pay if they were using option 3, which is the per square foot fee. So they're roughly equivalent. But I think it is likely that there will be at least some developers who have the ability to provide the land in a way, that's not cash out of pocket, and therefore may be able to satisfy the program at lower cost than paying the full fee
Got it. And then,
under option 3.
okay, I appreciate that. And then is the per square foot rate high enough to fund equivalent affordable housing production, especially if we have to have prevailing wage requirements?
Well, remember, the fee is not paying for the entire cost of the affordable unit. It's serving as a subsidy source to apply for 4% tax credit. So it's high enough to make the 4% tax credit application score very well, as Natalie suggested, but it's not intended to cover the full cost.
Yep. Okay, great. Thanks, Paul. Those are all my questions.
I'm sorry, I meant to call on Councilmember Snell earlier. Did you still have questions?
Yeah, I do. Natalia took most of my questions, but I have a few. I have one. Based on the staff report, I'd like to know, do they have any idea of the affordable units? I think it was approximately 600. What location would it be downtown? Or do we know exactly an estimate of where those units would be developed?
Yeah, they're mostly in our downtown and mixed-use boulevards. If you go on our housing dashboard, you can kind of get a sense of where they're at. They're basically the approved projects that is shown on the map, but it's mostly mixed-use boulevards, our Lincoln, Santa Monica, Wilshire, Santa Monica, and the downtown.
And then, thank you. And then, with respect to the in lieu fee, I know we talked about, someone mentioned that there was an escalator clause based on the 4-year period. That calculation, was it based on also with our affordable units, well, actually with units built by staff and by us as a city, we demand to have how do I want to say it? It's late. We request that we as a city building, that we pay affordable rates for our staffing with respect to it. Was that calculated with respect to the appreciation over the 4-year period?
No, it does. It's not included. It's a construction cost index. It's not based on staffing.
So the way that the option 1 cost escalates annually, it escalates via the construction cost index capped at 5%.
Right.
That figure accounts for increases in costs moving forward.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That's my only question. 2 questions.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Zwick.
Thanks for this presentation and for the work that you guys have done on this. I think it could be really meaningful. Really quick question, just clarifying. So it said there were 2 projects built this last year, but neither of them, in fact, were of the sort of mixed-use multifamily that we're trying to encourage. Is that correct?
That is correct. It's 100% affordable and a 3-unit apartment.
Okay, so none in that category have been built this year. With the 48 months, it's my understanding that one of the other causes for this length of time, which I, of course, would also like to see shorten as well, is it's not just applying for tax credit financing, but don't the projects have to be fully designed and entitled before they can even seek the tax credit financing?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so that's part of why this time period exists as well?
Correct.
Okay. And when it comes to the pool of tax credits they're applying for, my understanding is that the other projects, at least the ones that we have now in the city, EAH, Hollywood Community Housing, others, are not applying for these 4% tax credits. My understanding is that they're applying for other pools of bonds and tax credits, 9%, and other separate bonds.
No, we do have some affordable housing developments that are applying for 4%.
The EAH and the HCHC?
One of the HCHs is, I can't recall which one. It's a little late. I'm blanking on which one precisely, but then we also have, I know there's some non-city funded ones that are affordable housing existing that are doing rehabs that have applied for 4%.
Sure, okay. I was
tax
referring to the
credits as
city
well.
ones, but okay. So with the RENA, I mean, this program isn't actually designed to reshape the projects in terms of their affordability levels that we've approved. It's simply to take the projects that we've approved at the required affordability levels and to get them built, right? So,
Well, if they could actually come back and be redesigned.
Right.
So they could come back with more.
more
affordability.
units, sure.
Yes.
But I'm saying that in terms of fulfilling our RENA, these are projects we've approved that would go towards that. And this would just build them, not say, change what we require in terms of percentages in that regard.
That is correct, except we would be changing the 20% offsite now to the 15%
Yes.
offsite, but they've already been approved for the 15% onsite.
Right, so the RENA obligation would stay the same in terms of what we've satisfied with these entitlements.
Correct.
Okay. I think those are all my questions. Again, thank you so much.
Councilmember Hall? Oh, sorry, Councilmember Raskin?
Thanks. I'll be quick. Most of my questions have been asked and answered. Forgive me if I missed this in the staff report, but this came up in some earlier conversations I had with some members of the public today. But if you have a affordable project that consists of off-site density bonus units, could that off-site project itself take advantage of further density bonuses or incentives and concessions?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's how like some of these projects are in the R2 are exceeding density calcs, yeah.
Right, okay. Just making sure. And again, forgive me if I missed this in the staff report, but when we're talking about putting funds into an interest-bearing escrow account, does that interest track the rate that Paul referenced earlier that tracks construction costs, or is that a separate interest rate?
It's just based on an interest-bearing account, so we would try to maximize the interest that is in the joint escrow account. It's like any real estate escrow account. So it's not based on construction cost escalation. The construction cost escalation has to do with like, it's 150 now, but next year it'll be 155, and the year after it'll be 160. Then that amount will be going into the interest-bearing account when it's deposited and will accrue interest as it sits in the escrow account until it's taken out.
Right, yeah. I mean, is there any mechanism to either track that with additional deposits or?
Well, that makes it much more complicated. And I mean, this goes to the feasibility issue. And when we were talking about this at the inception, part of the issue, as the developers have described it, is that they need to have a fixed amount so that they can get their equity investor to agree to participate. And so if it's an amount that's escalating, it impedes that. That's what we've been told.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking the only way it would work is with some kind of formula.
And we'd have to chase we'd have to chase the deposits every year as well.
Right.
Which is.
All right, one last rhetorical question. Just to frame our understanding and where we're going from here, am I correct in understanding that there are essentially entitled affordable units that we're at risk of losing out on? Because there are projects that are at risk of losing financing if we don't proceed soon.
Sorry, I didn't hear that last part.
Oh, that there are entitled affordable units that we're at risk of losing if we don't move forward because projects are at risk of losing financing.
Correct, right now, without this pilot program, yes.
Okay, got it. All right, thanks.
Councilmember Hall?
Yeah, thank you to the staff. I know I've done a lot of work in short order on this. There were some comments tonight and in the written public comment regarding how offsite affordable could effectively contribute to income segregation. And honestly, I think there's some truth in those concerns that if we don't do this right, I've also personally had concerns about this, and we've certainly seen it in the history of public housing in this country. If we don't do this right, talk to us about the accountability measures that we have, if any, that how do we ensure that offsite affordable housing still has similar enough amenities to the market rate housing? And also, do you feel that with the PICO exemption, the remainder of the city by all effective national and regional standards is roughly equivalent in levels of wealth and income?
It's actually very complex to do that. Initially, when we were figuring out ways to address this, we had thought about getting appraisals, which would sort of roughly be of equivalent value. But that is a very complicated process, and so it's difficult to do what you're asking, because the advantage of this is the developer has property. They're going to use it. They'll use it to land, they'll bank so that they can put all the units on site. To tell the developer that this property will work only if it's in a certain location would unduly constrain the ability of this ordinance to work efficiently. So this would seem to be the compromise solution. I apologize, it's late tonight, so I can't talk very well.
Yeah, I felt that in my question as well. I mean, I guess in our experience, do we know, have we seen, I mean, obviously a market rate development is going to have, different amenities and features in the apartments, but on a whole, it's not like we're talking about super vast differences in what an apartment provides for a family, correct?
Correct. And then additionally, the tax credit program does have requirements for amenities, services on site that sometimes exceed what's on market rate developments as well. So that there is requirements for like a tot lot or other items depending on what that is. So that and then additionally, affordable developments have to go through the same, entitlement review process as market rate developments have to go.
Yes, and also the one thing I forgot to mention is for tax credit projects, in order for them to pencil, they try to maximize the basis for the tax credit. So in essence, these projects are actually very nice. It's like they have an incentive to get more tax credits by making the project in a way more expensive, and then
And also, I would just note that they're required to build to a certain size with the tax credits, and so unlike the market rate projects, which sometimes developers will build tiny, tiny units, the affordable housing units tend to be a little bigger than the market rate units.
Is that your, I don't know that I have questions. I mean, I was going to ask a question that's sort of ridiculous, which is why would any developer choose option 2?
Honestly, we don't think that option 2 would be utilized for.
Right, it was just thrown in there for good measure, but.
I mean, I think it's so that we can also take credit for the Virginia Avenue project as well,
Well, it was also to give that, I mean, we were told that the affordable housing developers may want that option if they have an older property, but you're right, it's not going to be used.
No, I know, because when I originally proposed that option, it was really about providing matching grants to, prevent rehabilitation to that degree, but also to protect our deed restricted and maintain our units. And I know that there's partial RHNA credit, but the way it's written, it doesn't feel like there's no incentive to use it. It's just sort of in there as an option. With that, we can go into comments. And as I always do, I'll go last, so we'll go back around. Councilmember Zernskaya.
Great, thank you. So my comments on this program, we can't just continue to pay lip service to our commitment to allowing new homes to be built in our city. And I understand that some folks may be taken aback by the numbers of new homes that would be unlocked by this pilot program, but it's important to note that these are all projects that have already been approved. They've gone through all the required discretionary or administrative reviews, and the only thing that is stopping them from moving forward is that given the current environment, they are not financially feasible to build right now. The alternative to approving this program now would be to continue to delay these homes that have already gone through the legally required processes, which would lead to the home builders being forced to continue to pay for the privilege of waiting to break ground on projects that I will once again note have already been approved. The homes that would be subject to this would otherwise remain stuck in the pipeline and ultimately just end up being more expensive for the people who are going to live there, which is the opposite of what we want. 11 years ago, the City Council made a choice that, in my opinion, was a mistake by reversing approval of the proposed Bergamot Transit Village, which was colloquially known as the Heinz development at 26th and Olympic, with the hope that the developer would bring back another proposal, hoping to avoid the expense of a special election. And I understand why the council made that choice, even if I didn't agree with it and I don't agree with it. However, in making that choice, our city lost out on $32 million in community benefits, 427 new homes, at least 100 of which would have been deed restricted affordable, parking for the train station across the street, and so much more. It's important for us to honor the mistakes of the past by learning from them. And this pilot program to temporarily allow a limited number of housing developments to move forward now rather than at some unspecified, uncertain future date is a way to show that we have learned from our past mistakes, that we understand that housing delayed is housing denied, that we understand that the past several decades of artificially restricting the development of new homes have pushed us into our current housing crisis, that we understand that we're not the only community that's been negatively impacted by the housing crisis, but that we are willing to take action to move towards solving it. If we don't approve this program today, and maybe there's some changes that some folks would like to make, and I'm happy to discuss those, we run the risk of losing out on thousands of new homes, including over 600 deed-restricted affordable homes. Millions of dollars of investment in our community, including property tax revenues, hundreds of millions of dollars in transfer tax revenues that will help us fund affordable housing and protect tenants once these buildings are constructed and sold, hundreds, if not thousands, of construction jobs, sales tax revenues from the people who will be able to live in these homes, increased economic productivity from current and future businesses because more people will be able to live closer to where they work, improved school enrollment numbers because there will be more opportunities for families with children to live in our city, and so much more. There's no such thing as a perfect policy or a perfect ordinance, but as has been said many times in the past, we cannot let the perfect be the enemy of the good. And for these reasons and so many more, I'll be supporting this pilot program tonight, and I hope that we can get to a consensus in taking this vital step towards addressing the housing crisis right here in our own backyard. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Zwick.
Thank you. Just to quickly speak to a couple things that were brought up in questions. I can speak a little to the involvement of nonprofit developers in creating this program, in the sense that I spoke with many, both for-profit and nonprofit developers who have found themselves in the exact same position when it comes to projects that they have that aren't moving forward. When it comes to the for-profits, all the aforementioned economic headwinds, as well as our own requirements, have really stood in the way. When it comes to the nonprofit affordable housing developers, many of them cited the fact that our own trust fund has indicated that they don't have sufficient funds to actually pay out the gap financing they once did on projects that are entitled and ready to go, unless they were on our own city sites. So there are nonprofit developers who came to me and said, we need a way to increase the funding to our trust fund if we're not going to pass up on opportunities that we have for shovel-ready affordable projects in this community. And when I heard these different needs from both communities, I really did feel like there was a win-win when it came to the possibility of in lieu payments and offsite affordable, actually really helping both communities. So while staff may have not explicitly done outreach in the community, I would say that the nonprofit developers have been involved in this from the beginning. And you know, the letter that was written to council from EAH, Hollywood Community Housing, Venice Community Housing, and our own Community Corporation of Santa Monica, I think really attest to their involvement and their commitment to this program as well. When it comes to the question also of offsite and where it will go in the city and the question of segregation, I'd say I thought about this a lot too, and it's a fair question. One thing that I've really relied on is that there are a lot of really great metrics out there that talk about, that rank the entire state and every census tract in terms of the level of opportunity that it provides to people. And Santa Monica, as a highly compact city on the west side with its own school district and so many other things, scores incredibly highly across the entire city. There's a AFFH mapping tool that's put out by the state, and if you look at every census tract in Santa Monica, you'll see that from low resource to moderate resource to high resource to highest resource, every census tract in Santa Monica is highest resource except for 3, which are high resource. And that really speaks, I think, to the power of unlocking both market rate and especially affordable housing in our community, because no matter where you are in this community, you are going to have access to that incredible opportunity, the jobs that are nearby, the air quality that is excellent, the school system that is excellent. And that's why I feel confident that no matter, while we do have the geofencing for PICO, and I think that's a good policy, no matter where these projects go, I trust that they will provide excellent opportunities to people that are lucky enough to live there in our community. Beyond that, I will say just briefly, I agree with Councilmember Zernitskaya. There's a lot of hand-wringing about what if these projects get built, but these are all projects that we approved, and because these are all projects that fit within the zoning that we all approved. And as such, I assume these are all projects that we want to see built. So in general, I fail to see a downside for approving this today, besides the fact that the housing that we've already approved will hopefully get built. The city will receive more property tax, more people will patronize our downtown, more sales tax will be generated as a result, and the deed-restricted housing that is currently blocked as well will hopefully also get built. Our nonprofit partners will either do this directly or by managing the buildings that are built, and substantively more money through Measure GS will get created through the sales of these buildings once they are built and then sold. I believe strongly that the evidence that we need to change is that the status quo is not working. Nothing is getting built, absolutely nothing right now. And the economy has fundamentally changed. Interest rates have fundamentally changed. For those who hope that we might go back to some sort of pre-2022 interest rate scenario, I'll just note that the average interest rate historically for these kind of projects throughout modern history is 6%. So the idea that we will go back to a previous economy with 0% interest rates is highly unlikely. We need to adapt our rules to this economy because it's not changing anytime soon. The evidence that this pilot program could help is that both market rate and non-market rate nonprofit developers say that it will. The only proof, though, that we'll be able to possibly generate is by actually starting the pilot and seeing how it works. And seeing if the housing that we've already approved is actually able to get built. That is what a pilot is for. It's for testing out our best laid hypotheses and assumptions in the real world against the market and seeing what the outcome is and then adjusting it. We're not going to get any closer to that truth unless we actually pilot it. I will say just generally, there's a lot of, I think, hand-wringing among the community that I count myself a part of, among liberal progressives, to say, are we getting enough? Are we charging enough? Are we getting enough out of this? And I'd say that we often cut off our nose to spite our face in this regard. And we do this a lot, especially in housing policy. I think we need to be introspective and ask ourselves, what do we actually care about? Making sure that no one ever makes a dime from building housing or that we're actually solving the housing crisis itself. President Obama spoke about this very issue just recently that I would say is, and he said, is very much present within the Democratic Party at a fundraiser just last month. He spoke about a wide gap between talk and action, between virtue signaling and actually improving the lives of people we care to claim about. We claim to care about. He said, and I quote, "I don't care how much you love working people, they can't afford a house because all the rules make it prohibitive to build. I don't want to know your ideology because you can't build anything. It does not matter." So I think it simply comes down tonight to the question of, are we building housing or are we not? It's that simple, and right now we are not. This ordinance is the best chance we have to change that. With that, I also would love to support this motion, and I look forward to hearing the rest of my colleagues' comments, but I will be supporting it tonight.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yeah, I mean, it's a pilot program, but it's an extraordinarily consequential moment for us as a city. On one hand, we have projects that are not moving forward, projects that are blocked, mostly because of market conditions that are outside of the control of anyone except for, well, it's outside of people's control. The projects are stuck. We have affordable housing units that are deliverable but are stuck, and I've really been moved by the support that I've seen from the affordable housing community and affordable housing developers in asking for support in unlocking those units. But I'm troubled by some things. I mean, I'm troubled by the fact that our economic modeling tonight is based on a single example. I'm troubled by the fact that there has been, that these consequential things, and it's not just this item, but that the public oftentimes will get big consequential items like this the Friday before a hearing, and then you have folks in the public who are working over the weekend, missing family time to rush to comment on these things. And honestly, if we don't get this right, we as a city risk losing out on millions upon millions of dollars in affordable housing trust fund money. I mean, I accept in good faith that we're basing this on modeling that makes sense. But I think we as a city owe it to ourselves and to our constituents to do our due diligence. So I'm going to make a motion that we truly do make this a pilot. We approve staff's recommendation tonight with a few changes, namely one, that we cap this, or cap eligibility for the pilot at 1,000 units. We set the expiration date for this pilot at the end of September, September 30th. We come back at our second meeting in September, and by that time, we come back with more data. We come back with more time for the public to review this. And if it all looks good, we can reapprove it, keep on moving forward. But I want to set a really strict timeline on this so that we can come back and take a second look at this.
Okay, are you seconding?
Yeah, I'll second it, but I just want to clarify that we're asking for a staff.
Oh, don't say okay.
It's too late. I will second it with the express understanding that staff will be coming back within 60 days, i.e. at the end of September, to give us more information after doing additional engagement so that we can further refine the pilot program.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Is that it? Yeah, okay. I'm sure it doesn't come as a surprise that I don't feel I can support item 10B as it's written or the substitute motion. We're being told that this is about meeting our RHNA obligations, about helping us produce affordable housing, but what's really in front of us is a package of incentives that primarily help developers and investors pencil out their projects. It's a familiar pattern. We frame something as urgent for affordability, but the bulk of the benefit goes to the market rate production with affordability as a side effect rather than the driven purpose. We've made progress in our housing element, but we continue to outpace affordable units with market rate units, and this pilot risks accelerating that imbalance. Offsite inclusionary housing, even with some of the guardrails we talked about tonight, with the Pico neighborhood being excluded, still tends to push affordable units to where the land is the cheapest. That's not integration. That's not diversity. It's modern day redlining, just in a much subtler form. So I want to be clear, when I first discussed expanding the use of our housing trust funds, my intent was to create a program where landlords could apply for matching grants to maintain and improve their buildings before they fall into disrepair, like we saw with the Virginia Avenue apartments. I envisioned developer dollars paid to the trust fund sustaining our existing affordable stock, keeping units in good condition and affordable for decades to come. This pilot does not reflect that vision. Instead, it's another example of creating easier pathways for investors, not leveraging resources to preserve affordability. If we truly want to meet our housing goals in a way that serves Santa Monicans, we should be using every tool, including our housing trust fund, to protect what we already have and to ensure that new development delivers affordability where people can actually access opportunity. If a project doesn't pencil out, with on-site affordability, that's the problem we should be solving. Let's work with our state, our county, our federal partners to change financing structures, to adjust laws and to find subsidies for truly inclusive housing instead of opening more loopholes that make market rate development even easier. This pilot may meet the letter of RHNA on paper, but it moves us further from the spirit of RHNA, which is to create a variety of housing with a real emphasis on affordability that's inclusive. And that's why I'll be voting no, because I believe we should be building policies that actually match our values and not undermine them in small print. And that's it. So with that, we have a substitute motion that we'll be voting on first that was made by Councilmember Raskin and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Terosis. Councilmember Zwick.
Can we just clarify? I just want to make triple sure I understand the motion. It's to currently allow up to 1,000 market rate units to take advantage of this program and bring it back to council at the second meeting in September for further study analysis and any amendments that might be made at that time?
Yes.
Okay, just double checking. Thank you.
Councilmember Zwick?
Oh, sorry, I just wanted to clarify, are we voting, so
On the
the
substitute.
substitute motion?
Well, there really isn't a substitute. This is the motion. Right.
Okay, no, because I thought, sorry, I thought.
Sorry, I
you
guess no one actually
seconded
made
the
a motion. I thought you
Yeah.
seconded a motion that was made.
All right.
I
Karen-
seconded Ellis's substitute.
Yeah.
What you said was that you were supporting the staff recommendation. Jesse said, I'm seconding that. Ellis said, I have a substitute motion. I said, I'm seconding that.
So we're voting on the
So
substitute
she
first.
didn't really, it wasn't really a motion. She just said she was supporting the staff.
The staff
recommendation.
report.
Yeah.
Okay, well then the motion is on the floor and there's no substitute motion unless somebody would like to make one that Ellis made. So would you like to make a substitute?
I would like to
Councilmember
make a
Smith?
substitute motion that we move the staff recommendation.
Do you have a second? Jesse, are you texting or do you want a second?
I will second it.
How did I know? I knew that. I'm psychic. Okay, so let's call the substitute motion vote first. So that's the staff recommendation.
Correct. All right, Councilmember Zwick,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
No.
Councilmember Raskin,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis,
No.
Councilmember Snell,
No.
Councilmember Zernitskaya,
Yes.
and Mayor Negrete.
No.
The motion fails 4-3, so back to the original substitute. I'm sorry, 3-4, it's late.
No, 5-2
5-2,
fails,
oh,
5-2.
sorry. No, there was, oh yeah, sorry.
Only 2 yeses, Zernitskaya and Zwick.
I'm sorry, I had a check mark.
5
there.
noes.
I'm sorry. It's 1:30. All
But
right.
now the slightly modified version that Councilmember Raskin proposed and Mayor Pro Tem Terosis seconded.
Can I explain my no vote on that for 1 second?
Sure.
I just want to say, I think I had a whole set of comments, but the hour is late and I didn't make any of them. But I voted no on that because I think that we all agree, we agreed on June 10th that we were going to do this. So we all agree in principle with what sorry, not we all, the people who voted yes on June 10th agree in principle with what we're doing. I think the devil is always in the details. And I am just slightly uncomfortable with a full-scale broad adoption without a little bit of additional study because the answer that no affordable housing developers were consulted with in putting this together just gave me a little bit of pause. I think we have an opportunity to unlock those 1,000 units, move ahead, but at the same time, get a little bit more financial information, a little bit more information from our affordable housing community and make sure that we're making any changes that we need. So I want to be clear that we all agree with this intent. It's just devil's in the details. Thanks. So I think I'm back to the substitute.
Well, the original motion.
Sorry, I guess that's what it
Councilmember,
was.
so we're going to call that vote. So
Councilmember Zernitskaya,
Yes.
Councilmember Snell,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis,
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick,
Yes.
Mayor Negrete.
no.
Passes 6-1.
Mayor,
Yes.
Mayor, would I be able to provide some staff direction if the rest of the council is comfortable with it? I understand that there are certain projects that may have some sort of time limitation. So I would ask if the rest of the council that voted yes is comfortable with it for the 1,000 units that we would be permitting subject to this until we study it further, that those that have a time restriction be prioritized, if folks would be comfortable with that.
I think they said it was first come, first serve. That's what we just said.
Are there, apologies, City Manager, could you clarify if there are specific projects in the pipeline that have some sort of time restriction or limitation that might otherwise not be able to move forward?
The motion and the direction from council, as I understand it, allows for the first 1,000 units that are trying to qualify for the project to move forward. If there's any projects that have any time-related restrictions above that, beyond the 1,000 units, we'll be back to council's second meeting in September to review those details. And we can, at that point, readdress with the council, do we want to take additional action at that point in time?
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Oh, I see some staff at the podium. Thank you.
Is that, you guys got that direction? Everybody's fine with that? I think everyone's getting sleepy up here. It's 1:25, 1:27. Okay.
Item 11A, parking rate restructuring strategies.
I guess we could do them quickly if we're gonna do it, yeah. Just get it over with. We have this. We can get straight to the bullet points on this one.
Good evening, good morning, council. Hello, council, mayor pro tem. My name is Zach Pollard. I'm the parking manager for the city. And this is Stefan Turoff over here. He's with Walker Consultants. And we're here to talk about the parking study. We've been working with Walker for about a year. We've been gathering data on all the transactions that have happened since 2016 with parking. We've looked at what other cities are doing. And we looked at what's happening in the private sector and for parking. And we'll get into all that in this presentation. It shouldn't take more than like an hour and a half. All right. So we're going to go over the goals, all the locations, the main locations that we're going to be considering for our recommendations. So why do the parking study now? There's quality of life goals. There's how we travel. Economic development is very important. This is a big one, second bullet point. We have not changed the rates since 2018. It's been 7 years since we've done that. And we want to simplify the rate structures. And we want to, consider the financial resources and the costs of the parking. Inflation's gone up by about 25% in 7 years, and we've had the same rates, and operating costs have just been going up further and further. We have these very old structures that were built in the 1960s. The further time goes on, the more it's going to cost to do major repairs, and so the costs are escalating quite a bit year by year. So we did a lot of community outreach. We reached out to all these different business associations. We did one joint meeting where we reached out to all the neighborhood associations. So we really tried to reach out to everyone we could that is affected by this. We did a virtual survey. We got 160 participants in that. We put QR codes at all the different facilities, the 42 facilities in the city, and gathered information on that. They had interest in costs, technology, and of course, lot safety and enforcement. Clean and safe is a recurring theme that came up. We also did In-person surveys, as we talked about in the staff report, at the beach lots and at the structures. We surveyed about 1,200 people at the beach and about 1,200 at the structures. And our first category is going to be the downtown parking structure rates. As you can see, our existing sign here, it's kind of a confusing sign. You know, most people see this and they drive in and they have no idea what it says. There's 11 different rates. So we want to make it simpler. And we want to, you know, you had the council retreat back in March and you gave some revenue goals to the city. So we want to present something that can meet your revenue goals that you presented. And we, you know, I just want to point out, like it says in staff report, 6%, we're dependent upon this parking revenue. 6.6% of the total revenue the city makes comes from parking, and 7.7% of the general fund revenue comes from parking. So the city's dependent on this parking revenue. And so we'll jump right in with downtown. Some of the goals for downtown. We want people to stay in downtown a little bit longer than they do now. 47% of the people leave before 90 minutes. A lot of that's because of the free 90-minute period. So we want to set up a structure where people are influenced to stay a little bit longer. I'm not going to go through all these because of time. And we want to be comparable with other municipalities, other private lots. We want to consider the Coastal Commission. And this is a big one I wanted to point out here. We're going to keep, because this came up a lot in the public comments, we're going to keep the free validations at Emeritus, KEC, and for the main library youth programs. And we're going to continue to have free structured parking Sunday mornings from 6 to 11 a.m. It's been like that for a while. We're not planning on changing it. I know a lot of people thought that we were getting rid of the free validations at Emeritus, but we're not proposing that. And once again, keep up with the high operations and maintenance costs, like I mentioned. And all that, you know, the maintenance and security, that all kind of ties in with the clean and safe goals of the city. You know, there's been a lot of technology upgrades at the structures. We've added LPR, license plate recognition, in 3 of the structures. We've had scan to pay in the structures, security cameras. We're doing some LED lighting, carbon monoxide detection. I've got a whole list of about 20 other ones here, but I'll just keep moving since it's so late. And I will let Stefan from Walker take over from here, and we'll present some of the rates that we're presenting tonight.
Great, thank you, Zach, and thank you, honorable mayor, members of the council. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, we'll talk about, as Zach was saying, you know, we looked at what rates are being charged in other coastal cities, other downtowns, you know, private development, the commercial development, Century City, the Grove. You know, it is really interesting what's happening right now, and I think we're seeing rates in many, to a great extent, going up because everyone who has parking structures, they're coming of age, so to speak. They're getting more expensive to maintain. I will mention that I've probably been in this room presenting to council maybe 4 or 5 times. Originally, 2009, we did the downtown parking financing plan where you were going to build 2 additional structures on 5th Street, 500 spaces each. And in that plan, we raised rates in some places, but we lowered rates in others. And that allowed you to maintain the same capacity, and it was a good thing we didn't build those. So we've seen sort of an evolution of all this. But let's talk about, I know it's late, even though I'm excited about this topic. I'm sure you're a little, you've dealt with a lot, so we've been watching. But you know, Manhattan Beach, where we are finishing up a study now, they start with 0 to 60 minutes, $250, and then it goes up from there. They just lost a parking structure because of, it was falling apart. And it was during our study. And so we started our study with their main parking structure, and now they don't have one. They need to think about how are they gonna pay for building a new one, which really, every city to some extent, parking structures don't last forever. They're expensive to maintain, even more than rebuilding. But that's something, all these costs, like Zach was saying, are going on here. So, you know, you look at these rates, somewhat ironically maybe, Laguna Beach, Newport Beach, they have pretty high rates of parking. We looked at all that. And then municipal, those were sort of coastal cities. But look, downtown Santa Monica, you have free 0 to 60 minutes and then on to 90 minutes. But that's the only paid parking in the city that has a free period. Main Street, whether in the lots on the meters, there's no free parking. Throughout the city, up Wilshire, Santa Monica, Pico, you pay for parking. There's not a free period. And as Zach has often mentioned to me, downtown has the most expensive prices, maintenance to maintain, and you have that free period there. So we want to think about that for a moment. As we mentioned, Main Street right now, it's $1.25 an hour. Old Pasadena recently got rid of their free period because they went to the public and they said, look, we got to maintain these structures. We got to rebuild a couple of them. Do you want the free parking or do you want these clean, safe, well-maintained structures? And that's how that's where we see the trend moving. Old Pasadena also has different prices in different places, as opposed to yours, 1 through 8 all being the same price. Culver City, the first hour is free. It used to be 2 hours free. Now they're down to 1 hour free. Everyone's taking a look at that. Beverly Hills, it's complicated, but they have a system whereby you drive in the one garage, you get the free period. If you drive out, like an employee circling around, you can only get that free period once during the day. It's a pretty fancy technology system, and I think Zach and his team are building that here with LPR, license plate recognition, 3 garages, but you don't have that yet. We know, Zach talked about 47% short-term stays. We think a fair amount of that is employees going in and out. We've seen that before. So that's something we want to watch out for. Okay, 90 minutes free. One of our proposals here is 3 hours for $2. And we really twisted ourselves into knots. How can we adjust prices in a way that's not just raising revenue for the city, but is consistent with the broader goals? And we saw, back in the day, so to speak, when we started setting rates for Santa Monica, the garages were full. And we wanted turnover, and we wanted people out. And there were rates like $20 or $25 because we didn't want cars sitting there all day. Now there's some capacity. And we see that, there are people coming for short stays. What if we didn't chase them out, so to speak, after 90 minutes? So they thought, well, I start paying after 90 minutes. We give them a sunk cost, 3 hours for $2 during the week, for $3 on the weekend. And we thought that was a good way to promote downtown, the promenade, as a long-term destination consistent with the entertainment zone. So offer 3-hour free parking in the structures. We looked at that and, is this going to be a turnoff? Yeah, we hear people complain about parking, but increasingly it's a part of life in an urban area. There's a lot to it. There are the costs we're trying to cover. But, we looked at, we talked to the former parking manager, we talked to Zach. When parking was free during the holiday periods, there was no bump up observed. That, we didn't see. Parking is a part of the decision, but we always say it's the destination. It is a special destination. Things have changed in some respects, but is that 90 minutes free? Will it make a difference to some people? What we find typically, people might change their behavior. They might bike, they might walk, say, to a gym. They may park somewhere else. But just to say, I will not go here, well, on the other hand, we're going to talk about lowering rates for the longer term. So let's see. Again, like I said, there's no free parking elsewhere in paid parking districts in Santa Monica. Downtown Pasadena now has no free period. Manhattan Beach never had a free period as far as we know. If some of you are familiar with Century City, which had a covenant and land use restrictions, 3 hours free, but they saw all the office workers were parking there. And so they said, we can't have that. The Grove is constantly moving around, but last I checked, it was $5 for the first hour. And then it goes up pretty quick. Beverly Connection is a discount shopping center. Right now it's $6 flat for 6 hours. I was really surprised to see that. One retailer, Target, validates. The others, Ross, Marshalls, Nordstrom Rack, they do not. So here's what we are proposing. And I think this was, pretty creative to get you here. So right now, like Zach said, you have 11 rates. I think it might even be more. You drive in, boom. Every time I drive in, I look at it, ooh, I think, what's going on? I see that bottom number. $20 or $25. So we thought, let's simplify this and let's have a few flat rates. So 0 to 3 hours, $2 on the weekday. We thought that's somebody who comes in, it's a small sunk cost, they're not feeling chased out, and we want to capture that revenue on the front end because it's a lot of revenue. And we think for each person coming in, it's not a lot to pay, just like we'll talk about in a minute, raising the street from $1.25 to $1.50. Most people aren't going to notice that. This one, in some ways, people will notice, but $2 for 3 hours in Santa Monica, by the coast, at the promenade, we think that's very reasonable. Now, 3 to 5 hours, it does go up. But look, we are keeping it right now, 5 hours, it's $14. 3.5 hours, it's $9. We're saying $8. Lower that rate. Make it so, somebody might see dinner and a movie, or, dinner, walk around, go into a few stores. It's the thing, when you come here, if your family or guests come from out of town, you want to make that walk all the way around and not be penalized. Over 5 hours, right now it's $20 on the weekday, $16. Where I work downtown, right now, suddenly I'm paying $20 every time I go downtown the park. $16 is for a lot of people is, if you're only coming a couple of times, that's a decent daily rate. But as a result, what happens, we want to be mindful of your employees also. Current monthly is $220 a month. That's going to drop for employees to $176 a month. And we'll talk about other discounts we have for employees. So on the weekends, same premise. You're coming to Santa Monica for 3 hours, boom, $3 for 3 hours. We think that's a really fair price, and you capture that much needed revenue on the front end. That's right now, 3 hours on the weekend is $6. I believe on the weekday it's $5. That's a discount for almost everybody except the short-term stays. Same with 3 to 5 hours, $10 instead of $17. We think that that's a really fair price. And then somebody staying a longer time, really doing a lot of things in Santa Monica. I know people in my office, they come, they always complain about parking rates, and they'll say, whoa, I paid $25 in Santa Monica. I say, well, it's coastal real estate, it's nice, but soften that a little bit. $20, we think that's a better price.
I want to just add one more
Yes,
point on
yes.
the 90-minute parking that I left out. This is just notable, our parking operator, SP Plus, is multi-million-dollar a year contract. We spend a lot of money on this contract, and we have 42 facilities in the city. 12 of those are structures, the other 30 are lots, and 60% of the costs for SP Plus to maintain these facilities goes to the structures. So the structures are by far the most expensive to operate, to maintain, and they're the only place where we're giving free parking to half the users. So, and I just wanted to bring up that point related to 90 minutes.
Yeah. And we often say, when somebody thinks of building a parking structure, we say, okay, the maintenance cost is going to be, per space, is going to be 7 times that of a surface lot. Speaking of which, I have my colleague here. I should have introduced Jonathan Wicks. He's been looking at the operations, the technology, and a lot of the maintenance costs to really put this whole recommendation together. I'll try to speed up. So beach rates, they're in some respects all over the place. Your beach rates, it's nice that you have the peak season, the shoulder season, the weekdays, weekends. It works pretty well. But we do think, lot 1N by the pier is your big revenue generator. When I was doing field work, I walked out there, people drove up, I heard them saying, what does it cost to park? It was the Austin, and they said, only $10. It was so great to hear. Kind of, but I thought, wow, there's some room there. So again, looking at comparable beach parking, you're not on the high end. We're recommending that these rates go up, especially, we can't do real-time demand-based pricing, but we can look at when we know it's busy, which is weekends in the summer. That's when more of the rates are to go up. I will mention, let's see, what do we have? ADA placards, we also think there should be a fee because we think, and we'll talk about that in a minute, that a lot of those placards get abused. They take accessible spaces, people who don't need them, and get in the way of the accessibility. But you'll see our rates there. It's really focusing on the high season, summer, and weekends. Again, all the way through the area, the less in demand locations, we are recommending lower rates. Your short-term lot right now is $1 an hour at the beach. I think the purpose of that, you go to Hot Dog on a Stick, but on July 4th, you're not driving down there to go to Hot Dog on a Stick. So we're recommending that goes up to $3 in the summer. And as I look at that, that's a bargain. The Pure Deck, again, that's hourly. Annenberg, also hourly. Beach permits. Your residents have great deals on parking at the beach. You have an annual permit to park at the beach for $155. Let's see, then we have the employee rate, the overnight beach pass. Seniors, now it's $25 to park at the beach all year. Do you think we can make it 30? We thought yes. I mean, that's still low. Let's talk about ADA parking, which we also studied as part of our 2012 study. When we're looking at ADA parking, the number one thing, it's not about free parking, it's about accessible parking. And when you have a popular location, free gets in the way of accessible. Just a few examples of this. The second bullet, let's see. Let's talk about the third bullet. We did a study here, and when we looked at before you gated, before you started charging for off-street paid parking by the promenade, we saw cars parked there for 48 to 72 hours. Those were not customers. Nobody stayed under 4 hours. Those were probably not customers. They were abusing the accessibility. We worked on an LADOT study, which found that every dollar increase at the meter, a 10% increase in ADA placards from about $2 until by $6, they were trying to do demand-based pricing, they filled up. Placard abuse is difficult nearly impossible to enforce. We want to recognize that. We were talking about discounted parking for ADA. Any kind of price would be helpful. Other ADA, what did we see? The only other Manhattan Beach has free parking at the beach for ADA. Everyone else has some variations, some full fee, half, only during busy times. Let's go over to on-street meter rates. You basically have two meter structures. Downtown it's busy. We're recommending $2.50 to $3. Get that turnover because the street always fills up first. The rest of the city, $1.25 to $1.50. We heard a lot of feedback, which was, is anybody really going to notice that? And again, rates haven't increased in 7 years. You look at places like Newport, Laguna, they have high rates in the summer at some of their meters, nearly $4 to $6. LA up to $6, maybe not the best comp in some ways, but Manhattan Beach, $2.50, West Hollywood, $2. West Hollywood enforces well into the evening. So again.
And just point out that ADA remains free at the meters.
Thank you, yes. ADA will always be, that's not something that you have control of. That's the state law, and it's as far as we can tell, is not going anywhere. Main Street and Mid-City, the feedback we got from, the Main Street Business Improvement Association, they said, yeah, raise the rates in the summer. We want the turnover. So we got a little more active on that side. And then the other rates, basically, we raised like everyone else, $1.25 to $1.50. Let's see, what else do we have? Yeah, the monthlies. Oh, the Mid-City lots there on Wilshire near UCLA Medical Center. Yeah, right now it's $1. So we said $1.25. The daily max goes up to $16. Parking at the medical centers is very expensive. The monthly is still more than fair there. So we're putting in increases, but we wanted to be mindful not to go crazy. Let's see, downtown park. Oh, this was the real goals. Do you want to?
Yeah, this is just the recommendation from the staff report. We're asking that you, either support the rate structure we presented or give us other direction or recommendation and give us direction to take this to council. And that's the end of our formal presentation, so we can open it to questions at this point.
Okay, Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Mayor. Forgive me if I missed this at the beginning, like a bottom line up front. I know we've had some high-level estimates of what revenue these changes will generate. Would you mind sharing that?
Yes, it's 8.2 to 8.9 million per year is our estimate of additional revenue for the city.
Got it. Thank you.
Councilmember Zernitskaya.
I just had a quick question. There was a member of the public who came earlier and spoke about their business in downtown Santa Monica and mentioned something around potentially a validation program. Is that something we could look at, and what would that look like?
Sure. I mean, we currently have a validation program. We could sell validations, and we do sell validations to any business who wants them. And you know, a good thing that businesses could do, I mean, now that we're gonna have this $2 proposed rate structure for 3 hours, they could buy a large, you know, quantity of validations and have them ready to give to certain customers for $2 each. So, and we could certainly do that.
And how much outreach do we do about that program currently? And could we increase the outreach to businesses in the downtown so that they're aware of it?
Yeah, when I met with DTSM, you know, when we met with DTSM for the outreach, we actually followed up and explained all the validation information, and we gave them the forms in case they want it. So yeah, that program is there, and as we move on with the newer, latest technology, we can have validation machines in their facilities if they want, and they could, you know, instead of buying paper tickets, they could validate it there and be, you know, billed for it at a later date, so.
Okay, cool. And that's because we're also getting the license plate reader technology and more of the structures downtown. Is that how
Yeah, I
we
mean,
would
it's
be
not
able to do the
directly
paper-free,
related
or?
to that, but they're all just different technological advancements.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
No problem.
I have a couple questions. One is overnight parking. So the daily max is like, what is it, 20 currently?
Yeah, 20 on weekdays, 25 on the weekends.
So a couple hotel operators made the comment that people don't park overnight at their hotels. And so instead they park at the mall overnight because it's like a fraction of the price. So it hurts them because less people are parking in hotels in general because they're coming in different modes of transportation. Number two, we know TOT is, you know, travel and tourism has reported that, you know, the occupancy is much lower. And as a way to maybe help facilitate the hotels capturing that parking rate, maybe we should be actually modifying, I guess, would be my direction, that having an overnight fee, because I also think it would help mitigate maybe safety issues that we've had overnight in the parking lots. And because for $20 to spend the night in the parking lot, that's pretty inexpensive. But if most places are anywhere from $54 and up for overnight parking, and I wonder if that's something we've looked at.
Well, it does reset at midnight, you know.
Okay, so the $20.
Yeah, if you go over the 5.5 hours in the first part of the day, then it would reset at midnight.
But if you go in at midnight, you can stay there till the morning overnight.
Yeah, it would be, well, you hit the daily max currently the way it's set up, you hit the daily maximum after 5.5 hours within the same day.
Okay, so anywhere you are, it's 5.5 hours, it's
Yeah.
$20. So then after that, it doubles if you're there for 10 hours?
Well, only if you go 10 hours over 2 different days, you know. So if you go overnight, like if you get there at 6 at night, you would hit the daily max for that day. And then if you stayed overnight, then you would start being charged for the next day. So, but I mean, the hotels.
That explanation's kind of like a Santa Monica parking sign. I feel like I need a lawyer now.
Yeah, it's,
I guess what I'm getting at is what I just said. I don't know if there's room to increase or create an overnight parking fee that would help with that issue, but if you feel like it's being resolved because the daily maximum resets at midnight.
yeah, I mean, it is somewhat being resolved because of that. But I mean, I know the hotels, I mean, they charge a large amount, and if someone just does minimal research, I mean, they find a cheaper rate here. So it's, you know, but I haven't, you know, we don't have full capacity at these structures right now in downtown. You know, it's a lot of times it's at half capacity. So a lot of the goals of what we did was to lower a lot of the rates. You know, outside the 90 minutes, we're actually lowering
Yeah.
a lot of our rates to help, you know, if you look at supply and demand charts, you know, if you lower the rates, you get a little bit more people in the structures. So that was kind of part of the direction we were going with this, with our proposals.
And then my other comment was just on the employee passes, just wondering because, and it's kind of hard to track, but like in the mall area, oftentimes those are retail jobs and employees can't afford, I remember working on the promenade, these exorbitant amounts for the passes, and they're so much more expensive than the other lots you were talking about that happen to be in areas where it's more like office buildings and office type jobs where larger corporations or hospitals are paying for parking passes. So I wonder if we just consider that when I don't know if these companies are buying the parking passes, but I do know that employees try to use the free to go in and out to move their car constantly because most employers don't offer the parking pass for most of their employees. It just seems like it's so expensive. And I'm also hoping that we look at that when we look at student parking and other forms of parking, that we like level set that.
Well, our proposal is good for what you just said because it lowers the monthly rate by
20
20%.
bucks, yeah.
And we also maintain the employee validation program, which is $6 for a 6-hour validation and $9 for a 12-hour validation. So we have a pretty good.
But the parking passes, are they just for one car or can they be transferred between employees, whoever's using it?
Well, if you get the monthly pass, I mean, it's supposed to be assigned to a certain individual in a
Right.
certain car. And then the employee validations, you just buy however many you want, and you use one per day
Okay.
for the $6 or $9. So that's a lot cheaper than a daily maximum of 20 or 25. So we do have some programs in place for employees.
Personally, I still think that, I see that it's cheaper to do the 3 hours. I just think there's something about at least even an hour free, just the word free. I think right now businesses will argue that, hey, until we have the storefronts and the foot traffic, we want to incentivize people to come. And I think it's late and there were so many numbers up there. At some point, we should address also parking signs. I'm just going to put that out there because sometimes I look at them and it's like a joke. I mean, you literally need a lawyer to read the sign. But that's a separate meeting. Yeah.
Well, that's why we made it simpler. We went from 11 pricing brackets to 3.
Okay.
And I can put it back up if you want.
Sure.
I got it pulled up here, I don't know.
Those were my only questions.
Okay, yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem DeRosas?
Yeah. Thanks. Did you all consult with the business community or do any economic impact modeling for business revenue if we were to eliminate the free window?
And we did our public outreach for businesses, and I don't know, do you want to address that one?
Sure. We did not do an economic analysis. I mean, this comes up a lot. We've worked, in basically every city in the region or nationwide. It's going to vary by the business. It's going to vary by the location. When you look at the cost of parking, say in this case, $2 on a visit, compared to the whole, gasoline, car payments, insurance, it's a fraction. We typically say, it's the destination. Paid parking can be a component of a decision. Rarely is it the component, and sometimes it's not a factor at all. I mean, we can't say, it's going to vary by different businesses, but what we do see typically is if a price goes up, will some people say, I'm not going there? We might see that immediately and people return. I think I mentioned $6 at the Beverly Connection. My wife said, I'm not going back there, and now she goes back there. The other thing is, people will decide, maybe I'll park somewhere else. Maybe I will, downtown Santa Monica probably has the second best transit connections and walkability any place in the region, except for downtown, and it is safer here. So people have options here. So people do take those options. I think that's how you've designed your city. So it is going to vary. Will there be some people it's harder than others? Yes, but when we look at the gyms, the coffee shops, there's paid parking all over the city. My gym is in this nowhere place in Mid-City, and they have $2 with validation for 2 hours. It's just sort of how it's done because parking is expensive to operate and provide.
Sure. However, I think, yes, and we've stated that economic opportunity is a priority for this council, and so that's why I'm asking that.
Yeah.
Because we did receive a lot of feedback from both the chamber and individual businesses that they would not have cited themselves here had they known that we were getting rid of 90-minute free parking.
Can I respond to that just in terms of economic development? If charging, we're now saying we're lowering rates across the board. If charging at the front end is going to impact somebody's decision, is dropping rates from $14 to $8 after 5 hours, is that big reduction going to change somebody's behavior?
Maybe.
Is an all-day parking, somebody got to say, oh, let's spend time. So it's got to, if you're concerned about the front end, you have to be concerned about the back end. And the people who stick around a long time pay money like it's a destination. And is this a little shopping center? It's not. Granted, we want to support those businesses, but if somebody goes to yoga, wouldn't it be nice if they're not, oh, I'm going to start paying 90 minutes, but 3 hours, why don't I, go get a cup of coffee? I've already paid $2, which is when most people go to health clubs. And our research, they're there. We're trying to create that longer stay. So we think that that's the way that we've structured this to encourage economic development.
I do think we have to think about validation for those businesses, because I do think that, like, let's say you go to the gym 5 days a week and you're paying $2 every single time you go to the gym. That's $10 a week that you're paying on top of your gym membership. So I think validation has come up. And I do have another question just on an alternate scenario. Sorry, Anush.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Pro Tem Torosis, for that question. Anush Gupta, Director of the Department of Transportation. I wanted to address one other component of your question, which kind of dating back to, in my prior role, I was serving in the city manager's representative on the DTSM board. And the DTSM board, throughout its various iterations, has consistently, one of the top things they've asked for with regards to parking is flat rate pricing. Okay. And something that would invite people to come, stay, have a meal, see a movie, have a meal, do some shopping. And one of the things, in the DTSM feedback that was provided that they're very enthusiastic about actually is that this model gets, really sort of scratches that itch for flat rate pricing, for encouraging longer stays. And so I think you're absolutely right. We heard the feedback, and there's certain categories of businesses in the downtown, especially in the fitness arena, that would be impacted with the elimination of the free period. At the same time, many of the businesses and voiced through DTSM are very excited about the idea of these flat rates, the simplified structure, and significant reductions in rates for virtually everybody beyond that sort of free period on the front end.
I really appreciate you bringing that up. I think that's important. Can you just tell me if, let's say that we wanted to reduce the free period to 30 minutes for people coming in and out for short trips, getting a coffee, dropping off their kids at school, et cetera. How much additional revenue is generated by eliminating the free period entirely compared to having 30 free minutes? Do we have a comparison of how much we'd be losing out if we did that?
I'll turn that over to the team. I think what we have done and what you'll see in a moment is sort of model scenarios that within the sort of revenue target that was provided by the council at the March workshop of roughly $8 million, because basically if anything that we did, whether it's 30 or 60 to maintain a free period, in order to stay within that additional revenue we're seeking to achieve, would require adjusting all of the other rates higher, and we lose some of those savings on the longer stays. And so we have a couple of models that we can share.
Yeah, I would be interested in seeing that. Sorry if no one else is, but.
Sure, yeah, I can pull that up. And another thing we could do, we could offer bulk discounts for validations if businesses want to buy that. And something Pasadena did when they got rid of their free parking about a year and a half ago is they offered free validations for the first month after the free parking period was done. And they didn't have any businesses leave after their modest increase. It was a low fee change, so. But let me get to these additional, okay, so yeah. So if you look on the right side of this is what we're proposing, and then just left of that is the first 30 minutes free. So it increases each increment by a little bit. It goes from $2 to $3, from $8 to $10, 15 to 20. And, that's not going to, they could run into pick up some food or something in 30 minutes, but they're not going to have time for a gym visit. And a lot of the meters on 2nd and 4th Street have recently been reprogrammed to be 15-minute meters to have more turnover for people that are coming in to pick up food from a restaurant real quick, or Uber Eats delivery people, or if somebody just needs to pop in somewhere really quickly. So we're making more short-term parking available on the street at the meters. But yeah, so this is the 30-minute pricing for the weekday, and then I can show you the weekend here. So basically, in order to lower all the rates, and we have to, being able to increase revenue and lower all the rates, we have to get rid of some of the free parking, basically, so.
Are you?
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. Those are all my questions.
Okay, Councilmember Zweck.
Thanks for this presentation and for your energy on this topic. I happen to thoroughly agree. I think people come for a destination. It's on us in the downtown to create a destination that people want to come to. They're not coming for the free parking. I do wonder, as per Councilmember Terosas's questions, and I think some of the comments that were brought up, is there some way that businesses can essentially offer to somehow front the, through some sort of validation to pay the parking fee for customers in some way? Is there a method for that right now that we have?
Yeah, they can buy validations directly from us. So they can do that now. And like I mentioned, we could possibly do a bulk discount. If they want to buy a certain amount, we could give them a discount. And then they could figure out how to cover those costs and how to distribute them to their customers.
So if an individual business feels like this is crucial to them, they can do this?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
No problem.
Councilmember Snell. Oh, sorry, Councilmember Zernetskaya.
Right, I had one more quick question. So looking at the staff report, it looks like the capacity in the parking garages has maybe reached over 50%, like twice since 2023. So, and in simplifying this and also charging for parking, I understand that we're also trying to help incentivize folks to bike, walk, take public transit more frequently to downtown. And I understand, and maybe this is just anecdotal evidence, so, take it with a grain of salt, but a lot of folks get their bikes stolen, especially in downtown, and I've heard that that's been a challenge and reason why people choose not to bike. So would there be a possibility of perhaps repurposing some of the unused space in the parking garages for something like paid bike lockers so people could feel safe biking downtown and keeping their bikes there and while still helping generate revenue from that?
Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting idea. That's certainly, anything's on the table. I mean, that could be.
Yeah, I understand if we can't do that right now because it's not something we've looked at, but I would love to see, if possible, staff come back, if the rest of the council's okay with it, with something, creative about having more bike lockers that are paid, because I'm pretty sure people will pay for bike lockers in Santa Monica.
And I think, I'm not the expert on this, but I think the bike center, you can purchase bike lockers there now. I think that's a available option. But yeah, I mean, that's something we could certainly consider.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. Thank you.
Yep, no problem.
And also, thank you for the report and high cost of, I am sure you've already read High Cost of Free Parking by Donald Troop, and yes, love it. Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Snell.
It's late, and I have many comments about parking, being on the downtown Santa Monica board for 12 years, but one of the biggest issues is our parking structures, particularly the ones downtown. The infrastructure needs a lot of work. Hopefully this revenue will help in maintaining and increasing some of the structures. The reality of it, and I think Councilman Zwick said it, most of the time people don't think about how much it's going to cost to park when they want to come to a certain destination. The free parking, I believe, and also in the past, the rates, having so many different rates was incredibly confusing. The fact that the $2 parking is now being offered is something that's not going to really reduce the amount of traffic that's going to come down there. As a matter of fact, I believe that it's going to increase the longer stays down there, which means that there's a possibility for individuals to go out and spend money in our downtown even more so. Free parking is a number. And I know my wife goes over to the Beverly Center the shop and doesn't think about the price of the Beverly Center when she goes and shops at the Beverly Center, but complains that there's not any place to shop in our downtown and doesn't care that it's free parking for 90 minutes. If there was some place to shop downtown to her liking, I'm sure she would be very much want to not worry about parking. This issue, what I really like, and I want to thank staff about it, is that it's simple. We have 3 now rates, and believe me, as people go along, they won't really think about the fact that we have 90 minutes free. And for those individuals that are in the gym 5 days a week that use the 90 free, I do think they shouldn't be using their car. They should probably be riding a bike, walking, and doing those kind of things. So I think we should probably, it's late, but I want to thank staff. I'm going to support this, and let's move on to the next 16 items.
Councilmember Raskin.
Well, before I make a motion, I just want to bring up one thing, and I almost hesitated to bring this up, but I think it's worth mentioning that the reality is that there are some employees in our city who work in businesses who get paid but aren't on the books, but who support our retail service industries, hospitality industries, and I'm not quite sure how to thread the needle legally to make sure that they can get employee parking, but just want to hope that we can figure out a solution for that.
Yeah, anyone who can show that they work in downtown can buy the employee discount validations, the $6 and $9 per day, or they can buy the monthly pass. In certain businesses, if they have over 50 employees, they can get a bulk discount purchase for the monthly passes right now. So, and there are 2 methods, that they could go about doing that. And Councilman Snell brought up a good point about the ongoing costs of the structures. Like I mentioned earlier, these structures are built in the 60s, so not only is the ongoing maintenance, but there's going to be ongoing large capital improvement projects that are necessary for just to keep up a 60-some-year-old building. And as time goes on, there's going to be more and more of those, and all that's a cost, and this parking revenue is going to go to the general fund, and then when we have to pay for these expenses, they come from the general fund, so it is all connected.
I just wanted to offer that if we could, if the council is amenable to it, I know it's late, to still have the hour free, because I do think just the word free, it's a marketing term, and you can get an hour, 45-minute workout, and you can do a lot of things within an hour, but it still incentivizes staying. If we were to modify the parking, just the rate just a little bit, so that maybe it's $2.50 after that, but that would be my only suggestion. I just have a hard time with the businesses in that area.
Yeah.
I get that the math works out and it's all the same. It's just the idea that we're giving something. And then also I just had a quick question, there's a $6 difference between the monthly on, I forgot, an employee versus a resident. It just seems silly at that point.
No, it's the same.
No, there was a
resident
slight
of downtown,
171.
a resident of downtown and an employee of downtown, they pay the same for the monthly.
You had a rate structure up there that had a $6 difference at the beach.
Pull it back up. I can go to.
It's like
I
the
wanted to show you something else too. Is that what it was? The beach? Okay.
I don't understand that. It just feels like such a small difference. Either make the difference bigger,
Yeah, that just kind of is a pricing that I inherited, and we just put a markup on both of them. But I did want to address your hour free. We showed the first 30 minutes for free. This is weekday. So if you make the first hour free, then all the other rates have to go up by a couple dollars more than what's shown in the middle column. But there is another option, we could maybe just talk about real quick.
That's why I was trying to propose an overnight fee, even though you have this
Yeah.
maximum, as one model. I don't have any data as to how many people actually park overnight and reach the maximum. And then also in terms of the hour free, the $8+ million was that number tied to a specific numbers in terms of maintaining the parking lots?
And we're trying to,
Right.
we're shooting for, around 20% increase in revenue, and that's kind of where we,
I guess what I'm saying is if we're flexible, then that's where I was hoping to see some flexibility, but
yeah.
I don't know if this council is amenable to it. That was just my,
Just to quickly address your question, Mayor, the source of that figure was back at the March workshop, which was focused obviously on the city's challenging overall budget picture. You know, our department worked closely with the city manager's office, with finance, with parking, an increase in parking revenue through this rate study being kind of a significant component of the city's future kind of fiscal forecasting. And where we landed was that 20% figure. We sought that initial direction from council and got approval from council at that time to kind of aim for that target. So all of the modeling we've done since then is based on that. So as Zach said, you know, if we were to adjust to maintain either 30 or 60 minutes free, if we wanted to still maintain that 20% or sort of roughly 8 million overall target, it would result in significant increases in the rest of those rates. And so that savings, like, you know, I heard you sort of alluding to potentially just sort of bumping up to 250, it would actually result in more significant increases throughout the rest of the kind of.
what about an overnight parking fee? Do you guys have any idea how many people actually stay overnight?
I think, I mean, to what Zach was sharing earlier, I think, I mean, one of the scenarios you alluded to of somebody entering after midnight, that person would be benefiting from this lower daily maximum. Everybody else who may be, the typical situation you referenced with avoiding a hotel parking lot and going to one of our downtown lots would still be probably paying $40 because they'd be rolling over. So I think we could look at it, but I think that may be a more challenging additional.
I was just saying like an overnight fee of like $56, kind of comparing to what other overnight fees are. Wasn't sure if that would make up the difference on giving an hour free parking.
It's pretty vacant in the middle of the night. Most
Okay.
people leave before, I mean, we typically, when we do the scrubbing, we do it in the middle of the night because there's not many cars left. So most people do leave.
Okay, Councilmember Zwick.
Just one last question, just because since we have some people who've maybe read the high cost of free parking. It seems like one issue I could detect, though, just generally, is that the street parking isn't really any more expensive than the garage in some respects. And I've heard, generally speaking, that if that's the case, then people will drive around looking for a spot on the street. Was there any consideration to making the street parking more expensive than the garage?
Well, we're raising it from $2.50 to $3 an hour is the proposal. And then a lot of now 2nd and 4th Street in the downtown area, they're all 15-minute maximum meters.
Okay.
So, you know, if someone wants to park more than 15 minutes, they've got to go into the structures.
They're all 15 minutes in that area.
Yeah, on 2nd and 4th in the downtown area.
I see. Okay.
We're in the process. I think there's one more block we haven't completed yet, so we're waiting on some signs to be delivered. So.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Torres.
Mayor, I'd like to make a
Sure.
motion to support staff's motion of the parking increase structure.
Okay, does anyone want to support the staff recommended? Barry Snell just made that motion.
Second.
Second, yeah. Sorry, Natalia got it.
Okay, I'd like to make a substitute motion. Sorry, Barry.
That's good.
But I would suggest that we, instead of eliminate the current 90-minute free period, that we replace the current 90-minute free period with a 30-minute free period to preserve access for quick trips and errands, and implement your alternate rate structure that you put up on the slide. And of course, we would work to offer discounted or bulk validated rates for customers from fitness studios, personal services, small retailers.
I would second that, except for that I'm confused with this graph a little bit, because does that also mean if 60 minutes would just go to that? Like I'm looking on the left.
Yeah, left is current, so you're looking for the.
Oh,
third-
I see, sorry.
Third column over.
No,
No.
I'm proposing the second column over.
I mean, I'm just looking at 4 columns.
Oh,
the
yeah,
third
yeah,
pricing-
yeah. The middle.
Middle pricing column.
Yes, correct.
The middle pricing column would
Yes.
be for 30 minutes free. You
Yes.
haven't done anything for 60 minutes free.
No, that was not one of
It
the.
would have to be more than just a dollar raise on everything.
I,
is what
I
you're
feel
saying.
that if we do 60 minutes free, we're gonna have to increase the prices in the other categories too much.
Yeah.
To make up the difference.
It'd be a couple more dollars. And then the 60
I don't
minutes.
know why
yeah.
going from 30 to 60 doesn't.
I'll
move it.
second the
Okay.
motion.
This would increase the monthly rates by a little bit as well.
Are we able to maintain the monthly rates? But, I mean, just because, like, we're in this range.
The issue is that there's so much revenue packed into that first hour, a little less, obviously, in the 30 minutes. And, I mean, if you look at the numbers, it really goes down as you, I think once you get to 5.5 hours, then, you know, it goes up a little bit. But that's the problem with, you know, there's always that temptation. But there's a lot, you know, everybody stays 1 hour, you know, even the people who stay 2 hours stay 1 hour, you know, all of that. So it's that's what we wrestled with. It's hard to maintain.
Yeah, most people, yeah. Councilmember Raskin?
I'm supportive of the substitute motion. Can we ask for, well, I'll ask for a friendly amendment that we give direction to come back in a year to see if this is working.
Yeah, I'm fine. I mean, I think that's great. If we see in a year that we should get rid of free, we'll get rid of free, but let's see.
And also talk to businesses to get their input.
Yeah, or if we need more time, that's free. I mean, it could go either way.
Or more, yeah.
Yeah, Councilmember Hall?
Council, for what it's worth, it may take a year to get coastal approval.
Yeah, the downtown is in the coastal zone.
So we're
Everything's
proposing this,
close
but it may not even take place for another year.
Yes. Yeah, we do have to get coastal commission approval as it was.
By then, will be one less
I
parking
mean,
structure.
my motion still stands and I agree that we should get regular progress updates.
Yeah,
Okay.
a year after it's implemented, we could.
Sure. Councilmember Hall?
Yeah, I just wanted to explain why I seconded the substitute motion, and that's because we have at least 2 preschools where families are going to be picking up their kids, both that would be using the civic structure and one of our parking structures in downtown. And to the mayor's point, you know, maybe some quick retail trips. And I'm comfortable with a $2 increase and a $4 increase for these larger or rather longer stays.
Okay, let's vote.
On the substitute, Councilmember Zernitskaya,
Yes.
Councilmember Snell,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis,
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick,
Yes.
Mayor Negrete.
Yes.
Items-
We just reduced everybody's gym class, I tell you that.
I guess you need to only go to the gym for 20 minutes now.
Okay.
Thank you, Pastor.
Item,
You guys so much for your enthusiasm. I've never seen a more enthusiastic parking
Oh.
presentation.
We can keep going if you.
no.
Thank you.
Okay.
You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. All right, item 16A, appointment to one vacancy on the Building and Fire Life Safety Commission for a term ending June 30, 2029. This seat is for a California licensed architect. We have 2 applicants, Daniel Jansensen, who's the incumbent, and James Wilson. Mr. Jansensen has been serving 2 terms, so it requires a 5 councilmember vote in order to get reappointed.
Can we just scan right now, or?
No, well, it's only 2, so,
Well, I mean, it's on here, I don't know, why do we get these? Or-
because for some you will.
Okay.
We might.
But I thought, maybe I was misremembering things. I thought we didn't have that requirement for the building fire life safety because it was so hard to recruit people for that.
No, it's still a requirement until council
So are
changes.
we just nominating a name?
Yes.
I'd like to nominate James Wilson.
I'll nominate Dan Jansensen.
Any other, oh, well, there's only 2. Okay,
Sorry, point of order, or inquiry, I don't, whatever, it's late. Don't we need to make a motion for 5 votes for a
Dan.
reappointment for Daniel?
Well, we're not using the ranked choice voting, though. Because it's only two
We
applicants.
you just need to get
Oh,
five.
I
yeah,
understand,
yeah, yeah.
sorry, I understand. There's only two candidates, got it, or two applicants.
Okay, so I'm sorry, Councilmember Hall, you nominated James Wilson, and Councilmember Raskin, you nominated Jansenson, correct? I'm sorry, Raskin. Sorry. Okay. Councilmember Zernitskaya,
Daniel Janensen,
Councilmember Snell,
Jensen, Daniel Jensen,
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis,
Wilson.
Councilmember Raskin,
Jansenson.
Councilmember Hall,
Wilson.
Councilmember Zwick,
Wilson.
and Mayor Negrete.
Well, I was gonna say Daniel Jansenson, but we know he needs five, right?
Correct.
So because of that, I'll change my vote. And, I mean, I don't know how to, it's so late right now. The other,
So are you voting for,
I was voting for Dan Jensenson, but I don't want to have to do this again, so I'll just change my vote to the other person, Wilson.
all right, so,
I'd like to change my vote as well so that we can get to as close to unanimous as possible.
yeah, I like to change mine also.
I'll do the same.
Wilson.
okay, cool. All right, item 16B, appointment to one vacancy on the Housing Commission for a term ending June 30, 2027. This seat is for someone who was either currently or formerly unhoused. The only applicant at this time is Teresa Marasco.
Council, I'd like to make a motion that we postpone this appointment to a future date.
Second.
Just ask all, oh, no.
Okay. Councilmember Zernitskaya,
Yes.
Councilmember Snell,
Yes,
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis,
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick,
Yes.
and Mayor Negrete.
Yes.
Item 16C, appointment to one unscheduled vacancy on the Disabilities Commission for a term ending June 30, 2026. We have two applicants for this seat. The requirement is that they must be a resident and have experience in the disabilities community. The two applicants are Teresa Clark and Derek Townsend.
Do they both have?
They
all-
both meet
they
the
all-
nominate them?
So both
Nominate.
met the qualifications.
They both meet the qualifications? Okay, I'll nominate Clark.
Any other? Okay, we still have to do a roll call. So Councilmember Zernitskaya,
Yes.
Councilmember Snell,
yes,
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis.
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick,
Yes.
Mayor Negrete.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Item 16D, appointments to two vacancies on the Public Safety Reform and Oversight Commission for terms ending June 30, 2029. This is just a general seat. The only requirement is that they must be a resident, and we have 10 applicants, and all 10 meet that requirement.
So now we're scanning, right?
I'm sorry?
We have to nominate people.
I
Well,
mean,
you have to nominate. If you nominate more than two, then you need to scan.
Oh.
I'd like to nominate Brian Sweeney.
I'd like to nominate Isaac Diaz.
I'm sorry. I don't see Sweeney.
I think he applied after the staff report was published.
And so did Isaac Diaz.
Okay. All right, so I'm sorry, Hall was Sweeney,
Brian.
Raskin was Diaz. Any other nominations? No, there are two seats available, just to let. Okay. All right, council members Zwick.
Am I just voting yes?
No, it's two.
Wait, why don't
So it's
we
either Sweeney or Diaz.
Well,
suspend the
well-
rules and nominate both?
Oh, okay. I mean, yeah, can we just nominate them both?
I
Okay,
know, but I
After-
guess could we?
Just
is it
kidding.
Why don't you do
possible-
one seat at a time
okay,
then?
great, great. Sweeney.
Councilmember,
I'm sorry, what are we doing?
I don't.
Apparently, we have
She's
to
saying we
appoint
have
one
to-
at a time,
Wait,
so.
no, I move that we suspend the council rules
And appoint.
Can we, for the purposes of considering a motion to appoint both of them by one vote?
Second.
Great.
Okay.
All those in favor?
Nope.
Aye.
nope,
Well, we can't do
nope.
that.
All right, so I'm sorry, that was
Harry's on.
Terosis, and who was the second? Hall?
Hall.
Okay,
Barry, get on here.
all right.
I'm here.
Councilmember Zwick,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis.
Yes.
Councilmember Snell,
Yes.
Councilmember Zernatskaya,
Yes.
Mayor Negrete.
Yes.
Okay, so this is to appoint both Diaz and Sweeney to the 2 vacant seats.
Yeah, I now move that we vote,
Okay,
that we appoint them both by acclamation,
We can't do acclamation. we have to-
by voice vote. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Zwick,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis,
Yes.
Councilmember Snell,
Yes.
Councilmember Zernatskaya,
Yes.
Mayor Negrete.
Yes.
All right. Item 16E, establish and appoint a temporary ad hoc council committee for the city attorney recruitment process.
And I nominate Councilman Raskin, Mayor Pro Tem Terosis, and our Mayor Negrete.
Yes, it does.
I'll second that.
All right. Any other nominations?
Do you have another
Yeah,
nomination?
I don't know, Councilmember Zwick. I'll substitute,
They wanted, to go ahead.
no, I mean, I don't.
Call the substitute so we can.
Yeah, I mean, I'll substitute.
You're talking to the mic.
Sorry, I'll make a substitute motion for Councilmember Raskin, Councilmember Zwick, and myself. And I'll leave it to someone if they would like to second it.
Raskin, Zwick, Terosis.
I'll second.
Okay. Okay, on the substitute, Councilmember Zwick,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis,
Yes.
Councilmember Snell,
Yes.
Councilmember Zernatskaya,
I can count, so yes.
and Mayor Negrete.
Yes.
Okay. Item 16F, request of Mayor Negrete and Councilmember Raskin that the City Council, to kick off Hispanic Heritage Month festivities, approve city sponsorship of the 5th Annual Santa Monica Classic Car Show presented by the Pico Youth and Family Center, taking place September 13, 2025 on the Santa Monica Pier, by directing the city manager to waive the city's portion of fees, including application, administrative, neighborhood notification, business license, parking, and zero waste plan fees associated with the partial use of the pier in an amount up to $16,000 in waived fees.
Yeah, do you want?
I second the motion.
I just want to say something real quick. I want to acknowledge what Alex Aldana said in his comments and what we received. We were receiving an unprecedented number of requests for fee waivers for commitments from council funds. And I think that it's in the interest of all of us to find some sort of program where we can have a coordinated way of dealing with this. Unfortunately, given the financial exigency that we're in right now, unfortunately, we can't make the commitment to give $7,000 to our council funds, but it's a fantastic event. I'm really, really excited that the Pico Youth and Family Center is doing this. Really happy to support the fee waiver, and I hope that we'll all come out and support the event.
Yeah, I think that sums it up. Councilmember Hall?
Yeah, thank you for saying that, Councilmember Raskin. I'm going to support this motion. However, I do want to say that I do not want to keep supporting these these types of fee waivers all the time and likely won't across the board until we create some rules around waiving fees. Like right now, we do these fee waivers and our discretionary budget on a first come, first served basis. It feels very inequitable. And I would like to, if my colleagues are amenable, to provide some direction to staff that we shift the way that we do these fee waivers so that they come from the council discretionary budget and that, so that way it doesn't keep hitting our departments. And I'd love to see some sort of proposal for like a form of allocation per council member, that a council member is allowed to nominate for discussion a X amount, 1/7 of the discretionary budget, and then the council approves it as how we do our discretionary budget and fee waivers for the future.
Are we able to do that from this 16 item? Yeah, that direction?
It's
I don't
general
know.
direction,
Okay.
but it's also
Okay.
embedded in our existing work plan. We should be back
Yeah.
in September, October with a plan.
Okay, so,
I need there's no motion on the floor.
Well, I'll move that we approve the item.
yeah, second.
Councilmember Zernatskaya?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell? Is,
He went to bed.
no, I
Oh,
think
the TV's
I
off.
think the computer shut down.
Oh.
So, all right, then he's not here. Mayor Pro Tem Terosis?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
Mayor Negrete?
Yes. I said yes.
I know. I'm,
6, I guess, because Barry.
we're done.
Well, we have an adjournment, but yes. So tonight we adjourn this meeting in memory of Wallace Annenberg, philanthropist, civic leader, and lifelong champion of education, the arts, and social equity, who passed away on July 28th at the age of 86. As president and chairperson of the Annenberg Foundation, Wallace Annenberg continued and expanded the legacy of her father, Walter Annenberg, transforming the foundation into a dynamic force for good across Southern California and beyond. Under her leadership, the foundation invested in groundbreaking projects in public education, healthcare access, environmental sustainability, arts and culture, and community engagement, many of which had lasting impacts here in Santa Monica and the greater Los Angeles region. Wallace was known not only for her generosity, but for her personal involvement in the causes she supported. She was a visionary behind transformative spaces such as the Annenberg Community Beach House, which opened public beach access in a way never seen before, honoring the site's rich history while creating a vibrant space for residents and visitors alike. Wallace Annenberg's legacy is one of impact, inclusion, and inspiration. Her belief in the power of community enriched the lives of countless individuals, and her visionary philanthropy will continue to shape our region for generations to come. The city of Santa Monica extends its deepest condolences to the Annenberg family, foundation team, and all who mourn the loss of a true civic icon. May Wallace Annenberg rest in peace, and may her life continue to inspire service, creativity, and compassion. And with that, we conclude our meeting, and we will be back here at our next regular Tuesday meeting, September 9th at 5:30 p.m. Until then, stay sassy, Santa Monica.